Yo. What's up? Hello, Sue. Dude, sorry, I didn't even have any fucking background music on or anything. Yo, I'm checking this Wowhead post, by the way. I'm trying to figure out if I'm getting Wowheaded or not. It was a post... It was a post 2 hours and 9 minutes ago that says... All Dragonflight raids nerfed by 10% health and damage in Season 4. Is that new? Or was that just the one that was there yesterday? Legendary shit. Legendary stuff. Anyways, we're gonna do in like 30 minutes, we're gonna just do one heroic run and then go in one bang Razageth. And then dude, actually I don't even know if we need if they were doing Mythic Plus yesterday, we don't even need to do the heroic run. But I mean, that's not the main point of the content today. Today I'm just looking for an alpha build. Yeah, yesterday there was a bug in the game where you couldn't upgrade Mythic Track gear. It was asking for Aspect's Dreaming Crests from last season. So we couldn't upgrade any of our gear, and like we had like a perfect pull on Razageth and got it to 3%, and we're like, all right. It's already 5 a.m. for our EU boys. So let's go to bed. Let them go to bed, and then we'll do this again tomorrow. How confident are you that there will be an alpha build today? Literally no confidence. I mean, other than the fact that in the alpha and beta season, there's like a new build on Wednesday, like 80% of the days. I guess I don't have any information there's gonna be one, but in the alpha season, this is when they happen. So. How did progress go yesterday? Really fucking good. So the goal yesterday was to see some of our new players in action and to try to simulate a progression feeling. It's not going to always be exactly progression because you're missing one huge part of it, which is figuring the bosses out. Like, they're already figured out. You just have to remember what you did. But it was legitimately progression pushes. We phased on Razageth Mythic yesterday at 43%. Our progression kill was 42.5%. Like, it was the exact same thing as progression. Everything hit just as hard, fucking everything. It was fucking awesome. And we got to see our players. Dude, I was honestly really impressed. Our players played so fucking good yesterday. They, like, snapped right back into it. They were playing really well. It was a bit worse than progression. I don't think that's true at all. Literally, Dathia felt exactly like progression Dathia. The exact same push points and everything. Same thing with Kurog. Same thing with Broodkeeper. Same thing with Razageth. Every time we were pushing a phase, we were pushing at the same percentages we did for our very first kill. And our the damage we were taking was almost exactly the same, like percentage of your HP bar. Tuning is good then. Well, I mean, what do you want me to, like? I don't know, like us literally not being able to upgrade gear. We were actually just wearing our gear from last season. We were able to simulate a progression environment in Vault of the Incarnates. But I assume tuning is good for the rest of the game, right? Because we're able to simulate a progression environment at 489 eye level, but everyone else in this patch, you're going to have 528 eye level. So you're going to be literally 40 item levels higher than us by the time you have to kill these things. So these fights are going to get absolutely slaughtered. So, yeah. If you want the place to be extremely fucking easy, then that's the tuning that's there, and that's probably good for the game. So yeah. Anyways, I'll be right back. Yo. I'm back. I do have someone cleaning the house today, though, so we may hear some vacuum cleaning sounds. Although, if there isn't an alpha build today, I don't even know how long I'll be live. We might just do, like, Razageth, and then I'll leave. Alright. Hello. I have the dumbest weak ore in the world. It tells you to activate Windows. Oh, that's a perfect bit. Bro, I had ripped off Windows for many, many years, actually. Oh yeah, Twitch L, Twitch L. Max, what do you think the name of the new Utah NHL team will be? I'm hoping for the Stormin' Mormons. They'd never do that, but that would be fucking hilarious. That actually, dude, I think they should do that. I think even Utah people will like that. Your Mythic Plus pugs have been a nightmare? Really? Huh. Yeah, cool. Yeah, man, I was thinking about it more yesterday after starting the season, and it even more further confirmed my thinking that there's absolutely no fucking world where I'm going to play this patch. There's zero motivation. Everything, there's nothing new. Everything is the same. Every dungeon is, I've done it. Every raid, I've done it. Every class that I'm playing is the same version of the class I've played before. There's literally zero interest. Yeah, Panda Remix will be fucking sick, though. Dang, you swear a lot for such a smart person. There's so many questions I have about that. Number one, I am not smart. Number two, I don't think swearing has anything to do with intelligence. Dude, honestly, I think cuss words are one of the best ways to express yourself. They're just such expressive words. Okay. Opening up TeamSpeak to meet with the gang while I talk about some other shit. Wait, are they all in the cord?
No, I feel like that's better. That's like me telling you the future. I didn't know I'd get it.
Wait, mate, did Scott mess up Daffia loot?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
It was crazy. He did. He gave it to Yips.
What?
No, wait,
It was disgusting.
No way. Wait, how many? Did he get both boons?
Yeah, he sure did. He
Dual
sure did.
boon?
Damn right.
Yo, commit.
I'm in here.
Yeah, what's the plan, by the
always-
way? Are we doing
We're
heroic?
Four heroics.
We're in here.
You guys are already fucking.
Oh wait,
Can
there's
we
no
actually
fucking
commit?
inner wall.
I didn't even know
Jesus
we could
Christ.
commit. All right, killing.
Yo, when the fuck did you?
Commit, Atlas?
Now we're knocked down.
I'm tuning into Teach These PC with no. Oh wait, I have
Oh
to
my
ask. Never mind.
You gotta. I
Nice,
got
no
you
ring.
accepted.
Need.
Oh, Codex.
People are actually
Ooh.
good. Got
Beautiful.
Oh, Codex. Oh.
the Codex. I made like 7 billion gold from farm because of our seed
right.
console.
How fast do
Dude,
you get
someone
gear?
already fucking greeded.
How fast do you gear Mythic Plus? Are you fucking?
Slow.
It's dog
The
shit.
gear,
Not
the gear,
slow. It's not
gear kind of
fast.
sucks, bro.
It's dog shit.
It's bad that you can't use any like the tier stuff.
They should have gave
Yeah, I
us
mean,
like
your office is
6
your non-tier
catalyst.
Yeah.
I should have started this season with 6
fast on
catalyst
everything?
charges.
Yeah.
My bad, sorry.
How
No
many?
problem.
How many?
I'm
How
so sorry.
how many heroics are we doing?
Sucks.
6 or 5.
Just
Uh,
one.
Just
Depends how
one.
many
Just
Teleglocks
literally
there are.
just this one.
Fucking love to
Just
hear
this
that.
into Raz because it should be enough with things
Well,
getting
if you
everywhere.
guys farmed, yeah, yesterday we were 490.1 item level, so and we were.
I've gained more items.
That's fucking hype.
Yeah, I did 7 keys, so I went up 0.1 eye level.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's how it goes.
I got a
Maybe he
hoof.
got his bitch shoulders. Don't listen to him.
No,
He's
no, I
sounding
can't.
sad,
I
but he
can't
got
put 'em
this.
on. I can't put them on until I get new form.
Wait,
sweet.
did they
Oh,
did
that's
they
fine.
fix did they fix the like upgrade shit? Can you upgrade your mythic gear now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah,
But there's a new drop.
But
You don't get the right crests in dungeons now. It's sick.
Okay, now.
That's actually
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
that's so good.
That's
I'm
so
getting
good.
crests from last season.
Where's the bullions go? They really get out of there. I'm gonna trick them.
Dude, if I get a
Why are you
fucking
doing
third
4
bullion
heroic
today,
runs?
I'm gonna just jump.
We're
out of
doing
my
1
chair.
heroic run. They were kidding, yeah.
You won't.
I probably won't, but there's still a
Can you jump out
chance.
of my chair?
People told me 2 was impossible.
How do you get the bully on?
You gotta get
You're
lucky.
You just loot them.
Just don't play it bad.
You guys
Hey, what
ever
I did-
ate a fucking bouillon cube, by the way?
Oh, not yet. Is that a
What is
doubloon?
the fuck is that? Is it
It's
like,
like those-
a
it's-
stock cube?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's like one of those cubes you use to flavor a giant pot of soup or something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I've had
We call
lupoons
them
from
stock-
Narnia, but that's
we
it.
call them stock cubes. But...
You've never been to Narnia.
Is that the Turkish delight things?
Yes, sir.
He's
Yeah.
never been there. He's
Those
lying.
are so gross.
I know, but I've seen one in a candy shop one time. It's so funny to see in a box. I didn't actually taste it, just seen it.
Wait, Scott, are you big into Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way?
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, I watched the show when I was a fucking kid, I think.
Dude, I was
like,
talking about it yesterday on stream, and I said I had some nostalgia for it from when I was a kid, and then Frank said, I think Scott is unironically very big into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I guess he just made that up.
yeah,
I had
that's,
one of those wrist
that's
things as a kid.
insanely made up. I think Cody Woo's fucking into Yu-Gi-Oh. He's
Wait,
been fucking messaging
Someone
me.
in the streets told you that?
He's up to, he likes the Hungry Burger ritual card, that's his
Burger.
favorite.
Hungry bird.
You don't remember the card games?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a large hat.
I don't even think anyone in the guild plays Yu-Gi-Oh. Does anyone even play Magic in the guild?
I used to. A long time ago.
Movie?
The only card game's Hearthstone.
I'd probably play Magic if you didn't have to like pay to get into it.
Yeah, like Hearthstone.
I'm a free to play player. Games like
Yeah.
Hearthstone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Full
free.
gold deck as
It
well.
is free if you have
'cause
WoW
just
Gold.
spend time.
Yo, Farda,
Yeah.
let me see your transactions on Rumble.
I'm also free to play in Rumble.
Let me see how much gold you spent.
It's all fake funny money
Exile.
gold.
Do you actually want to see?
Hello?
I'm kind of interested.
It's
You're
probably a
missing
lot,
something on those
right?
boots.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah,
We'll
I
see.
am.
I think I'm
Missed
like
2K
over
2K
1,000.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Actually, do you
1,000.
do the speed or the health?
I
I'm
don't
pretty
know,
free to
even
play
if-
too.
I usually do the health.
1,000 is
feel like
basically
the health at this
free
point
to
is like
play.
almost
Yeah,
just
that's
useless.
it's like a dolphin.
Wait, Alice, when you want to
Like a little
that,
nail.
Bro,
Max's 21st Manning heroic raid holy. I'm just hanging with the boys for a second. I am interested in what I'm gonna do on stream today though. I'm definitely not because we're just gonna like probably fucking one bang Razageth after this run. Might take us maybe a try or two to not to have like as good of a polls we had. We've had like 12 total polls or something before we had the good one. I don't know how much our eye level went up though. It's hard for me. I won't be able to tell until we zone in again. But anyways, they nerfed it when you guys went to sleep. No, they didn't. That's you got wow-headed. You probably read the post from 2 hours and 37 minutes ago that just says something very broadly like all Dragonflight raids nerfed by 10% health and damage, and you assumed that this was applied 2 hours and 37 minutes ago because you got wow-headed, but this was actually applied before the season went live. Yeah. Fucking incredible wow-head behavior. Oh, you're making a funny. I see. See, the thing about joking about Razageth being nerfed and killed while we were asleep, unfortunately to me, isn't even fucking kind of funny. That's small problem. Small problem. That still's one of the worst days of my life. But all good. No problem there. Love feeling sad and mad and all that stuff. All right. Actually, dude, that day, I said that day was one of the worst days of my life. That's not even true. The feeling we had that day was so I mean, I know a lot of people are mad. I felt nothing. I felt nothing when we lost, and I felt nothing when we eventually killed it. Because it was just, like, such a bummer. Like for example, this tier, you guys watched this race, right? Like, this race I felt really bad. In other raids, I felt really bad because I'm like, man, it was so close. Like, we could have... Like, we didn't feel like we beat ourselves, but, you know, we just... You know, when it's that close, you just want to win, you know? But, like, when that happened, it was like, okay, well, we were just fucked, you know? So it wasn't as much of, like, a horrible, horrible feeling. It was... I mean, it sucks to have all that work you put in go into nothing, but... Yeah. But it was like, you felt empty. It has been 28 weeks of ICC. Wait, isn't that like throwing it back to the old days, though? Isn't it 28 weeks of ICC is like... How long was ICC farm, like, back in the day? Like, and I'm not counting before Ruby Sanctum, because that didn't replace ICC farm. It was like a fucking long time, right? It was a year? Holy fuck. That's crazy. Dude, I can't... When is Kata, by the way? I kind of want to play. I kind of want to play, but I would want to play... Alright, so here's my May 20th. So, Cataclysm's when I started playing WoW. Like, I kind of started playing in Wrath, but in Kata was when I started... I was a Giga Casual in Tier 11, but I started raiding Heroic, which is now Mythic, in Firelands, and then, like, me joining a good guild was in Dragon Soul, and then joined a better guild in Throne of Thunder, and then here we are, right? So, like, that was, like, my come-up. It was in that, like, late Cataclysm, early mob. And I didn't really get to experience Tier 11. So, but the thing is I would only want to play if I could play with people that I enjoy. So I would want to find some people to raid with in Kata that aren't geeks and are fun to raid with, but also they don't stink. Like, I'd expect to have people be as good as everybody. And that's maybe a tall ask. Dude, maybe we should just make a guild in Liquid, actually. I bet there's, like, a decent amount of people that would play, and then we could actually, like, have a good team. Usually very, very few players from our guild actually play. And you know what I really don't want to do? Fucking manage a guild in Classic. Like, at all. I want nothing to do with that. Outside of Liquid, it's not like I have a passion for leading teams. Like, I'm really good at leading this one, and that's what I do. But I've even learned over time to delegate a lot of stuff that I'm not that good at. Like, setting up a new Classic guild would be a lot of work. Don't have the time for it. Don't want to do it. I want to just be a fucking guy in one of these guilds, you know? I just want to be a dude. Your definition of doesn't stink is going to be pretty intense. Nah, you don't understand me. I don't mean I want to play... I have to play with people that are, like, as good as playing in Liquid. Like, that's not what I mean. If that's what I meant, I would just be like, okay, let's make a guild in Liquid. Like, I could probably play with players... I don't even want to, like, put a guild rank on it. Like, I don't know. Like, have you guys ever played with someone and you're like, okay, this guy doesn't stink? Like, that's what I mean. Like, just that. Like, and also people who, like, actually care. Like, people who are going to show up to raid actually have whatever pre-raid stuff you're supposed to do and like show up and just actually care and not just be clueless. Like, I just don't want people who fucking stink. You guys just think my level of stink is way higher than yours, and it's not. Honestly, play with Shroud. Bro, Shroud constantly complains to me about people in his guild stinking. Fucking constantly. I don't think that's what I want. Leaked? Bro, that ain't a leak. He fucking does that shit on stream. Is stink a metaphor for not being good at the game? No, I mean, you can be good at the game and also stink. Do you guys have someone in your guild that's like pretty reliable, but they're just the worst? Like, that guy stinks too. No stinkers. Get out of here. What is this copy pasta? Season 4 is neither good nor bad. It's the inevitable, arriving like the early morning sun, with a stench of shit radiating from the chicken coop. Unavoidable, like the very rash that arises from the rubbing the oils of the toxicodendron radicans planting on the surface of... I'm just not even reading the rest of this. Bro, what are you cooking? What is it? You can be good at the game, but that doesn't make common sense too common. Well, it depends on what people care about. Like, there's probably people that... Here's the funny thing. I think there are people outside of certain people's guilds that think someone in that guild is really good. But the people in that guild, if you were to ask them, would tell you that that player is bad. And I can almost describe that player to a T. That's someone who cares about their damage more than anything else, which means they approach a progression environment constantly getting hit by things, not knowing how the fight works, because every single bit of their brain is just focused on doing as much damage as possible. But when they finally kill the boss, after however many extra pulls that they need to kill it, that person actually does a lot of damage because that's just been what they've been thinking about the whole time, and the whole rest of the guild has had to sit there and wait for them to do the fight correctly. And then, like, someone else will look at their logs and be like, oh, well, that player's good. But usually that player fucking sucks. Like, but that's something you'd only... Which is why when people say, like, when they're talking about players who they think are really good, the only way you can tell someone is good is by playing with them. That's always been the truth. Can we see the raid when you're just fucking around anyway? I mean, we can, but, I mean, it's just... Oh, dude, I'm about to make James so mad, by the way.
Yes, for the wall move.
Yep, I told him he...
Chat, I'm just gonna go in here and cause discourse.
No.
Wait, did they ever fix the rogue bug from yesterday?
No, it's working fine. What do you mean?
I think assassination is
Dude,
still
James is gonna
bricked.
beast him.
Yeah, I was about to say
James's
James's damage still seems really, really low, so I was just wondering if it was still bugged or not.
You know what's funny? I was in an M+ key yesterday with some 500 something item level abusers, and
you think
I don't know,
Blood Plague still
something
bugs
looks bug
that?
with
Looks
them.
like it's...
Okay.
Yeah, Blood Plague seems quite high still, but I can't tell if that's just because there's 0 damage, so...
Assassination
the only
bug,
healing
but
I
I
can
don't
do
know about
is
the other
passive
ones.
ticks.
Two rags off the edge. Good night,
Durag,
kid, bro.
no. See you,
Jumping
Durag.
in.
Wait, no, you landed somewhere safe. Thank
Wait.
you, Corn.
Wait,
I'll protect you, Durag, with my life.
why is Do-Rag Dave in the raid?
He's
oh,
soaking loot,
oh,
bro.
he's soaking loot.
Why-
Yeah.
Why is he hated is a better question.
Yeah, what the fuck's going on there?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Durag catching
Now, there's only one character in the guild I hate. I forget.
It's maybe soup.
No, it's not Maybe Soup. It's
TTV.
it's one of Fired Up's guys. It's the fucking the
Oh,
one.
what?
No, it's the
I've
one
heard
from
of-
that workshop. It's fucking I'm Up, bro. The Demon Hunter.
You tell me you don't hate soup.
I hate I'm Up, bro.
No one hates soup, man.
Oh,
Wait,
King
We
Fighters.
were guys. We were in hell.
Twice.
We were in hell in this workshop. We were in there for so long because all of our characters stink. And Fired Up's just cackling like a witch, and then he just jumps off the edge on purpose on the last boss of workshop, and we wiped over the course of like 6 minutes because he was dead the whole time. He's laughing. He never stopped laughing either. I'll never forget it.
That
Saying,
was a good
is this piece falser for you then with the guaranteed
Yeah,
slot?
it would be.
Someone sent
I
me a
think that makes
screenshot of
sense,
your
though.
reaction
Is it
when you were
good- is
promoting
it-
all my
is,
characters when I
gloves
first
fine
joined.
as well.
Max,
Yeah, gloves.
Your
is,
hell
purpose
might be
well.
my.
Like, and the helm
my
is
happy
not,
place,
You're
so-
you're happy place, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is though, you already have 5 or 9 legs, so I feel like it's maybe better to just give the helm to someone else.
Oh, I mean, I would I would buy the legs like with the token.
Yeah, I
Like,
know,
so-
but you already have 5 or 9, so it's like.
Oh, you think I'd buy a helm?
Yeah, I think you. Going on here. You good?
Guys, the definition of not stink isn't hard to understand. Like, this is all I'm asking for in a raider in Cata Classic. I want them to do really good damage, be very intuitive, don't have to know the fights ahead of time, but figure them out fast, be a good hang, and never die. That's it. That's all you have to do to not stink. It's fucking easy. It's like a quick little checklist.
Evoker patch.
I wonder how much.
I can't wait to fucking clobber you on all the AoE bosses.
Clobber.
What even is it? It's just crit chance. The fucking.
Also be 6'2", 6'3", jacked, all that stuff.
Yeah, it is, but it isn't. Yeah, healers
The
don't
Aeronog
do
helm?
that. The Aeronog helm's missed for dev.
That's true.
You. And Shaman's just unlucky this batch because dev needs its fucking items, so fucking Christ, Shaman.
You know, sorry, I tried. You know, us shamans gotta stick together.
Wait, is there a clip of me inviting all your characters when you first joined? Atlas, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I don't even remember a lot
It was
of
like you. It was you promoting like 6 of my characters, and then immediately after you typed in "Go chat," what the fuck are these guys? Or is this guy's names?
them. Yeah, that sounds right. I think Jet has some pretty cursed names too.
Yeah.
He made me invite Inchwormer yesterday or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, he definitely has a character named Busty Soccer Mom. Or is that you?
Yeah,
That's
that's Jet
Is
for
that
sure.
you?
Yeah.
I got whispered off that character when
That's
I
the
joined the
legendary
guild,
BSM.
and I had no fucking clue what was going on.
BSM's alive and well on Classic
Yeah,
as well.
BSM is alive and well. I rebranded him, by the way. Now he's BSM XO.
Okay.
Not on Classic.
Yeah, not in Classic.
Yep, that's funny. It's
Don't
funny
we
back
need to
there.
soak that?
I don't know. I'm sure
No.
we're fine.
That's fine.
Oh, Boomy, dude,
yeah,
Boomy
go
Dash
ahead.
tried to fucking make it in. Did you alt tab and fell rush? You had no fucking shot, man.
No, that's what he's playing.
1 mil, come on!
That's the main character he's playing right now. He's just
This
not
doesn't
taking
one
it
shot.
serious.
Beast mode, beast mode, beast
Yeah.
mode.
It's the
Yeah,
same
let's
guy
buff the
every
Og.
bull fired
Let's
up that
buff the
keeps
dev.
fucking dying. It's pissing me
Buddy,
off.
So what's
Buddy,
up with
I
the
literally
snowflake,
am
by the
missing
way?
15% of my damage. Literally missing.
I don't know
Dude.
THC. I literally
I forgot to
he
swap
was
talent.
pissing me off
Wait.
hours ago.
I think I know why the snowflakes are happening. I think it's for
I
my.
only
I
noticed
think
it
it's
on
for my
Resident,
toy.
but I see it here as well.
I thought I hated Wham, but I kind
I'm
of
pretty sure it's
it,
from the
actually.
Goblin prototype toy thing.
It's cozy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's nice. I like this
I
one.
It's
wouldn't
like
call
a
it cozy.
comforting way.
Dude, Alice, he's getting fed
You-
here too. Look how far behind he is.
I know, that's what I'm saying. If I had gear, I'd fucking slaughter him.
That might have been like a 2 mil opener.
Also, what's
Oh,
crazy
yeah.
is he keeps getting buffed. You only get buffed once.
Yeah, that's the wild part.
That's-
You know I do more AoE than that class, right?
Yep.
Do you?
truly.
You
Dude,
know
all
you're
the
yes,
time.
yes. You
By a
know
lot.
you don't. You're
I
literally
do.
Oh.
By a lot.
Oh.
I do by a lot.
You're literally
I
lying.
do by a lot.
No, you don't.
I
Dude.
like how this is going now.
You think you do,
Unholy
but you
is
don't.
fucking insane.
I know I do.
That first shield yesterday,
You
the
don't
only
know.
reason it's
You
so
really don't
fast
know.
is because of
Nah,
you.
nah, nah, nah.
You were doing
That's
like
right.
3 times the next person or something.
That's right.
Do not look at the next shield.
Yeah.
Just whatever you do, don't look at any.
Wait, actually, I didn't look at the next. I'm looking at it. I'm fucking looking.
Wow, Driny, that was cool.
How
Heavy
is
dog
Dave
guy.
alive?
So kooky.
Oh, he's following me.
That's how he's alive, I guess.
Teros home, please.
Saying you
Rubies.
Oh,
catching
we
up
need
anytime
more
soon or
rumbling
what?
rubies they own, right?
Yeah, rubies and terras.
Yeah, rubies fucking
I
piss.
I guess the
am really
stuff is
putting you in the
okay,
dirt on
right?
Razageth when I actually have the force set.
I
You
can
are
just take a
gonna,
fucking
you're
nap,
gonna
it's whatever.
cry. You're gonna cry in a corner for the
I'm
rest
just gonna
of the
play
time.
Frost on it when we can fucking clobber you.
What were you saying?
All right,
You
Chad.
will be
Here's
crying
our
in a
first
corner.
shield, and look at beast mode.
No.
This was our first storm surge yesterday.
I get my AoE set next fucking
All right,
what
let's
the
look at
fuck?
the second one.
season. This season. Whatever season it is.
Let's look at the second shield. I'm not kidding. Beast mode almost lost to an augmentation evoker on the second shield yesterday.
Let's go.
That is fucking insane.
Maybe he had cooldowns.
Ruby.
Yeah, maybe.
Rubies, bro.
Oh, he did. They have Breath of Eons.
Well, I'm getting primal
GG,
focus.
they're stealing it.
Oh, stick.
Is this
Further
neck
back.
off? Is the neck off that good for anyone?
What is
Yeah,
that?
I'll take it for
Fucking use
upgrade.
it.
Great.
I'll
Like,
take it for
fucking
upgrade.
Yeah, that's
Same
good.
stats as mine, yeah.
When were you getting spatial, maybe, on the second shield? Or the
Yeah.
first one?
I was
Okay.
goofing my buff save though.
Yeah, I was going to say, the second shield is a really weird breakdown. The second shield is like... It's Fury Warrior, Warlock, Devastation Evoker, DH.
Yeah, I was told to buff Lip there.
Well, Lip is
so-
just
Well,
below
depending on
Warlock.
if
Lip
I'm
is good
bugged
there.
Or not. I was
Oh,
bugged like for every poll, pretty much. Except for that one poll I topped.
Is it fixed the bug clip?
Nope. So I need a new force set to not be bricked.
Oh,
That's good.
Even then, who knows?
that's extremely hype.
This.
It's well tested.
Wait, is
Well,
your
like
is your
Warcraft.
character
So you're
just
telling me I
brick?
should buff Warlocks and Boomy? then?
No. I have to like take off my tier and put it back on every poll, but it still bricks like halfway through the fight sometimes. It's random.
That's
I
fucking
mean,
lit.
Razageth's a pretty short fight, so luckily.
Yeah.
it won't,
They usually bricks like right.
I mean,
before
you
phase
ended up
3.
doing really well on our like low poll.
But also,
think I was alive the
his
longest.
execution sentence doesn't work, right?
Yes, I've been using Final Reckoning this whole time too.
You're using
looks
Storm
like it's
Eater's
fixed.
boon.
At least in here.
It's
Wait, it's
That's
actually
good.
kind of
That goes
owning.
fucking nuts. That thing goes
It's
crazy.
huge.
You guys
Fucking,
have
I
good
slay
FPS
those
right
ads in
here?
intermission.
17.
20.
Oh, you can upgrade it today too.
Yeah, 20. It's good.
Is that your
That
FPS
was
boost?
still shock.
Yeah.
What's up?
Also, my buff uptime from you.
Yeah, I do.
Percent?
Helm. Is the helm?
Yeah.
I completely made that up.
I was say I gave
Oh,
to you
hold
the
on.
whole boss except for the opener.
You don't get it anymore.
Dude,
Oh,
okay,
shit.
how much
I
of
didn't
your
get the
all's
part up.
how much of your all's motivation of farming Mythic Plus and making your character stronger is so someone else in the raid next week or today doesn't just have like 15 more eye levels than you and puts you in the ground?
The
gotta
only
play
reason
it
why I'm
all.
going for
You gotta
gear is
play
to
it
show
all.
that the dragons are fake.
Sang's getting gear fed. so
I
if there's
in the
no
ground.
amount of M plus I
It's
can do to
preferred.
catch up.
Atlas
to
also
them.
gets your fed.
I don't think you catalyze that goop. I think you just split us off first.
That's a lovely off piece.
Wait, so were we supposed to get 2 Booleons yesterday?
No.
No.
I got one.
I got one from.
Yeah.
I didn't loot
Yeah,
the first
being
boss,
trippy,
and then
yeah.
I got
There
one
we go.
from Terros and went back and looted it on Naranag.
Wait, so you have 2?
Yeah. I just don't know what to buy yet.
Why legendary?
You better
Well,
fucking.
I'm waiting to see what I get.
Feedback's full.
What
Maybe
if I
you
get
could
the
throw one in
ring
here.
from normal?
Dude, it might be a Guzzy. I watched
Normal.
a heroic Razageth kill, and their top DPS, they're like by a long shot, their #1 damage was Guzzy, and they had 5 deaths, but they were all in the pole. Like no one else died for the rest of it.
This good THD. Is
Yeah,
it-
the stats are good. Literally any stat works for Warlock, so.
Is Rogue still fucked then, or what's the?
I think it's just assassination.
Okay, lock in.
We
You
get a
bag
grip
this
on
fucking
Sang mid
My
poll.
spot.
Rizy's fire breathing ads.
I'm literally chilling at Chinga right now.
Grip the trinket.
Oh, you're channeling 9 Muse too?
Sang,
Yeah, I'm a
you're
big
such
fan.
a one-trick, bro.
What the fuck? Okay, I'll log on a fucking.
No,
Shaman.
I'm looking at your. I'm look.
Shaman is
Dude,
crazy, bro.
Rookran
What are
goes
you
insane.
fucking
Log on more
popping off
chop.
about? I'm saying.
I'm.
Yeah, because all your damage is 1 spell on fucking Razageth. It's just you just fucking shoot a beam
Wait,
into the
what?
boss.
No,
Okay.
don't tell me it's the same as Sarge.
Fire, fire,
Yeah,
fire.
Fire, disintegrate,
Guys,
disintegrate.
guys,
It's literally all
single
disintegrate, bro.
Disintegrate, disintegrate. Oh, I
That
fired
was a
on X.
1.2 million. One of you missed me. What the fuck?
Dude, KSP's gone. Oh, he poured it back. I'm
Do you want
stupid.
to know who missed you? Because it wasn't me. I would never disrespect you like that, Atlas.
No, I
It was Durag.
Oh.
Durag?
And it was Durag. Oh,
Guys, there's no ice.
no
What
way.
the fuck?
What
That's
the
crazy.
fuck? Okay, I'll just stay here then.
Wait, is
Bro,
Durag buffing
is Holy
himself?
Priest busted?
I'm stacking with James. Yo, James, follow
Dude,
me.
Lip, are
Yeah,
you
follow.
are you confident enough to pop
not
Boone
going
in the
that way.
intermission?
I've been doing it.
What happens if you get the other one? The
Bubble.
You just scream, run!
do you bubble and get? Wait, does that work? That doesn't work.
Wait, which intermission are you talking about?
I'm talking
The seven.
about the fucking storm
Like the storm
surges.
ads? Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to cast demonic.
You
strength,
use
but I'm
Boon
gonna have
during
to resummon
storm
my
surge?
pet.
I just eat the balls, yeah.
That's not working.
We mean the
very
balls,
I had resummoned
I did
my
everything.
pet, bro.
we're not.
Max is
Push
like
the
a
body gun, that's
P2.
fine.
Bro.
He just
He's
doesn't get
good, Lip?
inverted. He just doesn't
Kinda
get
like
it.
a shield.
I
Like
fell down.
Lip,
one
you don't
time.
get it?
Oh, that one. That's not
P2.
intermission. That's
You can. I used to use Boon during storm surge on Monk, but you just have to. You'd have to put a transcend.
You just never get inverted.
I
That's
Well, no,
pop
you
it
just
once I
have
get inverted.
transcend escape from reality, and you
before I
just
get
like
inverted.
you port
Well,
back and forth between the two piles if you get it.
But don't you
Yeah,
move out.
I
Like,
forgot,
if you
when
get
does this boss
inverted,
just
if you
leave, by the way?
wait to
Anyone
get
remember?
it and then
Yo,
pop
yeah,
it,
get
don't
ready
you
to
kill
fucking
everyone?
run.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I get inverted,
Is
go to
that-
the pile, and then I just
Wait,
instantly
when is
slam
it-
it because
when
I know I'm not
when
getting
I
is
inverted
don't know.
again.
When does
Is
it
that
die?
is that actually how that
And-
works?
I assume.
Oh, it's 10?
I
I'm
think you
running
can
up, by the
you
way, I
can
don't
get
know.
inversion twice in a row, can't you? Maybe
Did it even
not.
happen on Heroic?
I like-
Oh yeah, you can get
I don't
inverted.
think
can.
you-
Well, it hasn't happened
Really? I
yet,
don't
so.
think-
Yeah, just keep
Hopefully it
slamming
doesn't
it.
happen yet.
Dude, I'm just gonna get the boss a little bit first.
I'm on the run. I'm on the run. I'm on the run.
Wait,
Bro,
who
I
gave me
shouldn't
their
do it
fucking
in a
stone? Is that you, maybe?
No.
That's me.
Yo, Nick,
Oh,
watch
nice.
this gate.
Bring me up
It's
to the
gonna be
top.
sick, okay?
Yes.
I tried giving
I'm
my
ready.
stone, but it kept
Nice.
fucking bugging
Is she not
out.
going to the top?
THD,
Check the
where
middle, need a rescue.
where are
MC,
you
need a
going?
rescue.
I think I have
Corn man,
5%.
need a rescue.
Yo, guys, the boss is down here.
I'm going straight to the
intercepting
boss.
I don't think she moves.
Here I
Don't
come.
think-
THD.
Ah, she's gone.
Whoa.
Oh,
shit.
THD
No, I
fucking
did
knew.
it backwards.
He knew.
Dude.
Nice. Thank you, Chick.
Yo, slug those back there.
Of course.
Oh, dude,
Taunt
all
it,
of those
taunt
turned
it.
into traps in my way. Oh my god.
No, taunting the boss for anyone up here. Bring it as far from them as you
Wow,
can.
I
got
gotta
me.
be so fast.
Bring
Bring,
it
I'm
bring it
not-
away
You're
from
already
them.
up. You're already up.
Taunt again,
Never
taunt
mind.
again, taunt again.
Yeah, I speedrun.
Still out of range.
Also, don't even have the stone.
Yeah,
I'm here.
it canceled on you
Such bad loot.
because you lined me at the very end.
That is
Oh, we should
the
try
worst I've
to.
ever seen.
Leech.
We should try to get like specific people tier, right? If
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah,
Yep,
we
it's
are,
happening.
Oh, okay.
Like Div, for example.
No,
Anyway,
you are-
he's
you are
set
not
when he
getting
kills
tier.
heroic.
Oh,
I heard the Holy Priest tier is really good.
I'll take
Thing
a
is like
very
it's,
rare
uh,
item.
Bro, you're already pumping, Nick. I don't think you need shit.
Oh, I didn't even check healing yesterday.
So
He's already
Zenith,
full base.
this is legs.
All I know
Suri
is-
was carrying.
Yeah, Suri was actually carrying like the whole raid. He was doing a ton of healing.
So, Goop, if you get this, you just need
Oh
one
shit, is
more,
that James?
one more
Oh,
piece. and then
maybe.
we'll
Actually, I
use it.
need a take from you, by the way.
Is that how that works?
Oh,
Okay,
maybe.
so
'Cause
I
you
remember
get one from
Maybe.
heroic,
when they
and then
announced
you catalyze
Oh,
the
there's-
chest.
when they announced
Okay,
Farseer
sure, yeah.
Shaman, you were like, "This stinks," and then you played
it's
it,
really fun.
and then you
It's
played it
broken.
one time, and you were like, "Yes, yes, it's so good."
It's
yes.
broken and OP, by the way. So
It's fun. It's fun to play.
Slot machine.
I remember the Wowhead post. They'll need to be
But it's-
seen. They'll be seen far from the bench.
It's,
Yeah, I need to
it's
summon
really
on Duke.
bad, like tuning wise, but having 3
Who's
riptides
the
is
sub?
really fun.
Oh, is it CD?
You summon on both of
He's in
them,
a
Atlas?
bad spot.
Is
He's
it
in a
fun
bad
that you
spot,
spawn
I
little
guess.
guys that are your ancestors?
No, that part's not fun at all. But it's
How
fun
come?
when you keep spawning a bunch of them
Umi,
Yeah.
no more IB.
when they chain off each other.
Wait, hold on. You can just rip Grandpa in the middle of a fight?
Yeah, so you unleash life and it rips Grandpa, and then your riptide is 50%
Wait, hold, back
chance
up,
to
back
rip
up, back up, back up,
Grandpa.
back up, back up. What does ripping Grandpa mean?
Yeah, you
You
know
spawn
what it
for
means.
grenades.
Know
Like
what it
ripping a
means.
grumpy.
You
guys remember
Rip Grandma?
When your grandpa dies, he has a chance to just come back to life.
What is there like a bigger ancestor called Grandpa? Is that what you're?
No, they're just all grandpas.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Atlas does. Yeah, I remember.
It actually alternates.
Dude,
grandpa
yeah, that
and
rip grandma thing was so funny. I haven't seen that in a minute.
Rag? How? Do Rag?
Nobody
Rag
rests?
do.
You deserve a crest if you're not here.
Nobody rests?
Ooh.
Ooh, you get a.
Good point there.
Who got the was there a mystic drop?
I feel like if you didn't
There was
cap
a mystic
crests
and a
before
Zenith
this
off,
raid, you are you
someone.
even trying?
No,
to,
I mean
you know?
off when we did mythic. Mark already has. Did you catalyze that already, Mark, or did you get that from?
I don't have any catalyst stuff.
As in,
I
like,
can't wait for the crowd
I
to
had
go
my
wild
game on in the
because he's
background. It
drunk.
was just playing the WoW music, but honestly, the WoW music,
I would need this.
chat, it
and then
kind
a
of
catalyzed
owns. It
piece
kind of
and then
owns a
the
little.
token
It
and
kind of owns a
the
little
4 piece.
bit, right?
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Right on.
What's
dude.
the best WoW music ever?
I don't.
You good, Mark? You.
So a lot of you guys
upset.
are gonna be like Grizzly Hills because you're fucking basic,
As
but
frog.
it's definitely
Maybe the frog.
the Lich King music or the ICC music, whatever the. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Is it in the Wrath Cinnamon? 1 second.
I think it can be that.
Mine are cooler. Mine are way cooler.
Fuck.
It's maybe the frog. You've seen
Dude,
maybe the frog before.
I tried finding your pet for so long.
Is it this one? Let's see. Yeah, it's this. It's this and it's not close. It's the goat. That's actually a basic take. No. I've gone back on it multiple times, but I always come back to this. It's like how when you talk to System of a Down fans and you ask them what their favorite song is from System of a Down, and it's like they say, if you're like a really basic fan, you say Chop Suey, and then like if you want to sound like you're super into it, you say like Question or Mesmerize or sorry, Hypnotize or you know, Toxicity or something or Lonely Day. But then like once you've like had processed years of listening to System of a Down, you realize the answer is actually just Chop Suey, and it has been the whole time. It's like the bell curve thing, right? It's the same thing with WoW music. You're like, man, this is the first thing that made me love WoW music. This is so fucking dope. And then you're like, oh wait, all this other music is cool. And then you like, and then you come back to it and you're like, wait, this actually was just kind of the goat.
Child.
Also, if we're gonna pull rank here, chat. I majored in music theory in college, and I composed a bit. So also, I'm right, and you're wrong. And you're wrong, and I'm right. So just know that.
Soaking?
I am the definitive opinion on all things music. So, nerd.
Kill him, one phase him, fuck it.
Yes, sir.
That won't happen.
I don't know about
Yo,
that one,
James!
bro.
Well, what if I played tuba in the marching band? Dude, you would have played tuba. Dude, it's so funny. This is such a departure from my stream stuff normally, but like how different music school factions are. Like how different band kids, choir kids, and orchestra kids are, like as like a stereotype, and it's so fucking true. Someone in chat goes, all losers.
Get it ready.
Oh shit, yo James, I got
Fucking
losers.
Bro, you could have just not breath, bro. It's not like our coolers are just like 10 seconds. Actually, you're right. I don't have the old set, so my cooldown is what it is.
Saying?
Oh, this is getting disgusting.
Surely we don't get another one.
Making me real mad.
Surely.
We're gonna get the next phase because you used that.
Oh man, my Dragon Rage actually is over. GG.
Oh,
and I have no remaining damage because I don't have the old set anymore.
Come Shaq.
Oh no.
Here I go.
There's no way Sang has the new set and he's crying.
Guys,
guys, we're
No, I'm so fucking happy when I get rid of it.
What is it out of all of them? Who's the coolest though? Oh, it's choir kids for sure. Let's keep it a buck. Because, dude, when you're in like middle school or high school, and not all those dudes are all-star singers or girls, but like they are secure enough in their personality that they can just sing in front of other people, which is so personal that they're just dope. Like they don't give a fuck about anything. Like they're not scared of shit. But there's so many band and orchestra kids that could never sit up in front of the class and fucking sing the exact same scale they were playing on. Even if they could do it musically, they'd be like scared, you know? Fucking basically all other music kids get shit on. Fucking stay small, by the way. Dude, Shaq, you fucking inspired me, by the way, yesterday.
Hey, man.
Are you doing RC saw? Or are you just natty doing this?
You were going massive.
You're doing it. It's good.
Yep, amen.
Doing quite good.
Bornstone?
Wait, oh, we need a little something here. Max, do you see the meter right now? Sang is getting full buff with 5
Yeah,
PIs.
oh, dude, okay, yeah, I know, and look what his top spell is. Fucking look at it.
Oh, please don't tell me. No, no.
Johnny,
Bro,
look at,
but
the,
mine-
look at the meat, Johnny.
He's
That
he
comes from
literally
the
can't do
last one.
anything else but hit that one button.
Aw, shit.
Jack, you see how much my tier did?
Frog goes crazy.
Wait, let me check. Let me check how much.
1.8%.
Wait,
You know what?
why don't you get the 15% one? The new one.
Oh, the 15% one? Yeah, don't worry, soon.
Saying you only have 4 buttons on your keyboard.
No, I actually have a full keyboard.
He has a full one. Dude, I wanna make a full Pokemon game for you, Sink, just so you can have a
You
good
play on
time
your
on
Game
it.
Boy on WoW. Playing dev.
Wait, what?
Assaulted.
Yeah, you can play on his Game Boy.
I'm gonna blow up Lip.
Hey.
Dude, you know what I really missed over the last couple months, not really being at Raid, is saying wanting everything that drops. I just haven't heard it like come out of his
I don't
mouth
want
in a while.
anything.
He doesn't want anything though.
He
already
literally
Until
just
it
drops, then
complained
he wants
last
it.
boss
He
that
complained
had the
about
new
getting
set.
loot.
He says
Yeah,
that,
he
but
just
wait till the
complained
staff
about-
drops on
Earlier
this boss.
today, he was like, "Yeah, I wish I got a staff yesterday."
Yeah.
What do you mean?
That's what you said.
Bro, I tried to not take this icon and no one wanted it, so now it's just mine. I guess.
It's my
Because they got nerfed.
Oh,
They-
that's actually so weird.
Where
Wait,
was?
so Atlas didn't.
It's not even
No.
your base.
Dude,
either.
Atlas,
Back in the-
there was at
everyone
least
rated.
4
It's-
people that
it's
said it
no
was
one's
Biss.
Wait,
It's no one's base. It's arms
either
way
base.
base.
We're not talking about
Yeah,
that.
okay, healer base.
Oh,
yeah.
we're
Mark
getting
did not want
controversial
that
again.
ticket.
Bro, Mark was doing less damage than Rogue on Karok. I'm just gonna say that. Like, Rogue was looking
Dude,
good
Mark, they
as well.
picked the worst
5%,
boss,
man.
Mark. They picked
Yep,
the worst
5%'s 5%. That scales with Icon as well.
Can you
Yep.
probably loot on healers on these next 2 bosses?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that could be good.
Yeah, the last
so
boss is
just-
hard.
Glad you brought that up.
You need this for full set lip, the chest.
I was actually
over
thinking
shoulders.
about that now with healers
get
being
those,
like
so-
individually, I think more powerful than
Just
they've
hold
been
on to it until this
for a
boss
long time in
dies,
WoW.
just to-
Is healer gear a lot better than we're giving it credit for, just in general in
You
progression?
have the chest to catalyze, right? Yeah.
I mean, if they do damage, yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel
Like
like
just
you,
resist.
But I haven't equipped it. I
yeah,
could
like disc.
send
Well,
it
I feel
somewhere
like you
else.
guys have been getting gear. I feel like healers just straight up get gear the same as DPS because you know they're always going to be in. I feel like it's been that
Hold
way
it
for
a
years.
sec,
I
I'll
mean,
see
last
what
year it
drops
was
off
for
this.
sure important to have healer gear for this fated
Yeah.
thing. It doesn't matter.
That's
Yeah, we
3.
just chain rip
This
4
is
stacks,
all-
right?
Oh, wait, do male all play the braces? The crafted braces?
Do you gain anything from that?
DPS
Yeah, it
should,
goes
yeah.
last phase.
Is
Not-
getting to
not
the last
all
phase
hogs.
faster even good?
Hogs
But
do
maybe
Last,
it's playing.
last time
Yeah,
I
we kill the
remember
boss
when
faster.
we... Last
He
time I
cut his
remember
leg
when we
over.
did
I
the
don't
boss,
think so,
we
because
just
in
did it.
heroic
for
you get a
sure.
lot of DPS time by just killing the ads faster,
That
and you
hasn't
get to hit
changed,
the
maybe?
boss though. It's like
No,
it's
no,
less
you use
it's less
Draco
fast.
Fist.
No, but like she like hits the threshold.
Hog
where
uses
you can't
Draco
take
Fist
it.
now?
It's crazy.
Oh,
This shit is
you're right, and
Where
she
the
fucking
fuck-
hatches everything.
what
Literally
happened?
everyone
Yeah.
uses
I don't
them,
know.
right?
They're at
He
2%
holds
mastery
the
or
best.
Who the hell
some
dropped the ball?
I think you just rip 4 stacks and push.
That's 3DR.
I'm
or
assuming
something.
you use Draco Fist, but I guess you're looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, at some point apparently you just actually are done wanting mastery.
That makes sense, I guess.
There's too much mastery on
I
this
think you
tier.
flip it, yeah.
Anyone know how it moves on heroic?
THD also,
No,
one
that's
thing you can do
I don't know.
Just wing it.
It's flipped.
in
What's up?
it's somewhere in your settings
hitting the
because of your raid
boss.
frames. Do you see how the little personals on raid frames you need
Boss
to
hit
do
a lot.
like X minus 2
No,
from where it
don't,
is right now,
that's
so it
fair.
lines up with the side of it. Also, I think your debuffs are in the bottom right, so you
make
might
it
want to
work.
make it grow to the right and put it in the bottom
I'm
left
getting my ping.
of each frame.
Wait, did you say?
Yeah.
Did you say Orc doesn't
I'll do
play
advanced
the
geometry
braces then?
later.
Hog
It's not
plays Draco
advanced
Fist.
geometry.
Oh, they do. Okay.
And
I
if
guess
they don't,
all
they
Also,
fucking
can
nailed it.
if it
It's
makes you
bracers,
feel
so it
better,
doesn't
I
matter either way.
disable it when you're not here.
Well, I know you do that.
I
Oh,
don't
we're
really
missing an egg, by the way,
I
right?
just fucking gate. I just fucking
it's
gate
spotted
across
over
the
here.
room.
Can we kill
Good
it?
talk.
News,
we
we
can
can't
just
damage
kill
her
it.
anymore in like 20%.
Can you
Just
kill it on top of the boss, or does it heal too
Yeah.
much?
Yeah, it's just
No,
vibing.
Nah, it heals too much. Yeah, you have to pull it out.
I'm just breaking any egg I see.
Dude, fired up yesterday when KSP was playing. Were you giving him notes on every boss like you were supposed to?
He was in bed.
I was,
Not carrying
yeah.
on.
No, he was not. He was in bed.
Personals, 5
I
stack.
was giving him lots of pointers and.
Boom!
Ow!
Okay, so
Wow.
so you
Someone
hate
didn't
him then?
listen?
So let's not do.
What?
KSP
It
don't
was
need
called-
pointers. KSP
It was
fucking
called,
made
bud.
fired up.
4 stack here, 4 stack here. I'm going
We've
this
been
way.
doing theory
Yeah,
crafting all of today.
I'll good. I'll just
And
keep slamming
yesterday for sure.
personals until we're done.
Yeah, let's put another personal in.
That was through Diva too.
Hold on, I'm out of personals because I only have 2.
All right, here's a Zephyr.
Weird.
I think I'm.
You have to
Zephyr,
learn
but
how to
after-
be on the bench, man. Like, what happens next year if your character's a baby and you have to help him? You have to learn.
Hmm.
I just do that.
Okay.
I was watching on Rezageth.
Yeah.
That's
A
He's
little
yelling
cozy
at
3?
Loud
Nah.
trying to
Cozy
just
3?
murder you.
Actually, it's kind of impossible
Yeah,
to have
we're
a
gonna go
baby.
mid
It's,
after this, I think.
isn't it with heroic week? It's kind of impossible for someone to have a baby character, right? If you don't want them to.
Yeah.
Yeah, until they just
I mean, we want fired up
gate
too.
the last few bosses on heroic week. They just don't spawn there.
Yeah.
You go mid.
The tuning usually turns out good if they gate the bosses.
All right,
as well.
cozy 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I'll get this one, yips. Nope.
Sure, I'll get this.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
dude. Do you remember?
gotta
Dude,
gauge the bosses
dude.
for lore, bro.
I'm pretty sure this is true. I think we paid people 10 million gold if they would show up and potentially trade James a tier piece.
I love
4 stack.
Those were the days, man.
We just
Four,
like
four, four,
fucking
bang.
said,
And
"Fuck it, bro."
I think we found
Dang.
one person in the entire country that could do that.
It was like 3 or something. I think.
No, was it 3?
It's because
I think it was
they
couple.
literally
Cozy
had
4?
to have killed Rygel on heroic and looted the shoulders off Rygel on heroic and not locked themselves to
Actually,
normal.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah.
literally
It
like
was like a
Cozy
cozy
4.
It was a
Like,
super
on
weird,
this one.
yeah.
yeah, it was like 1 in a million type fucking chance.
Yeah, if only we knew then that we were freaking out about not having Foresight in week 1, and it was actually just going to be a month-long raid.
7
All
week
good.
to, yeah.
Yep.
Do a 3.
If
Back
it
is dead,
splits
he doesn't
that
wanna
tier,
swap
I
back.
actually feel like this splits that tier were the worst ever. Like, I literally just felt... Like,
It's
I
kind
just
of late
kept
because we were just
logging
doing the same
and
boss over and over.
Yeah, I mean, at least you were like you were on a
24
locked
play from Rumbles
character.
Fund.
You were on a
Yeah.
locked character, so it was like kind of chill once you swapped.
Last
Dude-
4 come to boss.
Dude, I was thinking about it more. I think they really should just like first week of Mythic, like gear doesn't fucking work, and it's just like tuned for like think about this week, right? Like yesterday,
I'll get the
we
close
did
one,
it with
yes.
basically no new tier. We couldn't upgrade any of our gear. All that shit was like super fucked. We didn't do any heroic or Mythic plus, and it felt like our pushes on Razagath were literally our progression pushes. Like it was a little lower on progression, but that's because we didn't have as optimized classes in.
So you want it designed
You're
around?
Well, no, I
1%?
don't.
we
I
talked
don't
last
want to
set of
design around the
ads.
1%. What happened
No,
last?
designing around
But
1%
that's
is wild.
designing it
Listen,
around the 1.
listen. What happened? No,
because it's coming from
THD.
you.
Fuck.
It's coming
Okay.
from you, a professional
You're
player.
arguing with the dumbest
I-
person.
I've
in the
already
world.
uploaded this to
Last
TikTok.
patch, we killed the last boss at 481 eye level, and then everyone else was supposed to kill it at 488. This patch, we're gonna kill this boss at 492 eye level, and everyone else is gonna have 30 eye levels more, like
Good.
almost 40, like that.
don't believe
And
that at
there,
all, by the
and
way.
then it will be easy. Like if that was the case on Tindril and Fireack, it wouldn't have farmed nearly as many people.
Back under boss.
Okay, but that's
Isn't
a
Sang
professional
already
player.
I'm
thing.
530. I can't move.
5
I mean,
guzzies
you're
here.
a
5
professional
fucking
player.
guzzies.
Dude, if you call me, bro, THD, I'm gonna give you a fucking swirly, buddy.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Great look for Sang.
Oh my god!
Dude, they don't want it. man.
No,
They
Sang
don't
said he didn't
want
want
it.
it.
Sang-
Sang said he
That's
didn't want it
Emerald
yesterday.
screen.
Sang said he didn't want it.
needs it.
Is it
I want
actually
it. Let's get
Basil's
controversial.
That
Let's
item
get
is-
controversial.
that
Give it
item
to
is
do.
literally- That item's literally there just to upgrade a
He needs it.
legendary.
He needs it.
Let's just
Oh,
Give it to
he's
do.
complaining
No,
about
that
getting
definitely.
Oh,
should
and
go
we're
to a main
complaining.
evoker.
Yeah,
Aren't
it's-
evokers all just buying the fucking?
It's to save-
Yeah, that
Christmas?
staff is literally
Oh.
used to upgrade the legendary. That's
But
all
Durag
it's for.
could use it though.
The staff is used
Nah,
to
fuck
upgrade
Durag.
the legendary.
fuck Durag.
Amen.
No, I agree with Sang. Fuck Durag.
Okay, no problem.
If I don't have the base
But
legendary,
it would
can
be
I
an
just buy
immediate
it,
upgrade
or
for
is
someone
it,
for sure.
or is it?
Yeah, you gotta
Oh
earn
no,
it,
if
but
you
No, you have
it's
to get it, Natty.
5
That's good.
heroic kills and you'll
Oh
get it.
yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
you
is
have
that
to-
real?
Yeah,
Or
Topo,
is
go
that-
find
it's
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. They
Yo,
made
go
it
find
so
a
easy
find
to
an
search
Abra
for
group
it.
this week.
I'm sure it's
It's
5, by
5
the way.
heroic kills.
I'm sure it's 5.
Are we doing
For
Abras over
sure.
this today?
For sure.
Yeah, we're doing a quick Abra.
Yeah,
set
we're
doing
for
a
this.
world
I'll-
tour,
I'll
yeah.
be
You
there.
better be
I
fucking
think
better
Tomo
than
just
fun.
gets this if he has to do some shit.
Black Temple's next.
And then this
I did Black
stagger,
Temple
one
last
Mexar,
night. It
one
was sick. I got
James.
nothing.
Can't wait. Let me shoot
What
ping.
was this? Mystic? Is this good for you, Mark? This is set, right?
Yeah, that'd be
Shoulders.
4-piece.
Why do you sound so upset about that?
My normal voice.
Yo, Alice.
Yo. Oh, dude. Ah, fuck. Mine's not plugged in. No, that's a fucking
the
air conditioner. We
healer
have
trinket
magic
is-
air
Is it
conditioners.
a
Whoever
hot day
wants-
over there or something?
Who even wants the healer?
I was hot
wants-
yesterday.
It's Johnny wants one, and are you playing it, Zevi or sorry?
Yo,
I was
Splat,
I
rating
think so, yeah.
yesterday, and my room was 81 degrees the whole
I'm
time.
pretty sure the season 4 tier set for Demo does the same damage as the season 3 one.
Perfect.
This boss is a movie on heroic.
Yeah, we had to fight this, and then we get to do it
Good for
again.
you, Swap.
Oh.
I have a bracelet for that.
You already
Sing, are
have-
you going red?
Just wait a minute, pal.
I'm gonna Sophic.
Oh,
I'm like, I'm gonna
it's
head. I don't
free.
know. I'll
They
go
actually
ahead.
dropped free.
Anyone got a
Go ahead then.
wafting?
I'm giving you
Yeah,
my
I'll buy a
Broodkeeper.
Sophic.
So there's some wafting in the guild bank still.
I didn't,
Oh,
I
they
don't
get
see
robbed.
any. There's
No,
only
I
3
took it.
frozen.
Oh, yep, they got robbed.
Wait, did someone take all of them?
I took one.
Let's check the
There's
log.
One left.
There's only one left.
Who stole what?
Rafcore took Frozen Devotion. What the fuck?
Interesting.
Rafcore took Frozen Devotion 8 months ago.
Do you have a piece you
Why
can
does it only-
catalyze?
Why is it on 8 months ago?
Wait, it hasn't updated in 8 months.
What's going
Do
on?
you have a piece you can catalyze?
Yes, it
Nick,
is
as
broke the
well?
banks. I didn't even notice.
Or do you want a piece to
New bug.
catalyze? Probably want a piece right now.
Money log. Pop Druid. What the fuck?
You gotta play with that one. Is Lela chest useful for anyone? The one off the first boss.
Catalyst next week.
I'd use it for item level if I wants it.
So, any wafters?
Level.
How does it work if your new set is the same as old set?
It doesn't.
They don't
The
share.
new
It has
one.
to all be new.
You just gotta get it.
Nice.
Yeah, they're separate. And
Yeah,
also they
that's
can just
good.
bug.
That's good.
So beware.
I love having the same set bonus. I don't.
Do this and then I'll see about the chest because
Just split up
actually,
nice.
what can you?
Like, how we splitting? How we
Just do it
splitting?
nice.
So,
Just
you
do
have
it
to-
nice.
What do you
Ah,
need?
fuck it.
You need shoulders, right?
Oh yeah, we gotta get
You
in.
usually don't
Shoulders
have.
or gloves?
Yo, guys, on heroic,
Shoulders
we
or
gotta get in
gloves.
the pools to dodge the
Assuming
wind.
that Zenith
oh my
piece
god.
still exists.
Oh my
the
god,
Yeah,
chest.
it is,
Zenith.
yeah, the chest.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I'm here to
So,
remind.
so like if you
God,
get
you
the
are
chest,
wise.
if you get the chest, then you
I'm
would
what?
take
You did
wise.
not lost pull on heroic.
Then I
Nico.
need shoulders or gloves. Yes.
Shut up, Alice.
Oh,
Like,
God,
like
she
as,
won.
as a
Dude,
catalyst.
Stay small.
Yeah, as a catalyst. But...
Yo, by the way, YouTube. You guys see this fucking immature ass shit in Twitch chat, right? Fucking unreal, man. Unreal. Twitch L Twitch. Bro, you eat plastic? I'm not eating plastic. I'll show you what I'm eating, okay? I'm eating a coconut granola protein bar. Okay, that's what I'm eating. It's not plastic. It is a protein bar. I just happen to eat it by, like... I don't want to get my hands dirty, so I bite the plastic, but I pull the thing out of it. It's fucking, it goes hard as fuck, bro. I promise. Guys, it's smart. It's smart. Just try it.
We need cap totem.
Yes, let's make.
Have fun with
The
some
Ed
of those
first?
orbs.
Max, did you see that Fired Up and Shaq are doing TGP? Wait, really? With who? Is it a good team? Yoda and Crims? Who's Crims? I've heard the name Crims before. He was on some other team. Sounds EU, too. Oh, mandatory player. Okay. They're playing with the mage. That's interesting. Fired Up is playing with another mage player. Actually, not really interesting, to be honest with you. One thing that's commonly not known about Fired Up, because mage is a raid buff and you always need a mage, and he's pretty good at it. Like, if you have Fired Up in your guild, you're probably going to have him play mage. He is, like... Fired Up is probably the best multi-classer in our guild. But you just never get a chance to see him do it. Like, if you're putting Fired Up on an MDI team and you already have a good mage, I would probably have Fired Up multi-class unless you were extremely confident in that guy's ability to do that. But I mean, Crim's just fucking beat Echo, so...
You guys are dead. I'm
Maybe
going
the
to
guy's a
Fired Up
monster.
here. Okay, come on. Why do I get that? Mate, always on lip.
Okay.
Taking
No
a me.
version on
That's,
Earth,
that's the
right?
one rule in the Storm Surge.
There's not a version.
And I always like some of our better players playing with people that are like, you know, potential. Like for example, there could be a few players on mandatory that are like super fucking insane, but you'll never know, right? Until you have someone in your guild play with them. But like that's how people get recruited to our guild. Like someone will play with them and they'll be like, yo, this guy's sick. But you don't know. You'll never know until you play with them. So I always like them branching out and playing with a lot of different people. That's happened a few times with like poachers. Well, not poaching intentionally. It's just like it's really hard to actually find someone who's good enough to do this. And playing with people is the only way you can know. And you know pretty fast. Like if you were to do like like any of you, if you were to do a dungeon with evade and comms, you would know within like 2 dungeons that guy is like as good as anyone who plays WoW. Instantly, you'd know. It's not something that you would need more time, and like, but you can't know until you play with them.
Fucking nothing to do.
Please. I'm just gonna stand here like a fucking roadblock.
Bring back artifact power.
Oh,
They need
And
Chaos
Titan
Dungeons
Forging.
in the next raid, right? Interesting.
Didn't Ben vouch for Shaq? Yeah, Shaq was like on JB's Mythic Plus team, and Ben's Mythic Plus team, but like, that could mean so many things, right? So like, but Ben like vouched for us to pick up Shaq, and that's when we picked up Shaq. Shaq at that point was a completely unproven player. Like he had done some Mythic Plus stuff, but he had played pretty low in raids. He had never raided at a high level, but I mean, Shaq's as good as anyone in our guild, right? When you're good at the game and you play with other people that are good, you just fucking know, dude. You just know. You can see stuff.
Are we gonna do like heroic sales or anything, or no?
Not this
Thank
week.
you.
Probably
Yes.
will
Okay.
in the future though. We have to see the pricing. I think we might on Sunday. We might do a couple of fire acts because
The Ben vouch is the best you can get. That's actually pretty true for a few reasons. I mean, obviously you're referring to the fact that Ben is really good. Like obviously Ben is good, but Ben doesn't go out of his way to compliment people. I'm not saying he's like an asshole. He's just like, I mean, he's just kind of like that. Like he's just he just kind of does his own thing. He doesn't really say a lot. But like if he goes out of his way to like tell me that someone is good, I'm going to recruit that person 1,000,000% of the time. Like I will fucking walk through hot coals to recruit that person.
It's gonna hit back here.
I wish, bro.
I'm out here with the fucking dragons.
Yo, send
Yeah,
us
we
down
just-
there.
Stun? Any stun? God damn it.
That
No, those are too
that grip
far.
was illegal.
I didn't
I gripped
rep
one
those
back.
ones, bro.
Man.
Nice.
Thing's always on the side with all the AoE.
Even kill.
Why are we counting down?
Dang.
Did you hear that one time he said blah? Dude, that's what... that's pretty funny. You know what's funny about the blah thing is knowing him? I bet when that first became a bit, he fucking hated it, but his chat knew that he hated it, so they just kept doing it, and now he's just embraced it. I know the exact path that took.
Yay. Chichi, yay.
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 You playing on pre-patch?
Yep.
You gonna be there
Part
for
of-
Thursday?
Did you see the tank situation in the guild?
There's a druid last I remembered.
Oh wait, are you guys playing Kata?
Guess who it is though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of
Dude,
course.
I was
You know
just
who it was?
talking about this. I need to fucking... I need to
I
scoot
saw
my
it at
way
some
into one of
point,
those
but I don't
guilds.
remember.
It starts with an M.
Good luck.
Is it maybe?
Yep, it's me.
Yeah, Atlas,
If there's anyone that
Atlas
can
submitted
nail
the
tanking,
roster
it's
lock
me.
last week.
That guy's
so.
a beast.
It's
He
been
can
locked
do
like
anything
4
he puts his
times.
mind to.
Oh, that shit's locked. That's fine.
You can't play Shadow
Oh, maybe
Priest.
someone quits though.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah,
of
actually, you know what?
flakiness in
Fucking
our
kick
groups.
someone and unlock that shit. I'm fucking
You
in.
need a 27th, man.
Alright, CC's gone.
No, I will not be.
you're 26
I
now.
will not be raid leading or speaking at all. I'm only gaming.
You can take my spot.
Razzie?
Let's fucking go. All right, it's Razzie
Okay,
time.
so
Go upgrade
you
though.
got the, I got the thing here. Just wait a sec for this.
All the weapons.
Definitely,
Yeah, put it in.
definitely
I need
send
the
up
legs,
these.
the legs.
In
I
your
could just-
bag,
Didn't even
the
drop
other
mark,
ones.
so-
I could just take the Natty Dreadful, Scott.
So Natty Dreadful's THT is set. And
I
then
got one. I got a
Goop
full set next
needs.
week.
Wait, are
Goop
hunters
needs
gonna?
one.
Are hunters gonna have the bow in this patch
Yeah.
Yep.
at
Yeah,
Giga
let's
High
go.
level? Wait, didn't they end up
Weapons such
nerfing?
a
Was that
joke.
thing even
Yeah,
good?
Are those Omni tokens?
That's good, yeah.
Those
But
two
it
and
got
webs
nerfed
like
a lot.
nice for upgrading.
It's still a funny weapon for them.
It's just high level still.
Dude, this is so nice.
Where do we turn this tier thing in at?
I don't know where the vendor is.
Wait, if you have the bow from
It's
before,
it's in the same place as the.
Is this a made up
Can you
dragon
upgrade it?
thing? Hero
No,
Straza.
it's not a
It's
legendary.
epic.
oh shit.
Read the token. That dragon is not real.
Legs.
What do you say?
The Lella leg's good for anyone.
It says to turn into the
for
dragon. Hero
this
Straza.
week.
It's above the, it's like
on
behind and
joiners.
above the vault. That's
I'll
I'm
be
on
shotgun
the milk run, so I'll take you to it.
I'll show you where
yeah,
it's
no,
like
just-
above
just
Hero
talk really
the-
Straza?
about
I'm
low.
talking to Hero Straza right now.
My only
What
option
is
is
it?
What are the Hero
shoulders.
Straza? I've never heard of that dragon before.
You're on the off face as well.
Shoulders.
Devi, are they good for you?
They're fine. Yeah.
Act as well.
Over here, joiners.
So does for these, it's Goop has to get one of the. Goop has to get one of these, and the. Then a thing. Sang already
And
has
make sure you
his,
buy the
right?
PvP one too.
Mystic here, is that
Don't
your
buy that
full
one.
set, Mark? If you get this,
That would be my
do you
5
already-
set.
oh, you already have 4. Okay.
Ah, dang.
Dang,
What
Mark.
else for Mystic then? This is KSP that's in. And Smacked. Is this your full set, Smacked? It's not, right?
No, I only have.
If you got 2, it would be.
Where's the
Because
set
you have
vendor?
Catalyst
Yeah,
Challenge plus the
Catalyst
thing.
and-
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
All right, the question is, does anyone have more eye level than Sang?
Then
No.
the braces, just this last one. Does anyone get full set from one singular?
This week or next?
This week. You already got your 2-piece, right, Sari? Because you got the.
Yeah. Okay.
Max, I'm curious. Is no one in the guild working morning shifts? No one in our... Almost no one in our guild has another job besides this. This is what they do. A few people do. A few of our Europeans, I believe, work mornings, but their mornings are, like, in the middle of the night for us, so it, like, works perfectly fine.
No, you can have it, though, if you want. Let's
Where do I go to turn in this egg?
What eye level is saying? I'm 509. Well, I'm assuming that a lot of you guys who Mythic Plus yesterday are going to be higher than everyone in our guild because we raided for 7 hours gaining nothing. Well, I guess they gained Mythic eye level gear, but it was bugged and couldn't be upgraded, but I guess you could upgrade it now. Maybe the Mythic eye level gear will overdo the amount of, like, just sample size you got from heroic pieces.
What the
I don't
fuck
know.
are you-
We're looking for the tier
There's
guy.
no way
He
it's
said, he
in-
said a
oh,
building
it's here.
behind us.
Yeah,
It's
building,
where the
the
parting
certain ones
glass,
are
yeah,
Free
that's what he said.
chaperone.
Yeah, and then the vendors are on the right wall.
Oh,
like,
here he
when you're
is.
zoning in. Just
Make
to
sure
the
you
left.
Liquid Raiders get a living wage. Well, it's like a chicken before the egg thing, right? So most of our guild, not all, are people who live either with their parents or have like been living pretty cheap for a while. And the reason they're good enough to be in this guild is because they were able to live with their parents or had the ability to like just play games all day every day with no consequences for a long period of time, to be honest with you. That's like kind of how that works, right? Like you're just 10 times more likely to be good enough at something like this than someone who's like doing it after work rather than someone who can do it 16 hours a day and be obsessed with it. So it's like basically supplemental income to that. But yeah, our players make anywhere from, I think brand new players make 500 a month, or a little more than that, and then tenured players, based on how long you've been here, what role you serve in the guild, can be upwards of like 2K per month, for just playing WoW. Basically, it's not a big time commitment. It's like 2 days a week or something outside of the race. And then also you get lump sum payments of like $2,000 to $3,000 every raid on top of that for the extra time you spent and Twitch cuts, stuff like that. Are they getting paid from the guild? Yeah. And they get McDonald's franchises.
What do you think?
You remember?
You don't need it. If you don't need it, Goop,
I
just
have
trade
them,
it to Mavie.
You want to trade for Helm from
so he
Death?
has it for later. Just because you literally don't need it.
You're the GM, so how much do you get? I have like a different deal with Liquid because I'm their... I stream a lot as well, and we knew that coming in. I actually don't even get paid from the guild at all, I don't think. I'm like paid separately from Liquid on a whatever it is, like a streaming contract, I guess, so I get just paid monthly. They also gave me a little equity in Liquid as well. But that contract actually doesn't... I mean, I made more money from Complexity, like contract-wise. This was just a lot better deal for everybody. I make... A very small portion of the money I make is from Liquid. Yeah, so basically I have 2.5 McDonald's franchises. Yeah.
My way to you.
Yeah, I'll log over Hans.
That's so good.
Someone on
Phased.
YouTube
Oh, wait,
says
no,
he makes all of his
right
money
here.
from
Never
YouTube
mind.
live stream viewers. Yes, yes, yes.
Thanks.
Dude, it's gonna be a
Saying?
vibe when we get the raid port.
What's up?
You ready to do some crafting?
Oh, you okay? Sure. Just need to know where and when.
Flying back to Vodraken now.
Okay, can you prepare me so I can already start logging on it? Or
Like 1 minute.
oh, okay, it's a surprise. Alright, okay.
Should we send our shit?
I don't know, Lip.
Your call domes.
I don't want to call.
Alright, Alice, your call.
What's on what?
Some crafting stuff.
Yeah, of course.
So the evokers, if I'm correct, you guys don't want to make major changes to your positioning right now. You'd rather just do the spatial timings here, because like as long as you're near Atlas for the first one.
Yeah, we can get Atlas no matter what.
And then if you
First one.
spatial the second, that's when I think almost everyone you want to buff is on the
I
opposite
think
side of the room as
Tobo
you.
spatials first. But that's just because the healer needs it.
Oh, that's,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
pretty,
I can-
that's pretty
positioning is-
cooked.
I think his
I
position is
mean,
better for second.
If
than
it's
mine
better
is.
for you to do second DPS, I can just.
I don't know that
spatial.
recipe,
It's not
Hans.
really needed. It's
GG.
just nice.
I was just giving Alice like the
Apparently I gotta
long
do the
presence
last
and then it was
rock
fine.
quest. Just send it as a
Okay,
public.
oh, that works then.
I have it if you.
Yeah, saying
don't
has it,
wanna
I
hold
guess. I didn't know that you needed to fucking get
Yeah,
a new
the
one.
crest one.
Yeah,
Like Tobo,
that's
your
what I do.
positioning is better for the second Storm Surge targets, right? Like,
Bro,
Yeah,
how
I
many times
think
am I
so.
crafting this neck near me?
so spatials actually work out.
What?
I just need to put them on the right.
Why am I looking at THD Shaman right now? Okay.
Because he's crafting, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
hype.
that is
Can I
fucking
get a
hype.
Riz?
Yeah.
Right up.
I can't do the crest stuff, but I can do anything else right now. I'll get the crest stuff.
Oh wait. Saying which one is your blacksmith?
Zapdos.
Okay, that's the one I will need after the aspect.
Instead of
Just public
Silverbush.
order it.
Yes.
Roll the dice.
There's something else. Like I was thinking about how we could have shaved off that 3 whatever % yesterday without actually improving gear. I think it would have just involved having to change a few classes. I also think that, and I could be wrong about this, if you're going back and killing bosses for the first time, especially in a raid where AUG didn't exist, I think AUG probably isn't good, because I think the buff time, like how good Aug is in an optimal scenario, it's just not an optimal scenario. But also, like, if you can get it right with a damage amp, like Aug is like gonna turbo be the best class in the game. So I don't know. It's like, I don't think you make any changes now, but I could see us not running Aug yesterday and just having lower pulls initially, because there's just less weird shit, you know? Like, there's just simply more pulls needed to acclimate to proper Aug gameplay than other specs, I think is just a somewhat true statement.
I think these fights are also designed without Aug in mind, and every other fight is designed with Aug in mind.
What do you mean by that?
These bosses are so much more spread out, and
yeah, like Razageth, fucking dude, Razageth's huge.
Like
And you
no
literally
other
are
boss
forced
in
to
any other
spread.
raid are you forced to spread as much in this raid. Like Dathia, your turbo spread, Senarth, your turbo spread, this boss, your turbo spread. Whereas like every other boss in all the newer raids, they're all fine.
I'm glad we did it though, because I think that's a skill that we haven't had a lot of time to hone yet, which is Aug players getting good at optimizing Aug early in progression. That's just something you've only done for like 6 months, and is something that is really hard. I think we'll be able... I'm interested to see how different our eye level is after first pull. Our overall eye level in our last play yesterday was 490.1. I think it'll be a few higher than that.
What are the tier sets we got? We got Ret Pally, 1 Warlock, 2 Evoker.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No rogues? No 4-piece for rogues?
Why was Resto Shaman
Yeah,
doing a lot of healing yesterday?
Because Saria's OP.
What's their profile now? Like, is it still like Healing
Just-
Tide isn't an awesome cooldown, AG isn't an awesome cooldown, but you just do good healing all the time kind of thing?
Yeah, you just blast all the time with a bunch of small cooldowns.
Are you a chain heal healer?
Yeah. Most of the time, yeah.
It's actually really good. I don't know if you'd want to... Like, a really good healer comp in, like, an ideal scenario sounds something like what a Paladin or Shaman would do, and then 2, like, really, really bursty healers like Monk or Disc, or what, like, old Resto Druid was. Something like that. Because I think the tiers where we've run 3 bursty healers with, like, just Dryny outside of that, basically, have been... There's been...
This tier I was nothing.
You're just
No
fucking
one's
nothing.
upset. He was just a fucking
No
pebble
one's
on the side of the
upset,
road.
He's the
Steve
Devo
Aura.
buff.
I think next expansion I'm gonna be like a Resto Druid kinda.
Yeah, you're gonna be a fucking simp dropping your armaments.
Oh yeah, actually.
No,
well, no,
they
not
better
that.
be
Not,
good.
dude. He is right though. Like the other, like Holy Paladin's profile is probably gonna be way different next expansion.
I think there's gonna be a pretty big skill gap too when it comes to the Herald of the Sun, because you can min-max your hots pretty well.
That's good.
You
dude.
have a fucking
That
thing
sounds
called
sick.
Herald of the Sun?
Yep.
That's sick. It's probably shit, but it sounds sick.
That sounds sick.
Hots.
Dude, paladins
Hots, I
paladins
fucking
have
love
like
hots, man.
paladins are so weird. They have 2 of like the absolute best hero talents in the game right now in Herald of the Sun and Templar, and I think they might have the single worst one in the game in Lightsmith.
Yeah, like half the Lightsmith talents just are for PvP.
It's just corny as fuck. You just like leave shit on. It's just bad.
There's 2 parts of the game, John. It's not all about PvE, dog.
Yeah.
There's
That's-
also world questing check. You forgot
That's a
that one.
privileged take, actually, what he just did. Johnny, did you already put the markers on the other platform?
Yep.
What a fucking monster. Oh, I was going to mention something yesterday. If we even make it this low this time, I don't know how strong we're going to be. Is it possible that we actually want to change our gate timing? Because what we were doing there was we were gating the really hard 3 fulminates, but we actually got those 4th at the end, and we wanted them to suicide, but they're too slow to do that. So wouldn't they actually want to gate out, and can't they actually take the gate because they're not rooted? They should be able to while they're snared, right?
Yeah.
So like you could actually have people's gate cooldowns off CD there so they can suicide easily and no one else has to move. I feel like that's way better than doing the baby one on the previous one. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, just don't get the 4th.
Oh, also
think
something
we're
I
about to-
noticed on a lot of our polls is you guys need the people who don't have stacks, because we're all kind of condensed in one spot. it's pretty easy for like only 5 of you to be kind of cognizant of where the tornadoes are, and a lot of people had 0 stacks and a bunch of people had 6. It's way harder for our healers to heal what it was yesterday, like THD and Mavie and like a few other people having 6 stacks during damage events. You guys are just running out of personals and just dying, and other people are fully healthy, and it's you want to spread it out. You would rather have way more 1 stacks and 2 stacks than that. And in an ideal world, the tanks just soak a million of them, but they had a bunch of them yesterday too. So they actually had more. The tanks had more in the first few pulls. Did you guys dial it back a little bit after the first
Yeah,
couple?
I mean, I was kind of going insanely hard, and I just ran out of death advances, and it was actually fucking... Like, if you run out of death advances in this phase, it's rough. You just get pushed off the platform.
Well, we shouldn't, right? With 4 time spirals? There's no fucking way.
I don't know, I never get hit by them, I'm pretty sure. Or they're all phonies.
Yeah, they are phonies.
Is that a good word? American word? Phony?
Yeah, phony's a good
like
one.
baloney?
Time spiral for what, Scott?
Death advance.
Well, we just need it. We need it as long as you get a time spiral on every single Tempest wave, right?
I think there are signs, like we're each assigned.
Yeah.
It's just the matter of like the boss is huge and our arms are very small.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think they're doing it. I think they're doing it. I'm just like far out at that point.
Far out, bro. All right, let's go.
So we just need to know relative to like where you are, so we hit you as well.
Is it at 40 yards?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I think it might actually be this. Yeah, this platform is fucking huge.
I'm pretty sure Ramjas is like 60 yards wide. She's fat as hell.
Okay.
Grab the tornadoes as they're at the edge. Yeah.
Yeah, if we go under it, should be better, I guess.
Oh, I was gonna mention Wernstone. So classes that aren't getting rescued through those last couple waves, who don't have a blink or a leap or like a charge or just something like that, we should give those people Wernstone in that phase, and after those evokers like rescue into the middle, like you should basically cast a Wernstone as soon as the wave starts, and by the time it ends, you should be able to port under the boss. That is like probably healers. I'm assuming that would be good, like Nick maybe.
Healers are getting rescued.
Oh, if the heal. Okay, well I don't know if anyone. If any, is there anyone? First of all, are you guys using Wernstone for those in that phase? Because they didn't exist in Razagast.
I tried to yesterday, but it's like really hard on like the last couple waves because there's like.
It's probably best for the. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking it's gonna be hard for someone to trust when an AUG is necessarily gonna be in a safe spot for that. So it's more gonna be classes. Didn't we used to have like Atlas Death's Advance directly under the boss, so people could like port and like leap to him and shit, and like, or we had DKs do that at some point. So like, couldn't we like actually Wernstone, and it would basically just be the AUGs Wernstoning for themselves on the non. I mean, hover's like good enough though, you know. Like I don't know if it's a big deal. You could just use it on a tank or something.
I just have my own Dryny.
Dryny, are you using Wernstone in the last phase?
Yeah, I tried to when
All right,
it doesn't have rescue.
Then we don't change it. That's good. Just make sure then that if you then the AUG evokers then if people are Wernstoning off of you and you're not rescuing, you need to fucking instantly hover into the middle, especially later.
Yep.
All right, let's fucking go.
You there, Mark?
Let's lock the fuck in. I'm locked
Is
in.
your new tier good, Mark, or is it the same set?
The same set.
Oh wow.
You
That's
happy
so
about
hype.
that or not?
Yeah, it's really
The same is so good.
Yeah, was it that level or
Yeah,
no?
I logged into my DH yesterday and I was like, let's just do a bunch of dungeons. We've already done this expansion, bunch of raids, same build, same tier. Let's fucking get it.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was Dobby as fuck. I didn't mean that. That's the
that was
vibes.
really
Are,
Dobby,
vibes are
holy
awful
shit.
from that. Yeah, my bad.
I wonder how hard it would have been for them to just make new tier, like new sets for every class. Like,
They
I feel
should
like
just
it's
let
not
you.
that much time,
They should have let you mix and match, or just equip multiple tier bonuses. Who fucking cares?
You're crazy. Like,
Yep.
You fucking.
Those are a little
Kill
close.
an add on a boss and you get a full set.
I won't be able to gauge our damage until we're near the end of this phase. If we skip the 5th wins, does that fuck anyone's? Does that fuck anyone's cooldown timings for the intermission and the next phase? It has to, right? I think. I'll let you know in a minute. I don't think we're gonna reuse 2 minutes. I could be wrong, but like I think you would want a 2 minute at the beginning of the intermission, right? If you're like pushing P1 super fast. Or then I guess maybe it's not up for... I don't fucking know. Just play this first pull exactly like you did yesterday, and let's just see what happens. But I might want to intentionally delay P1 so we at least get the same boss damage timings, because like that's the only thing that matters. I think the ad phase will just get shit on. Sparks right after this. Try to find a nice tight positioning. I know it's a little different than yesterday. THD, you're a little farther up, yeah. Marks, can you handle yours in the back? It's kind of far. No, it's fine. Dude, it goes so hard when Mark just fucking ignores me, by the way. Just never responds.
He's focusing.
That's what he does.
He's focused up, man.
Yeah.
Evoker
My
assignments
mic
in the
was
note.
muted.
Locked in.
We
Yeah.
also missed the time spot there.
Yeah, we're missing the evoker assignments in the note.
Oh, that's...
Yep. You
Mm,
activated
okay,
Mark.
okay.
Ooh.
Moo.
Just 4 or
Just
3?
muscle memory.
Just
muscle
3.
Just 3.
Just 3.
3.
Dude, if this was 4, we'd be fucking pissed damage.
Saying take the next one.
Sure.
Sparks now. There's going to be a few out in the back. Get tight, though. Get super tight. We
One
are
far back.
super low. Yeah, there's a million
Fine.
sparks. Just be a purge machine right now.
What a fucking bait.
fuck?
Dude,
What the
Hardy,
fuck?
shout-
I don't think I've ever
By the
seen
way,
that.
Hardy, shout out your fucking purging yesterday, dude. That was nice. I appreciate that. Not you though, KSP. I'm
Hey,
just
oh,
kidding.
you
I'm
know
just
we
kidding.
must
You
have
did
a
fine.
few
You did.
casts.
I'm totally kidding. You did fine. But also,
Fuck is
fuck you
happening
though.
with all this, man? Why do I keep getting these?
Yeah, the boss is getting a bit more destroyed.
We're pushing.
Yeah, we just won't get this pushing, dude.
Let's
beat it. Nice
let's
go.
just beat it and see what happens. Yeah, the
I
only
think it's fine, right?
W
Just-
call.
the
W
only-
call.
Even 2 minutes.
Q&E,
the first set?
Q&E.
no, it's not. It's not about 2 minuting. It's about whether you have 2 minutes for the first shield if you had them yesterday. Like, were you guys reusing 2s in the
Well,
intermission
I just
yesterday?
didn't
I
use
like
my
that lip.
2-minute in this phase.
Look,
at
I
all.
love that shit.
I literally
Okay,
just-
if you
So good.
well,
Look.
wait, the evokers
Saying, I think we're
were.
probably not reusing, right?
I didn't reuse them
I
too.
don't know. I gotta see.
I want to say
There's
keep it
no
the.
way we're using
I
it.
want to say keep it the same, but like I think you need to have CDs for beginning of P2 if you get 2 uses in it.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Do you get 2 minutes in
Yeah, we
in
do
P2?
get- yes,
Okay,
yes,
then you
yes.
for sure
no,
get
make it
blue
work.
blue
Good
breath
luck on the
kick,
marks.
blue breath
First
kick.
kicks randomly.
Okay, then don't press in this phase. So good luck.
Just do your same
Correct.
color as
Just
last
fucking figure out your life, everything.
Love that one.
We'll be fine.
Red breath. Blue, you could
Just wait till
babby
he's
wait
done,
if you
we'll
want to get a
go.
breath, but it's up to you.
Okay, we can
We're
just
doing
go.
clean. We don't have kick
Just send.
markers. Take it slow.
Just remember your color from yesterday.
We're
It's all
getting
good.
perfect breath bait. Just go on the other side.
Kick on red.
Red, you
Let's
guys are
go
getting a
through
breath in
everyone
like
these.
5 seconds.
Kick, good. Sounds
Where the fuck is that zealot going?
It was going after my Doom Fiend.
First kicks.
God, you're so huge.
Yeah, I know what
My,
that is.
my stun.
Get
Hold second kicks.
Just wait for this
Second
next.
kicks.
Blue, you're gonna get a breath. You don't have to think about it though. You just move during this here. Get a grip on
We
Star.
should
if
just
you
wait
can.
for next breath before you hit this.
Yeah,
side,
yeah,
dude.
we should. Don't break the shield yet. Feel like
Definitely
it-
blue. Just go as fast as you can here. We should
I'll
get a lot of
one-shot
extra
this ad
boss
shield.
damage.
We're going back.
First
Just
kicks.
get kicks.
I'll stun actually. First kicks now.
Breath blue. It's kind of far. Go super far here.
I'm gonna go towards the portal with my ping. My breath.
Okay, blue side. You look pretty safe. Yeah, both sides are ending same time here.
Alright, we did
Time
just
first,
fine
by the
with
way.
holding, so.
All
we
line
actually,
first.
in the same time
he's got
when
it,
we
he's done.
had all of our players hold CDs and
Yep.
we had 7
Yeah.
people down.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
insane
boss
stuff
getting
right there.
cranked.
Yeah, the boss is about to get fucking cranked for sure.
This is Raz.
These
If you want to do the aug, you aug me.
W call. W lip. Q&E.
W.
Stack on me too.
W. Ready for shield. Shield in 3,
Go to lip no
2,
matter what.
1.
Just pre-stack on
Let
you.
reds go under. Reds go under. Blues together. Huge pile of blues over here. What the fuck?
Let's go right, Hardy.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, watch invert. It's already
Yeah.
over.
Leave
Don't.
that crit. I'm inverted.
Oh, dude, this boss is getting
Inverted.
fucking juiced.
Fallen by his
We're a
meme.
bit stronger, I
Yeah,
think.
just a little stronger.
I think we gained 15 item level.
Okay, okay.
It's the
See
hunter
that.
bug.
Okay, Tank, shut
A
up.
glitch, sure.
She's just
What the
AFK
fuck?
getting her fucking
We have a
freaking
Nova.
right now.
This is Nova into charge. So Nova
I'm
3,
resting
2,
Nicker.
1. Everyone get in fulminating charge position. They're going out in 3, 2, 1 now. Get out or give it to Yips. Think it's full out. You guys are going to chain off each other. Can you get away after? Yeah, you're fine. He turtled the debuff. Go to spark positions. Get tight already. Let the people in the front and the back find their spots. You fit in between. Get nice and close, Malarcus. Yeah, that's good. You monk bubbled him after he turtled. Do a pushing over here. Yips, you're getting fucking annihilated, by the way. Love to see that.
Yeah, that's nice.
Make sure to buff me on the shield here. I'm popping
yes,
off. Just
dude,
kidding.
Alice,
Same.
shut the fuck up, buddy. Do not buff
I'm
him.
ready to fucking destroy Atlas, put him in the dirt.
Oh, you actually buffed me. What the fuck?
Dude, yeah, because you're fucking saying things. All right, here we go. Go under with
You're
Reds.
the only one in range.
Reds go under. Reds together. There's a huge pile of blues behind. Dude, fucking Dryny and Chicken Little are holding together for dear life right now. Someone run over to them. If you get inverted by red, go.
No, we won't
I will
get
not
inverted,
abandon you.
This is gonna be over in like 2 ticks. Might lose someone here though. No, we're good.
Oh my god, prime
We'll
inverted.
get inverted at the end so you keep the buff for a little
Inverted,
longer.
yeah, that was nice.
Cheating?
Oh, that's
My
actually
fucking favorite tech.
that's actually insane tech. Yeah. This is the hardest part of the phase for sure. Remember, you empty the bag on the third one. Second one, just like a little bit extra. This
are you
is Sparks
taking
here.
this,
This is a strong personal
Alice,
here.
or-
Make sure you rally boomy. You did. Okay, this is wave is happening in 3, 2, 1 now. Helps you see under the boss. Do wave as well. Good job. Okay, and then we're getting
Alice, you want
fulminating
this guy, or
behind,
is it bad
fulminating,
if I
fulminating,
can-
fulminating. Get out mages,
okay.
evokers, warlocks.
Actually, just getting take.
Nah, okay.
Whatever, just take beast mode shit. It's all good. Okay, and then we're getting wave into sparks into the shield. You empty the bag on the next sparks. This is push nova number 4. Make sure we get the
Yeah,
spiral.
I'm time spiraling. Hopefully,
I'm
yeah.
gonna take the next 2, Sing.
Okay, and then we're
Yeah,
getting
that's
sparks again here. This is again tight as fuck. I will call when the storm surge is actually happening. Just focus on CCing and then getting to your position. Okay. CC, storm surge is happening in 3, 2, 1. Now, reds in the middle. Help.
We're
Beat
good.
res.
We're okay. Keep Atlas alive,
I'm
or
resing
we can
whenever.
res Atlas.
Taking. Rebuff whenever.
Yeah, we might want to just use, you know what, just send the Zephyrs here, AMZ under the boss, and Spirit Link under the boss, just to be safe.
Hey, crit.
Heal the people who have blue.
Inverted at the end.
Okay, we got it, that's
Yeah,
fine.
keep the buff.
Need W for it. Whenever.
W.
Gang up. Gang up.
Look
Gang shit, gang shit. Q&E. Oh my god, right there.
Alright, remember, range, you guys are a little bit too far left here. You actually want to bait the thing, like, closer to the right side of blue. Yeah, and in range, you want to blast that left ad, and melee, you want to bang the right. We have a little bit of a...
booming our gang.
Yeah, bait, go for breath now, move. It's a weird angle, actually. It's fine if you're in the right spot, but it's just, you know, different. Res booming again. Or not again, sorry, you didn't die already. This is no slows. Don't slow anything right now. You want them to hit the middle at the same time. Everyone just blast in the middle. Those ones will be a little delayed off the first guy here, but it's fine. Watch Scott, please. Yeah. Okay, finish those ads and bait the breath. They're still kind of high. Finish the ads. We're baiting breath now. Okay, breath is happening now. Move, go. You can gate if you want. Watch the orbs and put an AMZ down if possible. Good, sit in it. It's right next to the breath. Holy fuck. All right, we want to kill these two at the same time, but focus the electrified. It's a little higher, the one next to you. And we just mastered it, right? Perfect. Did
Yes,
one?
fuck you, Scott.
If one got through, it shouldn't matter. Just make sure we re-CC on this side. Oh, we are fucking... Jesus Christ.
When my guy
Bait the breath, though. Bait the breath, though. It baited good. It baited good. Oh, go far. Super far. Malarcus might need help.
I might die.
I
here.
saved you, Mark. I saved you.
Thank you.
So what's with the little
so
explosions
good,
on the
Scott.
breath
You're so
now? What's
good.
going on there?
Let me know if you need that again.
I would be
Yeah.
if I just couldn't be a melee.
You noticed that one saying?
Yeah.
There's like these weird
Little
electric
explosions, arcane explosions, yeah.
All right, let's put this dragon in the dirt. We don't have a lot of reses though, so we actually have to play really clean.
Who's
Cleaner
got
than we
CDs
did
here on
yesterday.
walls?
What'd you say, Dryny?
I have Summer up. I don't know who's popping CDs here.
I am evoker Zara as well, so...
Just give it to Sang or else he's gonna
I
start
haven't
crying
changed
about it.
anything with gates.
No.
I mean, we're not getting the
We're not getting the one later. Yeah, just change nothing. We gate the second set, right?
It's first and third.
First and third? Okay, that's fine.
First and third, yeah.
Okay,
First and third.
so again, remember, right now, picture your P2 positioning. Like, identify the north and south of the boss right now and know where you're supposed to go later for the sucks. This suck is going to go to red. You guys bait behind the boss. If the beam is on you, Boomy, you just move to the left so we don't all get pulled into it. If not, we all just, yeah, just don't be in the beam. Big hype. Love that. Those hit fulminatings as well. You just do these natty. You gate this here if you don't have it. Yip's got that. Keep Splat alive as long as you don't chain it. Good. Remember to keep soaking. Let tanks get as many as you can. If you already have 2 stacks, try not to get it unless it's going to go in. Tank beam, don't be on Yips. This yoink is going to take us under the boss. This is the most deadly one in the phase. You absolutely send a personal here.
soaking on
Use
dinosaur.
Chicken Little and Fire Wings Zephyr in 2 seconds. Do it now. It'll last for both. And then just go out to your spots. Okay. Watch this. Nice. And then we're going to soak Tornadoes again. Should be pretty clean on them. Frontal into... This is the next one. We don't have gate for this, but we're going to get pulled to red. This is going to be both Paladins bubbling. With... trying to grab the fulminates. And then healers, I don't know if you want to send an external. You might be able to just natty heal it because we don't have a lot of stacks yet, but you want to just keep the 3 people alive who get the debuffs. This is going to hurt too. We want to be top tier before this charge goes off. Get your early soaks now so you don't have to get them later. We're getting sucked. You guys soak the fulminate. Get the fuck out if you don't have it so you don't take the hits. Nice. Now let's keep Tobo alive, Splat alive, Goop.
Check for tornado.
Tobo needs God. Dry niche
Yes.
should be fine. Yeah, I think you can try not to external if you can. We're going to want it more later.
Inside
We saved almost all of them. We're fine. Frontal's going off. This Yoink is pulling us.
Can you aim Z it first, Scott?
Yeah, so the Yoink is going under, but then, guys, make sure you know where you are in the room right now. Soak your tornadoes before we get sucked, so you don't have to do it after. Soak them right now. And then you're getting sucked. Go to your spot.
Trying to start
Rally
here.
Boomy.
Don't have it, but I'll be good.
Okay, and then here's the push
You guys hear me
Nova.
here?
You're getting sucked in. Rally's falling as soon as you get sucked, so watch people who are low right now. Oh, we're
My
fucking...
time is well in the next
Tank
turn.
beam, tank beam. Watch the tank beam, watch tank beam. Watch
Yeah,
yips.
I'll press it.
I'm
Once
fine.
it's disgusting.
I'm
I'll be
taking
right next to
Sang.
Monster.
Watch frontal.
30 Sang.
All right, we're getting sucked. This is the res
You're up.
boomy. We are gonna try to keep them alive. This is Malarcus and KSP are doing this. So you guys are doing the wave, and then now you go to X.
Lost heavy.
Everyone, it's fine. Go to X. Go to X. Go to X. Go to X. Everyone to X. Good. You gate if you don't have it. Try to. Oh, we lost one of our immunities. It's fine. Maybe we let Lip die. Can you DP Lip? DP DP.
No, it's everything cool down.
Oh, okay.
Soak
Just soak and hit the boss. Yeah. We lost 2 healers, so definitely gonna need just all personals. Just Hellstone health pot here, even if you're not in danger.
Yeah,
Yips has 33 fucking stacks. We need to kill the boss for this
Yes,
next tank beam.
I have cooldowns up.
The tank beam won't do a lot to me. I'll be fine.
Under the boss, can double
Yeah, I'll
there.
just send it.
Yeah, it's dead as
green.
fuck. Just don't let a tornado go in. You're...
Yeet.
W shit, W kill.
One pull.
W.
Q and E.
Yep, Q and E.
Quick little in and out.
Insane W.
Next split.
Need if you
Big-
need.
Yeah.
Big Q and E on that one.
Oh my god.
Ooh, need the trink.
Another trinket.
And
I'm
the-
rolling. I'm
We'll
rolling.
do. We will.
No,
actually- we will still see this.
We
Yeah,
should we could do like just like a babby clear for
Alright,
other
root?
people's mains, right?
Yep.
There's
Oh,
like
mythic?
the yeah, I mean the first couple bosses drop all the good gear, right?
With Horseboy in it.
So,
Almost works.
does anyone get full set from one of these? Atlas does, right?
Yeah.
I do too for getting all of it.
I get
Dread
two
also
set.
dread.
What was raid eye level? Let's see. That was not a good pull. We actually had like mistimed. This was exactly like our Sylvanas kill. We like had that point whatever percent Sylvanas wipe for our world first, or to get world first, and then we had no EDC. And then the next day we logged in, we did a reclear, and we one-shot Sylvanas after the reclear, but our damage was almost lower than progression because we killed things so much faster that people's timings were off. That's what just happened here. I will show you though. So this was yesterday. So yes, this was our last pull yesterday. Wipe 12, 3.7%. We could optimize a little better, but like we were 490 eye level. We didn't do any upgrades. We actually couldn't upgrade any gear. We didn't do any heroics, any mythic plus, nothing. And we just did the raid at 489, 490. And then let's see what it is today. Today our eye level is, oh, not even that much higher. 496. I thought it was going to be like 500.
Did actually.
Dude, our eye level was only 496, by the way. I thought it was going to be like way higher. Like
Only a couple people got juiced.
Yeah.
M plus loot is
Yeah,
inexistent.
but
It doesn't exist.
If you do one split, you're getting basically nothing. So this is Spiteful Storm is just.
It's a fee fund upgrade probably.
Yeah, it's a free fun.
To whoever.
Every trinket from this fucking.
Dude,
raid
Young
is-
Dip, you are so massive. Jesus Christ.
It's
Oh, someone else can get it 'cause I already have 2 mythic trinkets.
I need all the loot right here.
Play it because I'm a tank, but I don't know if anyone actually. I don't know if it's better than. Do you know if it's better, Yips, than the trinkets that came out later?
The Spiteful
Probably the
Storm
Guzzle
trinket?
plus.
It's okay. Guzzle, Cataclysmic, Brandon, Anvil are really good though.
Blood Mallet has
Anvil,
updated
actually.
trinket sims and everything, if you believe Blood Mallet.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure
but-
you want.
Really?
Brand
It's like
to go
what
really
is-
short.
is
Straight to me.
was-
I think
Well, I
it
guess
says
Brand's
Anvil-
kind of
It's
weird.
good for.
Brand,
Augury's
Repurge, and
Do you still
Anvil at
have
the top of
Catalyst
everyone.
maybe, or did you already set them?
I still have Catalyst, yeah.
What's the dot called from soaking in the last phase?
How many pieces do you have, maybe?
Storm Spy.
I have chest, the
Mm,
Omni token
yeah.
from Heroic, and that's it.
You have tier chest?
Yeah.
Scott, you
Should be
took
full
30.
seven, right?
Scott, you took
that's
36
right.
million damage from that dot, by the way.
Yeah. I was fucking
Saying
loving it.
I level check.
I think the Blood Plague is
Blood
still
Plague
bugged.
healed more than that.
I think Blood Plague is
Oh,
still
goddamn.
bugged. Yeah,
No,
actually,
it's just
What,
The
what are
Blood
you
Plague did heal
smart, I
one.
guess.
decimals saying?
496.
Point zero zero.
Get fucking on
I feel like I got-
5.56.
The cloth,
Max,
I thought I was close.
I
be
still,
fucking this
I
roll
still
for
have
the
60
boots.
crests, but I'm saving for fucking next
Yeah,
weekend.
same. I'm
Yeah,
saving for my
Max, check my
legendary.
game.
Just
Use
tier
my
two
wormies,
smart
then.
neck
What do you
and
say,
cast
TJ?
next roll.
Oh, true, I can
for
use
what, the
wormies.
boots?
Wait, I got wormies to spend. I don't need those. Actually, wait, no, I do need those.
You didn't soak shit, THD.
No, I said the Blood
wormies
Plague
you
is
get next
still
week are
healing,
probably
I
good
think, a
enough.
bit.
Let's see.
Also, Goop, I think
Oh, yeah.
I think all the bugs with all the other classes, I think our set bonus might be bugged in raid 2.
Bugged good or bugged bad?
Oh, yeah?
Bad.
Bad.
Yo, maybe can you link damage to shields?
Oh, fucking wah, by the way. Wah.
Damage to shields? I don't.
You know,
That's kinda
log
wah to be
absorb,
bugged bad.
absorb damage greater
Oh,
than
damage to
zero.
shields?
damage greater than 0 on the
Oh
filter
no,
thing.
hold
press
on. Here's
enter.
damage to
Wow,
shields, guys.
that obsidian
Just in
charge
case you
damage is
guys
dog
need it.
shit.
Yeah, it
Supposed
should
to be
be
like
like
12%, no?
Yeah, it should be like 15%.
Yo, Lip.
Wait, what was damage to
15?
shields?
Holy
Don't
shit.
forget
Dude,
to save
damage
all
to
your
shields
Awaken
and
crest next
details
week.
is a meme, right? Because that's just.
But I think like
and this week.
it's bugged bad in that it's only going to be bugged in raid. So
Well, no, you say because
Wait.
it includes Ed.
Were you guys?
Time to run train and M+.
Oh, it does include Ed. Yeah. Wait.
But I'm on blue. So
were you guys
I'm
ogging
ethical.
smacks during the shields ever?
I think on the one where they 2 minutes. I don't remember
think
exactly.
so.
Well, he's also
Nick.
on Ed, right? So that's probably why he was probably just
What's
juicing
good,
the
mate?
Ed ones.
Can I get
I mean,
the
you
Omni
just,
token you got,
I
please?
guess just.
I mean,
Scott
dude,
stole
the
it from
red
me.
shields are
No.
probably like 5% of that number, by the way.
I
like-
mean, logs is probably
kinda
better
fucked,
too
right,
because of
Shaq?
the
Yeah.
hooks, right? Those are working, so you.
Like, I'm sitting
you
here
can
with
get
one
shit.
piece.
I hate
I do
this shit.
absolute
I would have
shit
given
on
it to you
Red
if you gave it to me.
I know.
yeah.
Sierra's got the hook up. Oh my god, smacked. Big damn.
Holy.
Why do logs
That's not
show
even bugged.
Beast and Spirit
Smacked
Wolf
it. Look
on
at
their
it.
own?
Smacked it nip.
I mean, it's probably a part of the hooks if you think about it.
Dude, Beast.
Dude, I'm missing a lot of damage from the first one because they broke too fast. My ES didn't hit the boss during shield.
Sure, kid. That's all about timing.
Oh, that's
I
like
love-
4+ million damage right there.
I think my favorite part of the logs is it says that Og does that much damage.
guys, I'm so confused. I've
Guys.
lost all sense of everything.
That's actually what Og
Wait,
does.
Shaq,
though.
you
Yo,
see
Yeah,
the
that's
moves down
Og's
there
damage,
on that,
yeah.
on that meter?
Og damage, like
Who is
when
it?
Guys, I
Right up
think
by the
crests are
damage to
even,
shields, it
guys, I
doesn't
think
go
crests
to
are
the
even
Og
more
at all.
buggied.
Oh, if you do damage to shields, it just doesn't go to you.
Correct. Not a single point of damage
Yeah.
that anyone we buff gets reported back to us
Yeah,
during the
absorb
shields.
damage just like doesn't.
That's-
have
Wait,
a lot of
really?
effects.
To be honest,
Yeah.
but that's
Yeah.
it.
Dude, no
if
wonder.
we, like,
So
turbo
Lip.
juice someone during their cooldowns, they just get all of our damage as
I
well.
mean, if you
Yeah.
look, if you
Cheers,
look at, if you look at logs right now, the people you were buffing during the shields are all the top 4 people.
That's
I'm
just a
not. I
coincidence.
didn't. I wasn't getting buffed during fields.
Guys, this game makes no sense, by the way.
Let's see if you're full of it.
Okay, explain.
You guys can
Appreciate that.
upgrade hero gear with all the way with Worm's Crest.
Shaq,
only.
you had a 40%.
Yeah,
oh
you
wait,
don't-
that's
Yeah,
actually
you don't have to
true.
use aspect
I
for
know,
the last
I
one.
know.
That is
There's
true.
no
Shaq,
range
if
left.
Shaq
but
did
if you
not
have
get a
mid
single
tier,
buff
it's like
during
all
shields.
aspects.
What a fucking monster.
Yo, Lip, don't spend your aspects this week.
I've only spent 60.
Gotta save them all for the fucking axe next week.
Though I need like 4 weeks of flight stones anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I need to
just-
cap flight
So,
stone several times
so
probably.
Og Evokers, how do I tell via logs if you guys are
don't.
doing anything
They're
right
not doing
or
anything.
wrong?
You don't.
You don't. You just take their word for it.
So you'd have to do what I did in progression, where you pull open the buffs that each of us did and the Ebonmite targets, impressions targets, and you have to look at each individual window of when we're casting Ebonmite and the damage that the people are doing. But then you also have to use some data interpretation of like Is it during an absorb shield? Yes, no.
Bro, you lost me like a while ago. I just want to stop you before you keep going. Yeah, that's
he yelled at me for 2 weeks about being off plus or minus 1 to 2 seconds on buffing.
dude. That goes hard as fuck though. I love that maybe. That's passion. Fuck him.
I'm gonna use that info for my new guild. Just fucking gonna tell him all of that.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta get it right, you know?
Where yips, I equipped Ruby plus the fucking
Atlas, don't
Counter-Strike
that
totem, and I did half the
No.
DPS I usually do, so... I can tell you those trinkets are good.
That trinket's bad. The Counter-Strike one is fucking awful. The Ruby's
It's like-
probably fine,
it's
but
like-
the other
yeah.
one is really
I
bad.
think the Counter-Strike was okay in M+ back then, because there was no good trinkets, but, like...
On single target.
Someone in chat asked, what was your, like, how much do you think your raid DPS goes up by 1 eye level? That's a great question. I don't know. Ian in interviews has said that one eye level should be 1% power level, but that's definitely not true. But I mean, also you're thinking about it as a group, right? If your entire raid goes up 1 eye level, how much does your raid DPS go up? I mean, saying it's 1% is laughable, right? It's way higher than that. Like, dude, in progression, when you go do, like, Mythic Plus for an hour and you come... Or for 3 or 4 hours and you come back 1 raid eye level higher, you are like a fucking juiced-up steroid guy. Your raid is so much stronger. But maybe in the confines of the race, a 1% raid gain is just really noticeable because everything is by such razor-thin margins. I'm not sure. I just go by the feel of it, but... I'm not a math guy, but it definitely doesn't feel like... It feels more than that. Like, it's really hard to tell. Like, what you could do is look at our logs from yesterday and today. Yesterday, our best push was at 43% going into the last phase. Today was at 39%. So we gained... Well, you have to keep in mind it's 65 to 43, so it's only like a 20% window, but we were able to do 4% more. That's like 20% more, right? Like, we were able to get the boss like 15% lower in that period of time. It's kind of weird because there's some damage and some shields and stuff, but that's then we gained 6 eye level. That's how much we gained, almost exactly 6 eye level. I will say though, man, we got exactly what we wanted to get out of this. I'm actually really happy. Like yesterday, we got to do these raids at 489. Or, yeah, like 489 eye level. And Senarth, if you watched our Senarth kill, Kurog, Dathia, that was legit reprogression. Like, that was doing those fights the way they're supposed to be done. You had to do it right from beginning to end. Was really impressed with our players, too. You know, usually when you go up to a race, you want to, like, have your players do a lot of Mythic Plus. Have them play the game a lot. You can't just, like, do farm for 6 months and expect to just snap out of it and play really well. Bro, they've been doing meaningless farm for a couple of months now. And our farm has started to, like, deteriorate because, like, you know, people are human and they stop caring after a certain amount of time. And when you have 20 people showing up and not caring, sometimes you have bad wipes and stuff. That you guys can all probably relate to this. Happens to everybody. But, like, they snapped out of it and performed really fucking well yesterday. Like, I was really impressed with how a lot of our players did. And we were even playing a lot of our newer players, too. But the problem-solving process is the same. These are obviously fights we know. It wasn't fights that we had to learn. Like, relearning fights is different than learning fights, obviously. But these pushes were progression pushes. Healing felt exactly as hard as it was in progression, these fights. You could look at our raid frames. We were getting owned. And the good news is this is good for everybody. We were able to have this experience, and everyone else isn't going to have this experience. You guys, we were able to kill the entire raid at 489 and Razageth at 496. I bet we could have killed Razageth at 492 with, like, some optimizations, like, pretty comfortably. Like, we weren't, like, trying to do it at the lowest possible eye level, obviously, today. We just upgraded our gear, came in and one-shot it, but... you guys are going to do this at 528. I mean, you've heard me say this a lot, but I think this was the problem with Tindril and Fyrak. The reality is, Blizzard tunes most new raid content to be killed with exactly the gear we have when we get there, right? If we get to Tindral at 4 whatever eye level and it has 20% too much health, they're going to nerf it, and they did, right? The issue is they tuned these bosses to be killed by us, and our eye level, because of the way we can exploit the upgrade system with splits and everything, is just simply... Is THD doing pet battles? Okay, never mind. Is tuned within like 6 to 7 eye levels of what the majority of the community killed these bosses as. The Hellman chant wasn't super powerful. You guys are being expected to kill very mechanically hard bosses in their own right with the same gear that we had, right? And that's just not necessary, right? Like, I don't think every raid should be like Season 4. It's good for people to have challenging raids, but I really think if you want to solve this whole, like, raids are too hard thing, which, by the way, isn't a Race to World First being streamed thing. Tuma Sargeras happened before that ever was a thing. I would say Fallen Avatar and KJ had almost the exact same effect on the community as Tindral and Fyrak did, right? This isn't like a new thing, just sometimes they make raids with too hard bosses back to back, but yeah, I don't know, man. I just think without having to nerf the bosses as much, you can just simply have the eye level gap between us and the rest of the community be in the range of 10 to 15 to 20 to 25, and that will solve that problem for you, because people will gear over time. They'll actually feel stronger reset after reset, which is another feeling that people kind of don't feel now. It's a problem, right? So that's like kind of my, like, I don't know, like, they keep saying how they tune all of Mythic Raid the first week, like, basically, well, like, after the first, like, couple actually, the only bosses in this raid that were tuned for us, honestly, were Smolderon, and even then, that was easy, Tindral and Fyrak, right? The rest of the raid isn't tuned for us. You could not make an argument that Naimu was tuned for us. We, like, almost two-shot that boss, or we did, I think we did two-shot that boss, right? Just my only thought is, dude, what is THD doing? Is he just, like, fucking ADHD flying around and just, like, doing things that he sees? Okay, I don't know. Yeah, the, kind of goes hard, yeah. I don't know, is there a world where, like, the Race to World First is 1 week long? The first week, it's called, like Destiny 2 does this. It's called, like, challenge difficulty or something like that, and it's only available for 2 days, and then you get, like, a feat of strength if you do it within those 2 days, and it's gone. Like in, yeah, contest mode, whatever it's called. Like, in WoW, you just make it like that for a week, you tune these bosses, and, like, gearing doesn't even matter. Like, your gear is literally set to a certain eye level. And that's what people like us enjoy. That exists for a week. Everyone else can still do it. You can get gear from it, all that stuff. Your gear just doesn't matter, right, for that mode. And then after that, it opens up. It has eye level scaling, and then you get the same thing you're getting this patch, where people are doing it way more eye levels higher. People are saying the game needs to be easier outside of the top couple guilds. It solves that entirely, right? Then you'd have to have a global release. Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah. I don't know. Just something. This basically, we've been having this discussion for a long time. Tindral and Fyrak kind of heightened it, and it's made me realize more than anything that the biggest problem in raiding at the moment is the fact that for the first time ever in WoW's history, the eye level difference between Liquid when we kill a boss is within almost 5 of everyone else, including at the very end of the patch. That is extreme. It's usually 2 to 3 times higher than that. And if they need to find a way to address that problem, because if you aren't gaining eye level power, you're going to have to just nerf the bosses too much, and nerfs just feel really bad. Like, getting stronger over time doesn't feel bad, even though it's technically nerfing the content just as much, you know? Was 2 AUG worth it? Dude, that's the beauty of AUG. Who fucking knows? Who knows? Logs are completely wrong. Not only are they normally completely wrong with AUGs, but because the AUG log hooks don't work at all, but we found out that Razageth has an interesting, another interesting part. Razageth doesn't attribute any of the damage to the Storm Surge 200% shield back to the AUG. So they're missing the entire shield damage on Razageth being attributed back to them. So, like, same thing with P1 intermission on Fyrak, right? It's just how shields work. So, yeah, I don't know. But the thing is whether running 2 Augs was the correct move or not to do the raid as easy as possible, it was the correct move for us. Because playing Aug in progression is probably... If you're trying to optimize your character within 10 pulls, I would argue that a well-played Augmentation Evoker is the hardest class in the entire game. Not only do you have to identify how much damage everyone else is doing during that window and finding how to buff people and when, but you only have 25-yard range, so on a boss like Razageth, you have to actually try to change your positioning to where you're actually near those people at that point of the fight to even buff them in the first place. There's just way more going on, right? And even though these are Race World first players, these are really good. Mavi and Tobo are really good. You've only really had one progression tier up to this point of actually going through that thought process. So even though this is a raid they haven't played Aug in before, and that's really important, and I think it was good for them to go through those 5 to 10 pull harder bosses and actually learn how to innovate on this class early in progression and getting reps at that in a real scenario. And this is probably one of the few times they could ever actually do that. So... that's why we did it more than anything else. I actually think that if we would have ran any other spec but Aug, we would have actually done a little better because Aug... When you're one-shotting old content that you've never played Aug on before, I bet Aug is the worst class in the raid by a mile. But if Aug, when it's optimized, is the best class in the raid by a mile. So, knowing that they have that much potential impact, you have to give them as many reps on it as possible when you feel like there's actual stakes. Who was the 4th healer? Our healers were Nick, Zevi, the Eagle, and Dryny. Same as, man, I think these 4 healers have healed, well, they healed the last 2 raids. I guess Zevi is, has only been a healer for 2 raids. Max, may I ask how and why is Season 4 important to Liquid rating-wise when all this gear becomes irrelevant with the new X-Pack? I mean, you just can't, like, expect to play at a high level if you take an entire year off of playing the game. So playing the game is important. So, as you said, our gamers like to game. I mean, you could hear our TeamSpeak. Like, people were enjoying playing the game right now, so that's good. But yeah, also another thing is getting gold for the Race World first is a real thing. And we will be able to make a significant amount of gold, hundreds of millions of gold in Season 4 alone, just by selling the raid ports and mythic clears. So getting geared as fast as possible on as many characters as we can is really important. Max, you spoke before on how it's hard to test new players on the team because before the race you field your best players. Does the Fated season help with that at all? Yeah, I've explained that multiple times. Yeah, of course, yeah. Are you going to do the same thing for the next 2 raids? I haven't decided yet. It's easier to do in the first raid because yesterday we legitimately didn't have any gear, and even if we wanted to upgrade mythic gear, we couldn't because it was bugged, which was kind of a blessing in disguise. Starting next week, we would have to tell people to keep all their old gear so we can zone into Aberrus at 489 eye level. And that just feels less authentic. I mean, you could do that. I feel like we got everything we needed to do this week. This week could not have gone better, in my opinion. It was like, the only thing we could have done this week that we didn't do is we could have wiped at 3.7% on Razageth yesterday. And instead of go to bed, we could have optimized our comp and our boss damage to see how close to 0 we could have gotten or killed it. I think both were possible. Why we didn't do that is this was... we have multiple EU... Like, during the race, our EU players acclimate to an NA time schedule. During farm, a lot of them do not. And a couple of them work. And they were up until 5 a.m. by the time we stopped playing yesterday. And I think the idea of having them stay up to 10 a.m. when like half of our guild is European for meaningless content is just really fucking stupid. So I think that was just a time thing more than anything. Like, if we were all NA players, I can actually guarantee you we would have done that. But, like, I just don't want to do that to our players in farm. It just sounds bad. Are you going to log in for Season 4 ever? Yeah, I was logged in earlier today. I'll probably drag and ride around. I have absolutely no... what's the word? There's nothing pulling me to this patch. And there's multiple things that could pull me to this patch. New raid content. New dungeons, even. Like, if this was a new dungeon pool, like 8 dungeons I haven't done before, I would be playing for sure. At least for a little bit until I got to figure them all out. If it was a Mythic Plus, like if there was a class I wanted to play that got like a fresh rework and looked really fun, like last season with Demon Hunter, I would absolutely do that. But the reality is, you know, I'm not even going to explain this. JB had an excellent tweet about this. I'm just going to read his tweet. It was actually a fucking banger. Blizzard has announced that crests are capped at 120 a week in Season 4 of Dragonflight. And this isn't exactly my... I don't care about the crest thing, but I'm just gonna... the rest of it. JB says, thank God. I've been losing sleep at night, worried that we would just blow through all of the content in Season 4 too fast. I really want to pace myself this patch and just get lost in my second playthrough of literally all the content. That's it. It's... Guys, nothing in WoW is novel to me if I've done it before. That's simple. Why do I not farm Mythic Plus late into the season? I've already figured the dungeons out. I get it. It's just doing it with slightly more health and damage. Why do I skip out on farm? Because we already killed this stuff months ago. I don't find it interesting. I play the game as long as I am interested, and then when I'm uninterested, I stop playing the game. Everything in this patch has been solved, figured out, and done before, and the only thing there is this fake carrot on a stick, 39 eye levels of re-progressing and gearing again, and I just... That's just not enough to make me want to play the game. It's fucking that simple. But some people do, and that's fine. Do I think that Season 4 is a bad idea? No. Like, Season 4 isn't a replacement of a raid patch. I asked so many of them about this, and not a single time did I get an inkling of, like, oh, yeah, we decided to do this instead of a raid. A raid was never on the table because of War Within's time cadence. So... this is just better. This is, like, in my opinion, even though it's old content, this is objectively better than just farming a Murdersil for 3 more months, 4 more months, whatever. It's just better. So I'm glad they're doing it. It's just I want nothing to do with it, right? But that's the thing. It doesn't matter to me. All of my content right now is covering alpha and beta. That's what I care about, and that's because that's new. New good. Old not good, right? So I'm chilling. I'm not upset about anything. If you're asking me if I'm looking forward to playing in Season 4, the answer is definitely fucking not. But they're also doing more. Like, this, I don't know if you consider it Season 4. Because it's kind of not. But, like, do you consider Mop Remix and Plunderstorm Season 4? They were released around the same time. Mop Remix a little after, Plunder a little before. Regardless, they're new things that Blizzard is doing at the end of the expansion, and both of them, like, Plunderstorm is fucking goated for sure. Super good. In fact, I might even play some Plunder today if there's no new build. But Mop Remix is probably even better. From what I've seen so far, I spent a weekend on it. So they're definitely cooking. They're doing the good shit. This just Season 4 isn't for me. THT said, "Do not tune in." Tuning in. What are you doing? Are you min-maxing clicking rep tokens? He didn't even go human to turn them in? Wait, didn't they remove that? Or no, that's a War Within thing, I think. Which, by the way, fucking good riddance. Like, having power tied to rep throughout WoW's history and then just having one race that gets more rep than others is corny as fuck. You're corny. You're corny. Max, what do you think about classic Cataclysm coming? Excited? What was that expansion good compared to Wrath? I can't tell you because I didn't play Wrath all the way through, but I started in Cataclysm and loved it. But maybe that opinion's irrelevant because have you ever met a WoW player that has played WoW for a long time and will tell you that the first expansion they played in they didn't like? I think that's literally impossible. Like, every WoW player on Earth has the most rose-tinted glasses point of view on the expansion where they started playing WoW. Or like, started playing WoW a lot. Also, it's kind of a stupid question, because, like, if someone's played WoW for a long time, they're never going to tell you that they hated their first expansion, because if they did, they wouldn't have kept playing the game. Like, most sane people, like, when they start playing a game, if they don't like it, they just fucking stop. It's only, like, really long-term, like, WoW players that, like, have played the game for so long that even though they don't like it anymore, they just force themselves to play it and, like, hate their lives and complain about it all the time, which is the most unhealthy thing on Earth. Who are we watching? We're watching THD, turn in rep over and over again. It's pretty hype. Max, are you going to react to Day 9's new player experience WoW video? Alright, I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure you've asked me to do this. Oh, only 2 times. I thought you spammed it more. I don't know. Maybe. He only gets to, like, level 15? Well, that doesn't matter. If you're getting to level 15 and then you're giving an opinion on how it feels to get to level 15, that sounds completely valid. What I think you're getting at is he's judging the game in general without playing it at max level, but as long as he's not pretending to do that, like for example, if he played the game to 15 and was like, this game sucks, then people who like this game would probably be like, well, fuck you then, right? But he's probably not, right? He's probably saying the leveling experience sucks. And by the way, I have no idea if he's saying anything sucks. It's just usually if people are asking me to react to a video, that means that video popped off. And a video only pops off in the WoW community if someone doesn't like something about it, to be honest with you. Like, for example, it's completely unrealistic for you to be like, hey, Max, react to Day 9, checking out retail, and it's him playing retail and being like, this is good. Because in reality, you would have never asked me to react to it if you just saw a reasonable take like that. Hey Max, have you played all the hero talents yet? Nah. Day 9 is reasonable though. Yeah, he seems like it. It popped off because Asmin reacted to it and it trickled down. Yeah, that usually happens. But also there's another bit of kind of confirmation bias. Like, I don't watch Asmin a lot, but I think Asmin is has a significantly larger chance of reacting to a first-time WoW player video or any WoW video that is negative towards WoW towards extremely positive or positive, right? But if Asmin reacts to something, then everyone that's an Asmin viewer that watches other WoW streamers will join their stream later that day and be like, hey, by the way, could you react to this? Because they just want to, people love react content, and they saw Asmongold do it, and Asmongold showed them the video. Dude, I had like my first baby Asmongold effect, I think. I reacted to this podcast that had like 90 viewers, and I checked, they made like another episode, and I haven't listened to it yet, but I listened to the beginning, like the first like 30 seconds, minute of it, and I noticed that the video had like 20 times more viewership than they did before I reacted to it. And I was like, oh, that's fucking cool. That's the first time I've ever felt like I've shown people something and then they have benefited by me watching it, which is like something that Asmon does a lot. I don't know if I trust Asmongold viewer trickle down. Oh, yeah. Yeah, most Asmongold viewers are not WoW viewers. I think that's what you're talking about right now, right? I mean, that's true. That's objectively true. You can see when Asmongold goes live in the section, that's an added viewer to the section. When he goes offline, those viewers do not go to other streams, generally speaking. My viewer count, because I looked at this a couple years ago. I'd have to look at it again, but my viewer count a couple years ago, I would just I would always be the top viewers if Asmon wasn't on. But like when Asmon went off, I just saw like my viewer uptick did not go up at all. Nothing happened, which you kind of expect it to. But that's not really how that works. They would usually watch. My guess is they watch like their OTK viewers, which is why something like OTK is really smart. I think they probably just like trickle down. Like if Asmon's not on, they'll watch SFand, or before the Rich thing happened, they would watch Rich, right? Or one of Asmon's friends. They're more fans of that friend group and culture than they are World of Warcraft. Well, I mean, I don't think a lot of his viewers are fans of World of Warcraft at all, actually, from what you can tell. What happened with Rich? I'm not going to get into all that. There was like some pretty serious allegations against him, and he was going to respond to it. I'm not sure if he did, but I mean, that's none of my business. The only reason I brought that up is it seemed like Rich, when he streamed, had a lot of when he streamed, had a lot of really popular like he would when Asmon went offline, his viewer count would fucking skyrocket. Like it was just a normal thing to just, if you were an Asmon viewer, to just go watch Rich when you were done. Maybe it was from all cast and hosting, no fucking clue, but I mean that was absolutely true. That's why I brought it up. You mean the bullshit Rich stuff? That dude got screwed? Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and say this right now, guys. I know literally nothing about that situation. I know Rich. I've met Rich. I have pictures with Rich. I've spent time with him. He's commentated our races before. I've hung out with him at like conventions and shit. I know Rich. I don't know that girl, and I don't know that situation. Therefore, my opinion on it is, and I cannot emphasize this enough, completely irrelevant. So... I'm not going to speak on about it at all. I know nothing. Right. And it's definitely a serious situation, so you won't be catching me talking about that at all. Asmon literally made Rich. Even Duo streamed after Asmon's main stream to help him out. Man, everybody in streaming was made by someone else, man. I was made by people in the WoW community. Like, I started streaming, bro. I didn't have to grind from 10 viewers, 20 viewers. I turned my stream on for the very first time at like 60 viewers. I got hosted by every Method Raider, every other top guild streamer once I actually started streaming because they knew me. I got hosted by fucking everyone in the community. The race like massively boosted my stream's viewership, right? Everybody was made from somebody. I don't like hearing Twitch viewers like hearing some streamer's name and just being like, that guy's nothing. He's just popular because he's friends with this guy. That's some hater shit. Don't worry about other people. Just live your own life. You know what I mean? THG's farming this rep hard. Yeah, I don't even know why. What is it? Even if they were made, if they weren't good, they wouldn't maintain. That's true, yeah. But that's half the battle of Twitch, man. 900 flight stones, 10-minute hack is what THG is saying he's doing. He's fucking hashtag remove flight stones. Yep. Yeah, flight stones do need to be removed. That's another separate topic, but yeah. There's two battles of Twitch. There is once someone tunes into your stream being entertaining enough or relevant enough to them for whatever game you play to where they will watch you in the future and follow you. And doing that is hard, and no matter how much someone helps you, you cannot make someone tune into you if you're not interesting. That part is true. But the other battle of Twitch is getting people to know about your stream and to ever click on it in the first place. And that's probably the hardest battle. And that's the one that I got the luckiest with. Like, people just knew who I was, so they clicked on my stream, and and the race boosted my viewership a lot and all that stuff. So true of most streamers. So like, yeah, you can be someone's friend and you can start streaming and people will watch you because of that, but like, if you weren't interesting, they would never tune in again. Max, are you not interviewing the devs this expansion? I am. I haven't had an interview with a developer in a long time, and I asked them about that recently because I asked to do one after I found out they were doing alpha interviews, and they had a very reasonable answer. I'll read it to you again. Where is it here? I have to fucking search. I said, by the way, definitely interested for an interview soon if possible. And they said, yeah, we'll get you looped in for the next one. Since you've had a couple more opportunities than others, we wanted to provide them to creators that haven't gotten one in a while or ever. And that's exactly what they did. And I feel like all around fair game. Totally makes sense. No one's complaining about that. Get him on the pod EC. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to reach out to someone right now about that. Ian, bro, Ian would never come on our podcast. He's too important. Although that is, so I've had a few conversations with Ian, IRL, like at BlizzCon and at their campus, and he's just like a good hang. Like, I think you guys would find it interesting to just listen to me and Ian yap about things WoW adjacent. Like, I'm not talking like fucking suit and tie, like, hello sir, what do you think about this thing in your game? He gives answer and then you do that again. I'm just talking like just fucking kicking it. Yo man, like, what was your favorite raid boss when you were playing the game and why? You know, just some shit like that. I think that would be insanely interesting, but I think he's too important to have conversations like that because like he represents too much of Blizzard to be doing that. That opens him up to, like, you know, some terminally online people to be like, you know, hey, oh, like, oh, that's weird. So our, I guess we're just having our leader of Blizzard here just, like, sit on a podcast and talk about stuff instead of balancing my fucking game. He's just talking about, oh, so you're not answering real WoW questions? Do you care about me? What about my sub? Wowhead would farm that episode hard. Bro, Wowhead had a legendary post earlier. So, like, I woke up today and I'm just like, all right, we're going to do this Razageth thing real quick and then just talk about some other shit. And then I wake up and I look at Wowhead and it's all Dragonflight raids nerfed by 10% health and damage. And I'm just like, oh, that's weird. I wonder if Blizzard, like, saw us wiping on Razageth with literally no Season 4 gear and was like, damn, this is too hard. Gotta nerf it even more. Even though you guys will actually stomp these raids with Mythic Plus and Heroic gear. And then I clicked on it and I read it a little bit more and it was like, oh, so this is just the thing that was applied before Season 4 went live. There's like... And by the way, even that isn't news. Guys, do you know how many times bosses' health is nerfed and buffed in total from the time they are put on the PTR to the time they are released? Probably hundreds of times. The fact that they were nerfed 10% right before it went live means nothing. No percentage up and down before something is released is a finished product that you should judge. So, it's just, even then it wasn't relevant. So, like, seeing it posted a day later, just reposting that same information to get, you know, it's just like, it's the same thing. Good, nice, lovely change already happened. Hey man, Wowhead's a great website. I don't want to get it twisted. Wowhead's a great website. If they've got to do some shameless clickbait shit to make ad money and keep themselves alive, fucking go for it. I doubt they're swimming in money if they're doing stuff like that. They're probably just doing what they got to do to survive. I respect it. At Max, you should interview people who comment on Wowhead. That would be kind of interesting. So it sounds like a really stupid idea immediately, but you're gonna run into one of two people, I think. The first person you'd run into is someone... It's like, have you guys seen that meme where it's like the dogs are growling at each other from behind the fence, but as soon as the fence is lifted, the dogs both stop growling and they look totally normal? Does anyone know the name of this meme? Is it like, okay, dogs growling fence meme? Maybe it'll just show up. Okay, fucking, I love this right here. Here we go. Here's the meme. Right here. This meme. They're like they're barking between the fence and they take the fence away and they're like, "Hey man. Hey. Rah, fuck you. So this is everyone on the internet, right? So doing an interview on stream with them would be is you would be removing this gate, and instead of just being this like toxic fucking just slinging sludge everywhere kind of person, they would just like answer questions, probably not be nearly as aggressive and more reasonable, and it would just not even be interesting at all because you wouldn't even hear. But then probably 1 in 10 people, you'd find people that are not actually just internet dwellers. They're just actually fucking crazy, and they would like hard debate their point, never admit to being wrong, even while obviously being wrong and super dobby, or just clearly really jaded and like emotionally making decisions and opinions instead of with reason. And those people would be a banger interview because I would fucking walk them like a dog because I know how to make their own arguments for them. And that would be fucking incredible. But yeah, so that the first one though is would not be super interesting. It would be, and I think that would be most people. And Teach Jesus gonna log on Lost Ark, huh? Dude, I will say though, I don't know if I have the funds to play Lost Ark normally now. Like, I don't know. I would probably have to take out a loan against my house or something. But in the time that I played that game when it initially came out, I think the first 3 weeks of the Lost Ark global release, like the NAEU, I think it was just around the world Lost Ark release. They had like a Russian client for a while and it was always in Korea, and then they like made it worldwide. When they made it the worldwide release and you were going through and doing all those islands and like you were basically experiencing like multiple expansions at the same time. Bro, I think that might have been some of the most fun I've ever had. That might have been some of the most fun I have ever had in gaming. It was so fun. And it was with the boys too. And Amazon paid me a fucking crazy amount of money to just play the game that I was already going to play anyway. The thing was like, play this game 3 times over the next 2 weeks. That was the contract, and it was like, I was definitely going to do that anyway. It was like more than 50 bands. Like, it was a lot of money. Just fucking extra. That was fucking good. Amazon money's good. And yeah, so that was just a fucking good time. That was a goddamn good time. And then, yo, you're saying you don't actually need to have that much money to play the game? THD didn't spend any money on the game and he is giga fat on eye level. THD, I'm watching you on Parsec right now. Open up your Steam page and show your Lost Ark thing. Right now. I know you're listening. Nope, Steam page. Not in-game. Steam page. No, okay. You can fucking show how much gold you've spent. That's fine. I bet it's nothing. Show your Steam page right now. Over 500k? Oh no, does bands mean something? No, it was over 50,000. What is it? How do you even get to that? Bro, you showed me yesterday. Your Steam page, just pull up your Steam where it says launch Lost Ark so you can see how many hours. Look at that, chat! Oh, just play like THD. Just play like THD. Just like have Giga eye level without spending money. Yeah, let me just spend 7,000 hours on this game. There's 2 choices you have for a long time in Lost Ark. It is you either play a shitload of alts and just farm game time on monotonous, grindy daily content that isn't fun whatsoever. They're just chores. Or you spend money to just play the one character, only play the game whenever you want, and still be geared enough when new raids come out. You have 2 choices. For me, the first one I would never do, so the second one is spending money, and I just don't want to do that. 291 days without sleep, just Lost Ark. And he quit for an entire year as well. It's an MMO, bro. Show your WoW played. I don't know what my WoW played is. THD started playing this game after me, I think, and I think he probably has more. I think his Legion / played was like fucking insane. I think THD logged like 16 hours a day in Legion or something over the course of the expansion, like on average. That's fucking nuts. This is his character. Yeah, he has 18 characters on this server. Dude, look at this. I did all of the raids with THD and Lip up until what was it? I don't remember the content cadence. I don't even remember the names of the bosses. Let's see. Lost Ark bosses. Is it Legion raids? Is that what it's called? List of bosses. No, that's Legion raid guides. Okay, this will work. So I did Vaulton, Gate 1 and Gate 2, Vicus, all 3 gates. And then I think Vaulton hard mode came out. I didn't do that with them initially, but then I came back and did that at some point. And I think I quit before Clown. But how much do they have now? They have Brel, Akan, and Theamine. Yeah, Lost Ark has tremendously good raid content. Lost Ark's class design, and this is going to be kind of a niche opinion, but sound design. Like, when you play Lost Ark classes, when you press buttons, the sound just fucking feels so good. Like, you just feel like you're... Like, when you press a button, you really feel it. I don't really know how to describe that, but... That's really good. And the raid fights are genuinely fucking sick. That is true. Unfortunately, it's a grindy gacha game that's trying to swindle money out of you real bad unless you play an amount that only someone with no job could play. That's the bad part. At least that's what it used to be. Not sure if it's like that anymore. We'll talk about something I don't know, but that's absolutely what it used to be. Max, just a question if you wanted to, and I know you don't. Could you make a good transmog? What do you mean? All my transmogs are good. Okay, wait. Shark Shoes transmog actually is good, though. Like, this is just a solid mog. Like, this looks fucking clean. My Shark Shoes looks like a goddamn beast. We fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Looks like a fucking beast, bro. Even dog form. Oh, it's so good. I fucking love this character, man. I love this guy. Your warband is gonna look like a fucking goon squad. Dude, Franck did a thing of it. Look. When I did my first impressions video of the alpha, which, hey, let's see how my YouTube videos are doing. Haven't looked at those in a while. Oh, looking real good. 90K interview reaction for a 1-hour video? Yo. Okay, here we go. Just absolute. This is it. Here's the video. 4 characters. We asked, they're not going to add any more to that, so it's like, I guess your main 4 characters. I don't know. For me, I'm really looking forward to this for a couple reasons. One of them is really stupid in that I can just make all my really dumb looking characters just be front and center. Like, it's going to... Guys, it's like a fucking Picasso. This is just perfection. You may not like it, but this is what perfection looks like. Just know that. Alright, so at this point, we could wait another hour, but it looks unlikely that we're getting an alpha build today, which means that we're getting an alpha build tomorrow, unless they are changing their, for the first alpha in, like, at least since the beginning of BFA. So that was 7 years ago, the BFA alpha, or BFA beta, 6.5 years ago. They have weekly updates, so I guess it'll be tomorrow, but who knows. They've been pushed as late as 8 p.m. before, but I won't be staying that late. Someone did have an interesting YouTube video for me though. Harumared, I think. Someone said Harumared has a 26-minute video called The Expansion That Changed World First Races, The History of BFA Rating. And that, I was there for that. I was part of that. So that might be cool to do like a little history. Although I don't really want to watch it because we lost 3 times in that expansion. But also looking back on it, they've been like doing... I've seen Roger Brown in World First Kill videos from like 2011. So the fact that we even thought we could just start going for World First and compete with them was kind of crazy. I think winning after our first 3 tries, learning a lot, I think is like at the time I felt horrible about it. In hindsight, I feel like we were kind of out of our depth for a while. But you kind of have to be before you're good enough. It's just too hard. Like, Eternal Palace was the first race I actually felt like we could have won. Like, I think we almost won Uldir because they didn't care enough, and they thought they were just going to stomp everybody. Like, they literally didn't even know we were going for the race. They thought they only had to beat Exorcist, which they could easily do, and did easily do. And then in Battle of Dazar'alor, they clearly went up a notch and beat us, right? And then in Eternal Palace was the first race I felt like we could have beat them. Yeah. What is it? What is it? It's like, yeah, it's like being drafted in the NBA this year and being like, LeBron's old, I'll crush him. That is kind of what that's like. But we actually thought that, though. Like, we really thought we could beat them. Which I guess maybe, like, delusional confidence is good. Sometimes, but, like, I guess if we were just like, no way. Maybe we play worse or something. Or prepare. I don't know. Well, you really could have won Uldir your first try. Yeah, but I don't think that was Method at their best. I think they were really caught off guard. That was their first time streaming progression, which has its own issues. They were getting beat by a guild that wasn't streaming, so they were like second guessing their decision making the whole time. I think they, yeah, I don't know. Was Raz dead? Yeah, we fucking one shot that idiot. Log back into Horseboy. I want to turn him into a turkey. No shot, buddy. No shot, buddy. Okay, I think we watched this, chat. I think this is the stream content today. If we're not getting an alpha build, I think this is our stream content. The thing is, though, is let me go make some food. So I'm. One of my friends asked me if anyone wanted to come skate for a team tonight that needs subs, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do it. I'm going to a stick time with my friend before that, but we'll see. Wait, what is this? What are the odds that if you won the Uldir Race to World first, would have never gotten big? That'll probably be more interesting to answer during the video. THD stream. You guys really want to watch THD game while I get food? What is he? Is this? Oh, is this actually a raid? Is this the gate of Theamine they're progressing? Looks like he's playing with Goop and a couple other people. Oh, I played with Zen support. I think he was in our initial group. I played with THD Goop and a THD Goop Lip. A couple other people. Was there anyone else from our guild? I think Kingfly played for a little while. Yeah, the raid content of this game is very nice. It's very good. What is THD playing? I don't recognize this class. Is this a class that was introduced? Oh no, is this Summoner? Oh, I just never played Summoner. That's why. Summoner was in the game. I think it got reworked though. I think I remember at one point the Summoner was like super lame and they remade it basically. They like made it a lot better. Do you miss Chef Heidi's meals? Chat, am I stupid? I live a 10-minute drive from the liquid facility, and I could eat Chef Heidi's meals for lunch and dinner every single day. And I don't. I almost never do unless I have to go there to shoot something. Is that stupid? For free, too. I don't know. I just feel like driving down there. Oh, I guess there's a more of a caveat here. More of a caveat. If I go there for dinner, it's going to be an hour drive home in traffic. So that one's probably a little less worth it, but yeah, I don't know, man. I just leaving the house. I drive a lot because I drive to play hockey every day, which is a pretty far drive actually. I used to Uber Eats a lot. I do meal services now. That meal services have actually like changed my life, like good ones. You can really modify your caloric, or you can like really specify your caloric intake and your macro intake, and it has helped me get a lot stronger, get super athletic again, and lose a lot of weight all at the same time. And I would not be able to do that if I had to order my own foods. Also, something that's been, again, I will go get food in a second, but something that's been really OP for me has been just eating smaller meals, but more meals throughout the day. When you eat big meals, especially I've been able to see this while playing playing hockey a lot, is you're actually really lethargic, like by eating a ton of food. But like you feel way more ready when you eat smaller meals throughout the day. Like you're just more energized in general, like you're in your whole life. It's been a pretty big. I hate when people say life hack, so I'm not gonna say that. But you know, something like that. Imagine just cooking your own food. Yeah, I don't do that for 2 reasons. Number 1, I'm too stupid. Number 2, as a streamer, you kind of can't. Like right now, if I just was like, hey guys, I'll be back in 30 minutes, I'm gonna go cook. That's just not. Like some streamers do that. That's awful. You'll lose all your viewership, and that would make me really sad, and my mental health would go in the fucking gutter. Yeah, cooking streams are totally different things. It's definitely more convenient to do this. Anyways, I'll be right back. Hey yo, what did I tab back into? THD doing a raid fight. Wait, I'll watch the end of it though. Is this a VOD of THD doing? Is that whatever? You missed it. Max, rewind your VOD. No. I'll trust that whatever by the way you guys are responding that. Oh, THD's. Oh, I see. THD's doing it for me. What a... Yeah. Incredible stuff there. Incredible. Alright. That's enough of the THD screen share today, boys. We already watched them kill it. Alright, here we go. It's gonna be a hard watch for me. Part of my soul leaves my body every time I watch Echo kill something. Or what they used to be Method. So, let's do that.
Rating in WoW has...
This is going to be a nice one, though. This is going to be our come-up story.
Always been the most popular feature, Blizzard's most popular game to date, and it can be confusing sometimes to understand why for the modern player when there are so many alternatives to the game nowadays. Raiding is viewed as the pinnacle of the game's existence, challenging the most seasoned veterans and casual players to think outside the box and give it their all. We have watched for nearly 2 decades just how much fights and players have progressed, from the standing and hitting dilemma to $1,000 funded organizations to topple the bosses the quickest upon release to prove they are among the best in the entire world. It could be argued that Race the World First, a phenomenon that's existed since WoW's beginning, has helped keep the popularity of WoW so afloat, as now anyone can tune in and learn from the best of the best. Over the course of this video, we're going to be talking about the complete history of raiding in the Battle for Azeroth expansion. And
like before Battle for Azeroth, before it was streamed, have you guys seen how many views old YouTube kills used to get? Like, it's, I mean, literally millions and millions of less than people get of, like, current WoW content. But, like, for people that only played WoW that really cared about it, it was huge. Like, Paragon Ragnaros, for example. Like, 2.6 million views. Paragon Garrosh, right? This was already killed by Method, so maybe there less people watched it, but like 800k. Method Blackhand, 1.6 million, right? Method killed Jaden, 900k. Method, what's the last boss in oh, I guess Paragon Lich King is like probably the most, I think. Was it a there it is. Yeah, 2 million. Lei Shen, Method Lei Shen. 800k. Yeah, just back then no one streamed their Race World First progression. So like when the World First Guild released their video, that meant the top 5 guilds could. So they're all released on the same day, and everyone got to see what the boss looked like for the first time. Right? And there was, like, something cool about that. Like, what was really cool was you saw different strats, like specifically Lei Shen, specifically Siegecrafter Blackfuse. You saw guilds do the fight completely differently. This could never happen nowadays. Nowadays has its own benefits, but, like, you would always see people doing the same strat, because someone would figure something out, and then it's just quite easy. It's quite simply easier and more time efficient if you're trying to win to do something that someone else has figured out that you know works, versus potentially finding something else you could be wasting your time, right? So yeah, you spam refreshed WoW progress back then to see if someone killed something. Maybe you got a Battle.net real ID message to see if someone killed a boss before it ever got public. It wasn't live. It wasn't tweeted. None of that. It was like just a different time. BFA is what really changed that, which is what will make this video pretty cool. Also, I was there. I was part of this.
Expansion that surely sets in stone our current perception of raiding in modern World of Warcraft. Following the widely popular Legion expansion, Blizzard had promised players a new version of their artifact weapon and legendaries in the form of the Heart of Azeroth and the Azerite armor.
Now that part didn't work too well for a bit. Now that didn't quite work, but well, the Heart of Azeroth was kind of like an artifact weapon. Like, in the way that, like, you deposited AP into it and got some powers. But artifact weapons were just cool. You know? Yeah, without like, all of the talent trees. And then, an Azerite armor was supposed to replace tier bonuses, Legion legendaries. I think there's a few more things, and it initially wasn't tradable, and it didn't have 2 tier 1 Azerite slots. It was, I think that's actually, so Essences and Corruption ended up saving BFA, but I think Azerite armor was a complete miss. Like, the removal of tier made it alone not worth it, but it was never cool. It was, like, kind of just annoying, the whole expansion.
The new artifact would infinitely scale upwards in item level as you obtain new items to empower it, called Azerite Power. As your necklace scales upwards, you would unlock levels in your Azerite armor, allowing you to pick from an array of choice nodes suited for your class specialization. With this new armor, it would remove the long existing era of tier sets, as Blizzard now elected to have the sets of each raid fit the theme based on armor type rather than each class, since the Azerite armor traits are designed to be class specific already. This system, while possibly good in concept, inevitably never really turned out the way Blizzard had hoped.
Oh yeah.
Instead, it bred highly degenerate gameplay by essentially forcing the player to do a daily set of chores that weren't very fun for many people involved in order to attain the necessary Azerite power. What made this extra annoying was, if you missed a few days or weeks of your Azerite grind, your character's power level would be significantly behind others, and it could take quite a while to catch back up. This made the high-end Mythic Raiders aiming for a spot in the Hall of Fame farm upwards of 50 island expeditions a day to get any bit of advantage that they could, as island expeditions were an infinite...
I don't know how far down the rating ladder the grinding islands went. I imagine it's pretty far. Like, we were in island expeditions 100% of the time we were awake, 16 to 18 hours a day leading up to a heroic week. Our raiders were probably doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, thousands within a week, to get what we needed. But that's obviously the extreme angle of it. But that's what this video is about. So that's the information I'm giving you.
Farm with their necklace's power. Truthfully, Mythic players have always done insane strategies to get an advantage, and nothing like this really surprised anyone. However, the biggest change to this race to the world first is that it was the very first time Method, one of the very best guilds at the time, decided to stream their gameplay to the world on Twitch and reveal their strategies and angles to tackle the challenges ahead. It completely changed the game.
Remember how we talked about this earlier, chat? How, like, this, I guess if Frank makes this a YouTube video, this context will be missing. But we were talking about how, like, you know, everyone who's, like, made it on Twitch just got, like, some huge break. Bro, just think of me, right? Like, I sit here and my job is yapping on stream nowadays. But, like, I happen to be in a guild that happened to go for world first at the best time in fucking history. And we happen to be good at exactly the right time, and I happen to lead that guild. Like, let's say Method never streams the race world first. I probably don't have a popular stream. And I had dinner with Sko at BlizzCon, and I told him that. We owe a ton of our success to them ever doing this. Like, let's just say we were Paragon. We were a guild that was the best back in the day when this wasn't monetizable. Yeah, they're legends in the WoW community, but, like, I wouldn't have had nearly as big of a stream. We wouldn't have been able to get offers from Liquid and other orgs. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and our guild were such massive benefactors of right place, right time. And I'll get more into that when they start talking about Old Year.
It became the new median for WoW viewership.
But before we leave the islands thing, were islands really that bad, or were they only bad because Blizzard made them the best and most efficient way to farm artifact power, so you felt forced to spam them? Like, when they announced BFA, they announced islands and warfronts. And warfronts were a huge miss, but I feel like sometimes islands are lumped in with that because they were generally not looked forward to. But I feel like if you just did islands a reasonable amount, it was just kind of good content. That's my take. Maybe it's a hot one. I feel like they're kind of good. but most people remember them not fondly because they felt like they had to do it for power. And you did have to do it for power, by the way. Let me give you an idea. I'm just gonna like, where were all the places you could get Azerite power from in BFA? It was like world quests, it was, you know, dungeons, it was raids, it was islands, and was that it? Rares, I guess, rares, I guess, whatever. Okay, so here's, I'm just going to do in bar format what your artifact power an hour was doing these things, okay? Here, world quests were actually really good, but you had a limited amount of them. World quests were really good, okay, but limited quantity. Dungeons, if you were to just spam dungeons for artifact power, here's how efficient your artifact power for hours. I mean, it's probably even less than this. I think it was like fractions of world quests. Raids were horrible, right? Raids were a little better, actually, than dungeons, I believe, because they gave you more, but obviously, again, time limited, so you couldn't just spam them like you could dungeons. And then, oh, PvP also, yeah, okay, sure, PvP. Let's throw PvP in. Well, for any, does anyone PvP in BFA remember how artifact power efficient PvP was? Does anyone want to make this up or something? Was it bad? Actually, not that bad. Bad. Very bad. All right, we're all just making shit up. I'm just going to make it like this. Cool. We will still get the point across. Anyways, here are islands. When done efficiently, was probably even more than that. But, like, just to show you, and then rares, I don't know, I'm just going to make something up, just like here. So, like, when you were farming artifact power, you did your world quest for the day because you didn't have to find a group of people, and then you did islands because it was just, this is, by the way, I think this is wrong. I think islands were, like, here, and world quests were, like, here. Like, this is how much better, maybe even more. It was just massively more if you found a good group. So... yeah, anyways, small island. I'm going to close my door because I have someone vacuuming right now. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Let's go talk about Uldir.
Bringing in hundreds of thousands of people from around the globe. As the very first raid in BFA, Uldir had a lot to live up to, as the first raid set of Legion, Emerald Nightmare, was cleared in literally 18 hours. So Blizzard stepped the game immensely and ensured that this tier would be one for the books, and it surely was.
Before he goes on, this is correct. Uldir, so MOP, all the way back to 2012, MOP had, actually we can go all the way back to Wrath if we want to, but, you know, there were like, the first raid of the expansion was like an intro raid every single expansion. MOP had Mogish and Vault, significantly easier than Heart of Fear. We had WoD had Highmaul, Legion had Emerald Nightmare. These raids were intended to be easier. BFA marked the change that is now present in the game, which is there are no intro raids or lesser raids. And we can get into actually having some arguments about that later, whether that's good or bad, especially when it comes up to Crucible of Storms and Trial of Valor. We won't talk about Trial of Valor, actually. Crucible of Storms. That now when you just start an expansion, it's just like a raid is a raid. There's no difference. There should be no difference between a first raid and a last raid of an expansion. And that was true in BFA, difficulty-wise.
All things considered, the first few bosses of the raid would fall on the first day of progression.
True of every raid.
The real hard-hitting started when all guilds met Fetid Devourer. This boss would wall guilds for 3 whole days before it was finally killed due to the fact that it was literally impossible mathematically. This was admitted by game.
I don't think it was that long. I remember doing Heroic on day 1. Haunted, how long was it? I remember doing Heroic on day 1 for most of it. Or for a little bit, and then we like killed the first, we killed up to Hive Mind, and we were basically just like walled at Fetid. But it was not 3 days. I want to say it died the day after we started pulling it, but that might have been 3 days into the tier in total. Because we were the first guild to pull this boss. We were the lowest guild when they nerfed it. And I don't think we were on this for more than a day. So I don't know about that.
Director Ian Hazakostas, which marks a truly rare event when the dev team admits they'd made a large mistake. What would essentially happen is the boss would spawn corruption corpuscles. These would spawn multiple cis ads on the floor, which had to be hard swapped to and killed before they could finish their enticing essence cast. If they finished their cast, the boss would rush over to it and eat it, healing the boss for 30% of its health. This almost always would cause a wipe for the groups on Mythic, as the boss was already an insanely high DPS check, even for the best players and DPS achievable for the time. Now,
So it's weird. Our perspective have changed a lot. Like back then we were like, oh, this is overtuned, but now like we're so battle hardened that like we will never, like nothing is overtuned now. We would rather fucking die than admit something is overtuned, because then you like we've learned this from previous bosses. Like you just you tell yourself that you can get through anything and you just keep problem solving until you can't anymore. So like they say this boss is super overtuned and unkillable. Maybe. I think if you put current Liquid and Echo, like this is kind of weird because like you're going back in time and guilds always get better over time, but like I think both of our guilds would have killed this boss in not a lot of time. But also the guilds are like astronomically better than we were then. But it was tremendously difficult for the time because like we saw progression. We started one tanking it. It would have been killed one tanking. You brought in arcane mages and hunters because they were the only class that had CDs for every set, and then you had to find the boss damage with it. You had to stack a lot of melee to actually get the boss damage, even though it was really hard because it just spread on this fight. I don't know.
Big problem that walled this boss off for so long was that these ads had way too much health. So even when hard swapping to them on Mythic, you would barely be able to kill just one of the ads when there were two at a time. So on September 11th of 2018, Blizzard lowered the health of the boss and adds a large amount on Mythic, and later that day, the boss would be brought down by limit. Before the nerfs were made, large amount on Mythic.
Isn't it funny that Warcraft devs just said, we've lowered it significantly? They didn't even type the percentage. Isn't that funny how much different that is than today? Like, it's just the communication between the teams from old year till now is just so massively different, which is definitely really, really good.
And later that day, the boss would be brought down by limit. Before the nerfs were made to make the boss doable, Blizzard stated that for a 5 of 8 boss, a DPS check that makes even the very best guilds have to play insanely perfectly, while getting their item levels to the absolute highest possible, was too much. So they made the nerf, and soon after, the boss went down. Funny enough, Azul, the very next boss, died the same day, proving Fetid Devourer was just far too overtuned.
Show our comp for that, though. That's a little. Zul was probably harder than the nerfed, and Harumared also gets this wrong a few times in his videos that he makes about WoW rating. Is he often goes by pull counts and the amount of time it took to kill a boss, but Fetid Devourer, even though we spent a day on it in its pre-nerf form, when it was nerfed, we killed it pretty quickly. And you can only judge a boss by the version of it that was killed, right? We'll probably talk about this later in this video with Crucible of Storms. Like, Unat took 700 pulls, but almost all of those pulls were before nerfs and nerfs and nerfs and nerfs, and that's not the version of the boss that was actually killed, so, like, that's not really indicative of its difficulty. Zul was probably a harder boss than Fetid Devourer. It was just able to be cheesed by how strong Funnel was with sub-rogues.
Progression would then begin on Mithrax as Complexity Limit, now simply known as Liquid, and Method would fight neck and neck for their spot to progress to the end boss. 2 days after the Fetid kill, Mithrax would fall and the finish line was in sight.
Mithrax was such a fucking insanely fun boss to progress.
At this point, Limit had made a name for themselves for being neck and neck with Method since Legion, closing in just barely behind each other each tier.
That is absolutely false. Wait, sorry, did I hear that wrong?
Mithrax would fall and the finish line was in sight. At this point, Limit had made a name for themselves for being neck and neck with Method since Legion, closing in just barely behind each other each.
That is not true. We were not finishing neck and neck with them in Legion. I'll give you actually a quick rundown of the lore of our guild. So in Legion, Method was raiding all day, every day, race to world first hours. We did not do that one time in Legion. We raided 7 days a week, 5 hours a night, almost to the T. And we beat every guild in the world for most of that expansion that didn't raid race to world first hours. How it was in Nighthold, for example, was we were world 5th, and the 4 teams in front of us were From Scratch, Exorcist, Method, and Serenity. And all 4 of those guilds were raiding for the race to world first. They were raiding all day, every day. They were tripling our hours, and we beat everyone else in the world that wasn't. Yeah, we were Fat Shark Yes before Fat Shark Yes. Basically, we did not go for the race to world first at all. In Legion, but like I think we were a generally known guild. I guess like we were top 5 world, but. This was before the race was streamed. A lot of people didn't know us, and we were not finishing anywhere close to Method. Method was 10 times better than us in Legion. I will tell you what we did in this, though. We told ourselves we were going to go for the race to world first, or not even go for it. We were going to take 2 days off and like day raid for 2 days. That was like pretty common. And then we were like, guys, we're already doing it Tuesday and Wednesday. Why don't we just take off Thursday and Friday, and then it's the weekend, and then let's just do 5 days and see what happens. That's what we ended up doing. 2 days before the patch, we just decided to just do it for 5 days and just see what the fuck happened. We didn't even know Method was streaming or anything. We were just like, let's see what happens. And then we did those 5 days and we were fucking clapping. And then once we went to that, you could never go back. It was just like so fun. We had such a blast. And then after that point, we tried to keep pushing it, and people had work, and we'll get into the end of this raid, but like you could definitely see being a noob to this and the growing pains of not having done this before near the end of this raid for sure. But yeah, we were that characterization of us was not true. We were extremely new to this.
Tier. When it came to Gahoon's mechanics, the biggest upset was the Power Matrix kit. Basically, the boss was completely immune to damage until you placed 2 orbs into the Matrix to remove his shield. To move the orbs to the console, you needed a lot of pre-organization and very specific classes that are fast enough to run to the console before the debuff stops them, as you cannot hold it forever. While holding the orb, you cannot use any abilities, at least during the time of the race to world first. This change was specifically made about a month after the world first kill was achieved, so that guilds still aiming for the Hall of Fame could rely less on warlocks taking up a 1/4 of the raid. Gahoon specifically had many affliction warlocks at the time due to their massive damage from Deathbolt.
I think we played
the ability
5.
to be permanently doing damage to the assists on the
Didn't
floor.
we have 5? I think we had 5. Limit Gahoon. First to the moon, first to Gahoon, baby. Here we go. Wait, by the way, for our first end boss kill video, can we just take a second to appreciate the editing at the beginning? Just take this in. Right here. Fucking. Let's fucking go.
Let's the feast of 1,000.
Yep, we had a goddamn warlock group. We had Supreme, THD, Kevin, Nori, and Zyro all playing Magus. All right, anyways, back to this.
Those targets in the Power Matrix zone with absolute corruption
Or
and
not
demonic
Magus,
gateways
Warlock,
to
Purple Magus.
Transport orb carriers quickly across the platforms. It boosted their numbers and allowed them to negate an otherwise very difficult aspect of the fight. Voldir would be no different, as Limit took the ultimate gamble to attain their kill before Method. Typically in a world first progression, if a boss lives past the second week, the guild will re-clear the raid and claim more gear for their players in order to get that last bit of percentage down. In Limit's case, they opted to extend their lockout for possibly the first time in world first history, with the intention of using Vantis runes, an item that permanently increase your versatility.
Okay, let's see how much of this they get right.
Boss, and gear from their weekly cash box to increase their item levels on Gahoon. It almost proved successful, as they'd managed sub 1% pulls and were just barely beaten by Method. Unfortunately, at this same time, the Vantis runes and certain Azerite traits were nerfed that Limit had banked on to win the race. After 8 hard days of Voldir's release and 2...
Alright, so let me get what they got right and wrong about that. So, this is again back when communication was not as good. There was a few reasons why we extended. Number one, we did not know that they nerfed Fetid Devourer on the reset. Fetid Devourer was a boss that was like pretty specific, and we had brought some different people for the last boss, and we were thinking like, do we even bring them for gear? And we didn't know it was nerfed. By the time we made the decision to press the extend button, Blizzard had not announced that they nerfed Fetid. They only did that after we started re-clearing. If we knew that they nerfed Fetid Devourer, we would have re-cleared 100%, just straight up. We knew about the Vantis Rune nerf, and we knew about the Azerite trait nerfs, but we didn't know how much it would affect us. It ended up being pretty significant. Like, it made our gear that we got from extending, opening your box and whatever, like, not really that much of a gain. But we still could have won while extending. I'll give you a few anecdotes from progression. Number one, we had a healer, a priest, stay up and watch Method for the last 2 days. He was literally on 3 days of sleep. Couldn't even play the game. Just like noob stuff. You would never do this later, just noob stuff. Same priest, could have... We were trying to get him to go disc, because I think disc and Uldir is maybe the most broken disc has ever been, but we were playing Holy instead. Again, we were all new, not like putting all that blame on him. And he was like, I can't take disc. It'll take me 90 pulls to learn disc in the last phase. He ended up going disc, and we killed it 2 pulls later. We had one of our mages, I think, was doing something weird in that phase, and like he swapped his Azerite trait and gained like 15% damage in the last phase or something, and he didn't do that until after we lost. Like, there's just so much that we could have done to win, that putting it on the like one thing, let's get one thing straight. If we extended, we would have won, but also we didn't have like we didn't have all the information needed to extend or not. We were also new. We didn't really know the difference of that. Plus, if we extended and killed it, or sorry, if we just re-cleared and then killed it on that day, and then Method just re-cleared and killed it on that day, is that even really a win? Like, that actually is something that luckily we've kind of dodged in the race so far, but like, if it's clearly obvious that a reset is needed to kill the boss, and then we just get that reset a day earlier, and then we just kill the boss on that day, and then they wake up tomorrow and they do that, like, killing the boss first, it's true, you did kill the boss before anyone else, but that doesn't feel like a win. It just feels like you got your reset earlier. That's fucking corny. So like, I don't know. We kind of didn't want to have to deal with any of that, so we just wanted to go in and kill the boss. And we should have just killed the boss. So we don't, in the guild, are not like, oh man, we should have just like extended. We lost, we extended. We absolutely should have killed that boss. We totally ran out of steam. We had never gone for the race before. People weren't eating, sleeping. We were just husks of human beings by that point, because we had just not been doing this for 5 years like our opponents, right? 5+ years. So we just didn't know what the fuck we were doing. And honestly, looking back on it, during this race, we got like delusionally confident that we could beat them, and we were after this too, and we'll get into that more when we talk about Battle of Dazar'alor. But we had no fucking shot against this team. The only reason we were even close in Uldir is because, and the only reason that they streamed progression at all was because they knew they were going to shit on everybody. They didn't think we were going to increase our hours and go for world first. They couldn't have known. We made that up right before the tier started, and they knew that all they had to beat was Exorcist, which they could do streaming without streaming, and it was going to be really easy. They beat them by a lot. So like, I don't think Method was fully locked in for this tier, and I think they showed that in Battle of Dazar'alor. I think the only reason we were even close to beating them is because we caught them totally off guard. But it does come up with some interesting alternate history things for the race. Method streamed the race because they were sure they were going to win, and they wanted to have their pie and eat it too. Right? Or is that what? Have their cake and eat? How is that? What is that phrase? Is it cake? They want to have their cake and eat it too? Is that a thing? Okay, whatever. Cake, just not pie. Whatever. I think there's a world, and I'm not positive, that if we beat them in this raid, that they never stream progression again, we never stream progression again, and the race to world first as you know it right now doesn't exist. They even had it after they had a huge meeting within their guild that we found out later, where they heavily debated whether they stream the race to world first going forward because of how well we did not streaming, and they were like, dude, is it worth streaming if we lose? And they almost didn't stream Battle of Dazar'alor even after they won. So imagine if they lost, right? So I think it's potentially just alternate history kind of shit, you know. We do like one small thing different and win, and then this whole thing is totally different. Anyways, but that didn't happen, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. But anyways, we were super super hyped. Even though we lost, we were like, damn, we can actually do this. And we were excited about going forward. And we totally thought we were better than them because we like didn't know what the fuck we were doing and almost beat them, which was like fool's delusional confidence because they were absolutely better than us in Battle of Dazar'alor.
Beaten by Method. Unfortunately, at the same time, the Vantis runes and certain Azerite traits were nerfed that Limit had banked on to win the race. After 8 hard days of Uldir's release and 285 wipes later in Cahoon, Method claimed victory for the EU with over 260,000 viewers live on their Twitch channel at the time of the kill. And for any of you unfamiliar with streaming, that is generally considered a ridiculously huge number.
And that was before the pandemic too. So we've had races, multiple races that have had more peak concurrent viewership than this was. But like that's with pandemic Twitch numbers increasing like fucking insane.
BFA's second raid, Battle for Dazar'alor, was an incredibly versatile competitor with faction-specific mechanics. Certain boss fights would be told to the players through the perspective of their faction, or the opposite. An example being, as Alliance, you would turn into Horde races and complete the encounter while Horde remained as they were. Horde would be turned into Alliance for similar fights like Rashtakan, but the fights would stay exactly the same other than your character's racials changing to the race you were given. This will be important later. In World First fashion, almost all of the bosses in the beginning fell on the very first day of raiding, leaving only the Stormwall Blockade and Jaina Proudmoore for the days after. Blockade took just about 1 full day progression before the test of Jaina hit the—
That's not true. Blockade would have died instantly. The reason it didn't is because it was bugged and we didn't know if we could kill her or not. I can scroll up here and see if the file from tags, if he still has it. Because I always ask for this. I'm going to do a little bit more scrolling. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it. I don't think I'm going to find it. Maybe I could just... one second. Let me Control F Blockade. Okay, it's not there. All right, well, we were fighting this boss. We got all the way to Blockade with 4 hours left in our raid. And if you guys remember Blockade, Frank is editing this video. Maybe he can show what this looks like. But in the last phase, there's these mobs that spawn that like move towards the boss and you have to kill them over time. Our mobs just didn't move. They just stood there. They never moved. So we couldn't do anything more with that. So they we were just like, I don't know if we can kill the boss, so we just went to bed so they could fix it, and then we woke up the next day and killed it. And I think Method had it fixed for their progression, so they got all the way to Jaina in day 1, which is kind of interesting in Battle of Dazar'alor. It ended up being remembered as a pretty hard raid because Jaina was really hard, but it's interesting in the BFA plus era of the Race to World First that the entire raid was cleared in 1 day except for the end boss, right? That's strange. Like, imagine if we killed Tindril on the first day. Like, that's just, it's like unheard of, right? Imagine if you killed Rygalon on the first day. Imagine if you killed, like, it just doesn't happen. So the raid, even though it was super, the bosses in here are super cool, but they were super easy, kind of like Firelands.
Top 2 competitors for the last tier, Limit and Method again. The same general methods of gearing applied once again for this tier, as no real changes were made. Lots of Azerite grinding and lots of insane strategies. Jaina walled guilds for a considerably longer amount of time.
Oh, he's not going to talk about Azerite power, but I forget if it was 42 Azerite or another number. 42 is the number in the neck that I remember, but Method farmed that and no one else did, and I think it was like a pretty good buff. We like didn't grind for that, and after they almost lost an Uldir, they just went fucking psycho and grind 42.
Ended up being one of the hardest bosses Blizzard has ever made. Jaina went through a number of hotfixes as she was being progressed. For Mythic difficulty, on February 2nd, 2019, Jaina was allowed to cast while moving for easier position in raids. The scaling of the Eye Shard debuff was correctly adjusted, causing a buff in her kit, and a final bug fix that caused players to...
We were playing double Prop Paladin because Jaina did no damage because Prop Paladin's utility and damage was awesome. And then they buffed the tank damage in our face and made me swap to a monk or a warrior, I forget. I think I played both in progression. I played all 3 at some point, but yeah. We felt really confident about double Prop Paladin until they made the boss blow our brains out.
Unintentionally gain additional stacks of Chilling Touch. Both guilds discovered that the troll racial, the Voodoo Shuffle, worked at the Jaina encounter. Basically, Jaina's entire fight dealt with a really heavy slowing crowd control that stacked up to 20 times. And with a 20% reduction in duration from the racial, they could actually let the mechanic fall off and basically negate the mechanic after transition. Once this
It didn't negate it, it just gave you more time on the enrage. But yeah, we knew about this, and we went to bed finding out and testing the troll thing, because we were looking at a VOD, and we were like, wait, why is his debuff falling off? Oh, he's troll. Oh, that works. Okay, we're about to go to bed an hour before raid. Don't race change now, or else we're going to let Method know. We wake up, and Method, I don't know if they found out on their own. Apparently a bunch of people in Twitch chat also were just like, Limit had a few people go troll, like maybe this troll thing works, whatever. I don't really know what it was, but we tried to keep it from Method when we found out. I'm sure they were going to find out anyway, but Tags live streamed talking about and changing to troll. We weren't streaming at the time. I don't know how this happened, but Tags ended up turning on his stream and just live streaming us talking about it, which is fucking awesome. Also, this raid, was this the raid where Henry publicked our logs, Haunted? We were having like polls in the last phase, and then Method was like, nah, they're not. And it was like, okay. It was like, how the fuck do they have our logs? Well, we were having polls in the last phase, but we lied about having a lower percentage to make them freak out. And we were like, dude, they have an in with Warcraft logs, because we had no idea what we were talking about. And it turned out it was just because fucking Henry like publicked our logs on accident. Fucking the most Henry thing ever. I know Henry hasn't been in the guild for a while, but like, if you guys know, you know.
Trick was discovered by Method and Limit, they began to reach 10% pulls in the boss. This was such a significant reduction to a mechanic that everyone except for their paladins and demon hunters made the swap to troll. Jaina's Tide Elemental ad had
the debuff didn't have that big of an impact on progression.
An ability called Splitting Frost, which basically lets it split into smaller versions of itself upon death. To work around this, Method would literally just ignore the ad and send all of their cooldowns into Jaina to get as much damage as possible in before lethal. On February 4th, Blizzard allowed the ad to cast its Waterbolt volley at 100 energy rather than when a kick was missed, making this strategy much riskier. Blizzard would then hotfix it again to remove this change.
Yeah, this was so funny, because they were watching both of our guilds pull this boss and have this ad not do anything. And they nerfed this, and we were both using this. Method lost their minds on Twitter and, like, forced Blizzard to nerf this, which we didn't realize how much power we had at that time, because we were just like, okay, you could do the boss just fine with this change. You just needed a better kick rotation. But, like, because we were pulling the boss at the exact same time that all of this was going down. But, like, we weren't saying anything on Twitter, and we weren't streaming. But, like, the power of streaming and the amount of influence you have during the race is insane, because Method basically got Blizzard to just fall back on a nerf by getting mad.
This strategy much riskier. Blizzard would then hotfix it again to remove this change, as it was an unintended addition that made the fight too hard.
That was not unintentionally increase the difficulty. Like, they clearly saw what we were doing, didn't want us to do it anymore, changed that, obviously made it harder, and then changed it because the guild got mad.
Since it was a bug that existed for nearly a full week, Blizzard thought it best if they just kept it as it was so players would not have to adjust their strategies so dramatically. Limit had stated that it was clear that the phase 3 of the encounter was changed multiple times by Blizzard, forcing them to flip-flop.
The strategies Limit was using kept becoming not... Oh, my camera's in the way. I should probably just move it in general for this. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, the strategies Limit was using kept becoming non-viable because of how much Jaina kept getting changed. That's not true. That's just not true. Here's what we did. We did this burn strat far before Echo figured it, or Method figured it out. And then we did some bad math. And we were like, hey, we can't kill this in time. And that math was wrong. And then, instead of brute forcing it, which is always the best thing to do if you can, and I'm not kidding, we're doing this NASA strat where, like, we would break out 4 people. We would have 4 people intentionally reset their stacks early by taking debuffs, and then we would break them out, deal with 4 icicles, and then the entire rest of the raid would get icicled, and then we would have those 4 people break out everyone else, resetting their stacks, and then getting an easy kill after that. But that is extremely fucking hard and complicated, and then we basically did that for a day, and we're like, hey, this is impossible. let's go back to the burn strat. And by then, Method was just getting better at the burn strat because they didn't have the opinion of, hey, this boss is killable or unkillable. So yeah, we figured it out, but then made a very rookie mistake, which is if you ever have a path that like you cannot ever pass up a strat that is easy, even if like you have to optimize to make it work, like that's 10 times better than doing something that's like impossibly technically hard. So learn that lesson then, first time we were being put into that situation, but that's what happened. It had nothing to do with nerfs. The nerfs didn't really affect us at all.
Around new strategies they didn't once have to because they originally planned their cooldowns around not dying to the phase 3 mechanics. Jaina went through a whole plethora of hotfixes during her run, and with the sleep schedule as a limit being from NA and Method from EU, many began to question the fairness of the changes as
this has never stopped being a talking point, and there's almost no world where there's no world where it can be good, but like this was an insane take by them. It's just this simple, man. Do you guys remember in the Plunderstorm tournament recently when like Czar and Pika didn't win? Everyone was like freaking the fuck out because they played the best, but also they had the most viewers and the most fans. So you like heard all of that. We had no fans. No one was watching us. We were actually disliked because no one heard from us before, and we were just the guild that was robbing people of content. Everyone was a Method fan. No one was a Limit fan. And basically everyone just only looked at it from one side. This even happened in the most recent race. Like, I remember like Tindril got fixed. We were both on the boss at that mechanic for the same amount of time. And then like there was people saying, oh, this is like good for NA. It's like EU's about to go to sleep, which means that we're going to have 8 hours of their sleep to progress this, and they get to wake up and yoink everything we learned in the last phase. And I was even talking to Miraz about it, and he's like, yeah, I don't know why people were popping off about that because it literally helps us, right? Fans just see a nerf and immediately just complain about how it affects their favorite guild the least and don't think about it or really understand it at all. That's one of the most frustrating things about the race currently is people just not knowing how this works.
One guild will get less time to
Also, I just want to point out a boss was nerfed and killed while we were asleep, just in case anyone forgot to.
adapt, while the other had much more time. Really, there's nothing Blizzard can do about this, and it's just how the game will continue to function. As they are an NA-based company, but their timings for nerfs on bosses has unintentionally favored Method in the long run as well. With this in mind, the NA servers would reset and allow Limit to re-clear the raid for additional gear, but this proved futile, sadly, as Method managed to down Jaina in a nail-biter attempt with 446 wipes after 7.
Not a nail-biter attempt. Method played so good on this poll, they would have gotten Lady Jaina to fucking 0%. They were shitting on them. That boss
securing
was
yet
dead.
another EU win. Even after the race and the Hall of Fame close, Jaina was nerfed hard for any remaining cutting-edge guilds to bring her down.
This was like the best pull I've ever seen.
Instead of the 2-minute-long
they were like
cast
full
of
health when
wins
they killed
begin
it.
to the start of the phase, it's now 10 minutes. This change alone would create a strategy similar to the Race the World First, where you ignore all the mechanics and just straight slam the boss for as much damage as possible. This can be achieved by just not interrupting her cast once you find her and brute forcing through it as fast as you can before being overwhelmed. This was utilized later in the expansion when Blizzard added a skip that brought you straight to Jaina to farm her mount, the Glacial Tidestorm.
Also, okay, I'm not really paying attention to a lot of this because it's not really relevant. I'm just like watching them do this boss right now. There was one legendary thing that happened here. I think their DH player, when they killed Jaina, this guy literally just fucking like unequipped his gear, logged off, and quit the game and canceled his sub, and I don't think he ever played WoW again.
Pug groups could get together, move as a unit, and burn the boss down with excessive damage and healing.
Yeah, Spooky
Additionally,
DH, that was
players
his
trapped
name.
in the ice block when trying to find
Fucking
Jaina in the Storm
crazy
of Ice
vibes
would
from
now
that.
have 25% less health to break them free, and she will always teleport
That's
to a
going out on
predictable
top.
location, allowing a very predetermined method to bring her down when on farm. With Battle for Dazar'Lor's race concluded, Blizzard opted to ease the content drought between raid tiers with another mini-raid to give players something to do in the meantime. It was only a 2-boss raid and was tuned around the idea that players attempting it on even the hardest difficulty would already be geared to the teeth, so they could dial it up to 11. Funny enough, the item level of Crucible Storms itself wasn't actually that great. Even the equip effects
Yeah, the gear was bad from this.
granted by certain pieces of loot from the instance weren't that sought after, as it was very minimal damage or healing increases to most classes. Before Crucible went live, many guilds viewed it as a low-key kind of raid that not a lot of many people took seriously. But a Race the World First was sure to happen regardless. Limit was included in this more casual approach for the raid, placing 25th in the world for the kill in the final boss, rather than their usual 2nd place.
Yeah, we raided for one day and then we took the week off. So yeah.
So when it came to
you could say that's a casual approach.
raiding
Yeah.
Crucible, everyone quickly realized how actually insane these bosses were. The race to kill just 2 bosses ended up being a complete 9 days, longer than the battle for Dazara lore.
Yeah, but you know what? People don't give Pieces enough credit. Like, I swear, and again, this is, I think, purely because Method just had 1 million fans and Pieces has 0 fans at this point. I think that's the only reason why. But people act like this was like a fake Race to World First, or people act like Method like wasn't at full strength or something, which is just some corny ass fucking excuses.
A 9-boss instance. With the Yacht encounter, players would receive 3 special relics that helped them complete the encounter. The Trident of Deep Ocean for tanks.
Anyone who thinks that this wasn't a real world first for Pieces is someone who is just biased for Method. That's it. Oh, well, Method had this, and oh, they didn't have all their players, and they had people for them. Yeah, bro, those are choices you make.
To place a shield that reduces damage for the people. The Void Stone for
You're clearly
healers to
biased.
make the boss adds and players immune. And Tempest Caller for DPS to kill off ads. What made this fight so hard for even the best players?
What is it? They repeatedly said they tried their best and lost. That's what Method said. That's not what their fans are saying. That's what we're saying.
Was the mechanic Unstable Resonance. This mechanic marks a chunk of the raid and forces players to run to someone of the same mark to remove it. If you run into someone of the opposite mark, you would most certainly one-shot everyone around you, resulted in a wipe. Before, the Resonance debuff used to just instantly kill you if you ran into the incorrect mark, meaning you had to be spread for your raid almost at all times to avoid getting the debuff and killing someone the moment it did. On April 26, 2019, Unstable Resonance was made to have a short delay before Retrograd's explosion, allowing for more ample stacking of the raid for Healing Cleave. Blizzard would then implement more changes to allow players to easily find their partners for this mechanic on April 29, 2019, with less Oblivion tier casts, less frequent incoming.
Dude, is it a bit where he says words wrong? Like, he calls Ian Ion. He said Oblivion tier.
Of
like,
the
come on,
Eyes of
that's
N'Zoth,
terror for
and
sure.
an increase of the debuff duration from 12 to 15 seconds. When it came to the Eyes of N'Zoth, it would send large beams across the arena that must be dodged very carefully. Very commonly, this would be cast at the same time as Unstable Resonance, so not only do you need to avoid the beams, you have to be very careful about who is around you.
Dude, also, Pieces killed this boss in the most Giga Chad way ever, by the way. Method was like, let's bring like fucking 15 Warlocks so we can just use Port to deal with all of the beams. And Pieces was like, nah, fuck that. Let's just bring Ellie Shamans because with 3 Flame Shocks out, they just do more damage than any other class. They were just like, let's just fucking fuck being safe.
To not one-shot them. You could see in many guide videos that guilds would stack as many Warlocks as possible to just use their Demonic Circle teleport ability to completely skip the mechanic. After this, guilds were finally able to start reaching phase 3 of the encounter and refining their methods to kill the Old God minion. Because all of the hardest mechanics occurred in the phase 1 of the fight, many of the wipes that were counted were in the first few minutes of the encounter, as almost no one could progress beyond it. Oblivion tier was a simple swirly effect players must dodge to avoid the damage it causes and from healing the boss, but on top of all the other mentioned mechanics and the fact the arena is steadily getting smaller as time progresses, you can see why even the best players can have issues. With all these really early wipes in phase 1, it artificially inflated the numbers and drove it to the highest wipe count in recorded history for World First. Having those 3 extra seconds to get to your target greatly improved the original rush data
The wipe
to reach
counts
your
are not
target,
relevant.
and players could be much safer now. Even if 3 seconds doesn't sound like much, it was a complete game changer. Once guilds would reach the further phases, they would be presented with the Insatiable Torment cast.
Yeah,
this cast would make the
I don't
target
know if we
immune
do
to
the whole
outside
boss
healing
breakdown. I'm just
unless
kinda
they stood
chilling.
on top of other players and siphon their health for their own. During this time, Warlocks were insanely good at keeping themselves alive with Drain Life and Soul Leech. So many players chose to bring as many Warlocks as they could, just to outheal the ability on their own without needing to hurt their raid. They also brought a ton of Elemental Shamans simply because the fight was a gruesome damage check and melee in this encounter would
Ellie
be
Shaman were
limited to
insane.
literally just the tanks.
There was a time in this game where if there was like 3 targets out that you could dot, and that's how this fight worked, right? So this fight had these 2 ads that were out that you had to deal with, and you didn't really want to kill them. You didn't want to like Shadow Priest turbo kill them. You kind of wanted to kill them really controlled. Flame Shock was a dot that didn't do a lot of damage, so you kind of want to do that anyway. Like, it's just a good dot. And then also it's a dot that massively increased your damage on Unat. So Ellie Shamans were just the highest boss damage in the game when you could dot 2 other targets. Like, if you just had 2 target dummies, you could dot even, right? Like, they just did more damage than anyone, and that's why they did that.
as trying to do damage as melee on Mythic was borderline impossible. The only other melee often seen in the DPS role was just Demon Hunters for their Chaos brand debuff, which gives everyone the raid 5% more magic damage.
Playing melee on this fight was fine. This fight was really misunderstood, I think.
Because of the
it was mainly just for damage profiles, that's all. Like this was probably one of the last times in the game, this and Eternal Palace, where dot classes were just so fucking nuts anytime there's multiple targets, and that was this whole raid.
Previously mentioned low-key approach many guilds had for this raid, they went in severely underprepared. Method had planned for only a few days of raiding and were not counting on the events that transpired, forcing a day where the GM was not actually present for a day of raiding, costing them a large portion of their lead. And also, like mentioned before, Limit got 25th in the world, and it was the EU guild Pieces that managed to bring down this behemoth the boss, and it is 25th in the world.
I think it is when you keep mentioning 25th, I think it's important to mention that we did not raid for more than an entire week. I feel like that has to get thrown in here somewhere. We just weren't raiding.
Guild Pieces that managed to bring down this behemoth the boss and an insane 731 pulls after 9 whole days of raiding, thus dethroning Method's years-long streaks.
Let's fucking
of wins.
go!
Even now, in Dragonflight, this boss still can hold a raid back if they aren't completely maxed out.
Let's go!
Since
Shout
this
out
raid,
Pieces.
Blizzard has never done a mini-style type of raid again. Even at
That's because they have the total wrong idea for mini raid. Bro, people were still farming or getting farmed by Battle of Dazara lore. Like, no one could even interact with this raid except for, like, guilds that were already done with Mythic. Dude, I think this raid came out, like, less than 2 months after Jaina, by the way. It was, like, 2.5 months, something like that. So, like, almost no one was done. And then you made it super hard because of that. I guess that makes sense. Those guilds want another challenge. I like that. But you're, like, you're appealing to such a small portion of the player base. In my opinion, they should bring back raids like this in like a 0.5 and 0.7 patch, and I think they might because they do so much more during those patches now as opposed to how they handled Shadowlands and BFA. Make it not super hard and make it 10-man. You know what those guilds can't do that are still on Jaina is they can't have their whole guild show up on the weekend to progress this new raid when they're not done with the old one. But maybe 10 people can. Right? You could actually do both things at once, even if you're not completing it. Not to mention that 10-man, one of the issues with 10-man before was that you were creating raids in MoP for 10-man and 25, which was the last time it was a thing, which made the bosses most of the time just really weird for 10-man or really weird for 25-man. But like when you create a raid that's only 10-man, you can create it specifically for that environment, and I think it'd be really cool. Also, a lot of people would just really look forward to that. I think it'd be cool. That's my cook. Is if you're gonna make mid-season raid content, you can do a small raid like this. Just make it a smaller group size.
The behest of players asking for something like this to fill the void of content gaps. Although it's pretty easy to understand why if they would potentially fumble the tuning like Unot again. Just 2 months after the Crucible of Storms fiasco, Blizzard would release their next raid, Eternal Palace. This tier came with brand new changes to how player power worked in the form of Azerite essences. Essentially, your artifact necklace would now be further enhanced
I'll
with
give him
higher
a chance to
levels,
say
unlocking systems where you may place new abilities into the necklace to become stronger. During Eternal Palace's run, you could have one major essence that would very often give you a brand new button to press, which would increase your throughput dramatically, and 2 minor essence slots that gave your character passive buffs. There would be a certain amount...
Guys, essences were fucking goated. Essences were part of what saved this expansion.
...of powers for every role, and then tank, healer, and DPS specific essences. You could obtain these power-ups through basically any means of content, varying from open world, PvP, Mythic Plus, and raiding. Each form of content varying the essence you are currently working towards. On top of this, the essences had rank systems. Rank 1 being the weakest version, and Rank 3 being the strongest. There was a Rank 4 version, but it was purely cosmetic, and was awarded to players for completing the most challenging
Oh my god, I forgot about Benthic gear. What a fucking disaster. Just in case you guys... Okay. Guys, imagine this. Imagine in Amir Drasil, if there were... You guys knew how you, like, farmed seeds in Amir Drasil? Just imagine a seed had a 5% chance to drop an item, and then you would need to find a version of that item with a socket. And then that item, by the way, even at super low eye level, it's literally a blue item. is better than every single item you can find in the raid because of its effect that you would only farm out in the open world. So half of your gear in Eternal Palace was blue gear you had to RNG farm from a zone, and no matter how high of eye level you could get from the raid or through a Titan Forge, that item was always better. And back then, sockets were super OP, so if you didn't have a socket on it, it was just, like, not usable. I mean, and it RNG got sockets, too. So you not only needed to RNG get the right piece, but also a socket. Just total disaster. I think Benthic might have been one of their worst cooks over the last few expansions, but doesn't get talked about enough.
Like killing Mythic Ajara. This system completely changed the class balance, and shifted the Race the World First Guild's method of gearing, going for the absolute best essence for each class on top of the best gear and Azerite traits. Once the race began, a reasonable amount of time was spent progressing each boss, about 1 to 2 days for each outside of the first 2. Similar to the battle.
That's not true.
For Dazara lore, however, Queen Ajara.
Ain't no fucking. I mean, Lady Ashara got killed by Method in like 4 hours. We killed Orgazoa in I think like 5 hours. We killed Queen's Court the same night. That's not true.
Would progress for 8 whole days.
Unless he's averaging the time after the first 2 bosses between each boss evenly, instead of looking at it and just realizing that 80% of that time was Ashara.
Days before her first kill. Furthermore, Ajara was hit with hotfixes after hotfixes in order to tune her properly for the first kill, the same way Jaina was, but basically doubled. Trinket composition was another anomaly of this race. It can be seen in many of the Queen Ajara mythics.
Alright, doesn't seem to be mentioning it. This is the first race that we streamed. Red Bull was like, hey, we'll give a bunch of your players a couple $1,000 and fly you out to London to play together. And we're all like, fuck yeah, that's cool. Never been to London before. That sounds nice. And Red Bull's tastes pretty good, so let's go do that. So we did that, and part of the bit was we went there with pieces at the Red Bull event. Which also, there was, I don't know if you guys remember it, there was like a manifesto from Method, and it was basically like trying to just like put Red Bull in a bad light. I don't know if you guys remember this, but like, there was some like statement released that was like, this is what Red Bull has done. And I was in the middle of all those negotiations, and literally all that happened was Method and Red Bull didn't agree to terms. So Red Bull just worked with other guilds, and that's it. And then it was just like, Red Bull is trying to take over the space. Oh man, that was a time. All right. Anyways, back to this.
Kills during current that a large.
But yeah, this is the start of the Race World First as you know it. This is the first race that you could watch both perspectives.
Majority of the raid was using the Ajara's Font of Power and the custom Mechagon pocket-sized computation device trinkets. Basically, the Font of Power could be cast, and the longer you cast it, the longer you got a large stat stick buff for your character.
We had someone steal an Ashara's Font of Power from our guild in a heroic raid, in a heroic split. Trade the person who looted it as if they were a raider, yelled go Method, and left the raid. This person, years later, eventually joined our guild as a trial. They didn't end up passing their trial, but they actually ended up in our guild years later, which was just such a funny occurrence. That's like, I think, the second weirdest thing that's ever happened to our guild. And the first one being, we had a healer in Tomb of Sargeras that gave one of our other healers an IP logger, got his IP, and DDoSed him when he was in the raid instead of him so he could get more raid time. This is not made up. This happened. We have proof. The person got kicked over it and admitted it. Yeah, actually, the healer that was DDoSed is literally in this chat, Haunted, the mod right there that typed the Monka W. He was getting DDoSed because he was playing over that other player. So yeah, fucking crazy vibes from that.
It was an insanely good trinket during this time, and it was hard to find anyone not using the trinket. When it came to the computation device, players could socket custom punch cards into the sockets of the.
What is it? I learned not to click on CryptoKitties links. Yeah, for some reason, the IP logger he was giving out was this link to a CryptoKitty. I don't know what that is. It's probably just some like old ass 2018 like early crypto fucking scam thing. But some funny line I'll never forget is Haunted was our only healer to actually click on it. And Zealot, after all of this happened, Zealot's a streamer. You guys may have heard of him before. He used to raid here. He played a monk, among other things. Super cool guy. Plays a lot of Final Fantasy now. Zealot famously said, well, his main problem was that he linked us a Crypto Kitty link. But if he had typed or linked us to a website called Crypto Titties, he would have DDoSed me too. Which is an insanely funny statement. Anyways,
Trinkets
back to this.
can create their own trinket with the punch cards available to them. This allowed players of really any skill and class to create a trinket that perfectly suited them. There was also a strange controversy in terms of gear when it came to the newly acclaimed benthic gear, which dropped from basically anything in the open world of Nash'Atar. This gear could be upgraded relatively high in terms of item level with another
Disaster
open
of a
world
system.
currency,
Disaster.
and they had unique equip effects that benefited you whenever you were in the world of Nash'Atar or in the raid, the Eternal Palace. A good example of this was the Zanjir Scale Guard Great Belts, which simply made you do 2% more damage to aberrations in the Eternal Palace. Gozo and Zakul, the second to last boss, were considered aberrations endgame. So having this belt was a complete must for these encounters because you just did more damage at the cost of nothing. It's really never been reiterated upon again because open world gear becoming a large stable endgame rating was not something Blizzard intended. And something like benthic gear that gives you...
a lot of people are talking about it in chat, so I want to bring this back up since he's talking about something we already talked about. How it got found out is basically Refute, our resto druid for a long time. Shout out Refute, he was really good. He went on a full-scale investigation, and we found him out. And Trill also went in and found some stuff out too. Basically, the reason he got caught is really stupid. Yes, we found an IP logger on the link, and Refute found that really weird. But also, we went into his friend Discord and just asked his friends, who were just 5 of them were sitting in a Discord channel, and Trill was invited to it for some reason. And he just went in there and asked them if they knew anything about him DDoSing people. And his friends just were like, yeah, he was in here talking about that the other day. And he said he was planning on doing that. And I don't know, we told him it was a bad idea. So... his friends are also just, I mean, fucking not loyal at all. Like, they fucking ratted his ass out instantly. And he also, I'm pretty sure, some goddamn snitches. But also, like, I feel like DDoSing goes past that. Like, that's some corny shit. But also, he was openly typing about doing it in this friend Discord that Trill was in. So maybe we could just deduce that he wasn't the brightest at the time, right? Like, that's just, like, Trill's in our guild, you know?
Bonus and raids for wearing it has never really returned. The raid was also the first time Limit had begun streaming their progression to the world alongside Method. So everyone could now watch the pulls in real time and see how close both would to get it. During the progression of Ajar, Method's beginning would be pretty unstable. The main gimmick of the fight, Ancient Wards, is if you let their energy reach 0, your group would wipe. During the encounter, players must keep the wards empowered by standing on them. Standing on them will reduce the character's maximum HP, and...
I feel like they have to mention Pieces here, and because they're not, I'm going to. Pieces played a bunch of Shamans in this raid because they wanted to get that stack to go all the way to 10, in which it kills you or puts you at 1 health, so you instantly die. And their idea was to do that, soak to 10, onk, and then do it again to, like, gain more time. And if that would have worked, it would have been fucking insanely good. We didn't want to do that because we got burned for this in Battle of Dazar'alor. I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but you could, before Mythic came out, you, on Heroic, you could, and on Mythic too, via the spell flag, you could immune and get rid of your stacks. So we were stacking Frost Mages because they could Ice Block and then Ice Block again with Cold Snap, right? And they fixed that after we had already killed 5 Mythic bosses and gave a bunch of our gear to Frost Mages. So basically, we learned the lesson that Pieces unfortunately did not get to learn then, which was if something seems too good to be true in an end boss, it definitely is. And they tried to basically pull one over on Blizzard, and basically that's just never going to happen. And also, they'll just nerf that in your face even if you do end up getting to do it.
Before certain nerfs hit the boss, it required you to get 7 stacks, significantly cutting your health cooldown.
But I appreciate it.
Basically would
I
always
fucking
one-shot
respect
the raid with outside mechanics for this effort, and there was no real workaround until the nerf. With the nerf in place, Method could now attempt only 5 stacks of the debuff, and made great progress alongside Limit. On July 26, 2019, the time for Phase 3 to end was increased to 3 minutes from 2 minutes, and the overzealous Hulk ad would have its health reduce. There was also a chunk of bug fixes that improved the fight's quality.
All right, there's a couple other things to mention on this. This is not one of those things where, I mean, we lost. We felt like this. We were telling you guys earlier how we felt like we were just too noob to beat Method. Now looking back in hindsight in this expansion, this was the first rates that I felt like we could beat them. And I feel like we should have... We killed Zakul a full 2 days ahead of them. And we made great progress on Ashara. And like even like their own members were telling... Like, I remember like Lorgok saying like... Was it Lorgok or some other member? They like... And I know they got in trouble for this. They like went into our stream and said like GG like days before the raid was over. And this was... This phase they're talking about, phase 3 that got nerfed, we were at that phase and progressing through that phase for days before other people. And it kind of, when they nerfed it, it like opened the floodgates for everyone to progress at the same time. And I feel like we definitely lost a ton of time. You can't go back and say we should have won, would have won. We could have just killed it faster after they made that change. We were both awake, right? But definitely if, I mean, I could say this pretty confidently. Like if P3 was in its release, the version that was killed right away and wasn't like unprogressively overtuned for 3 days, I think we would have won this race. Method was pretty sure that that's just not how it works sometimes, but Method was sure that you couldn't 3-heal this, so you had to 2-heal it, and they worked on a 2-heal for a long time. Even after they killed it and after the nerf, they were like, you're not going to kill. They were like, yeah, I don't know what Limit's doing. I don't think you can kill this with 3 healers. And then we killed it with a mile on the Enrage, like within an hour of them saying that. But yeah, so I think we both just had a different idea of how the fight was working. But yeah, this was the first time I feel like we could have beat them. Obviously, we beat them by a lot in the next race. But this boss is also like the first time where you had to learn how to play through bugs. You have to learn how to be efficient. We definitely got down on ourselves, and we knew that our opponents were catching up to us due to something out of our control, and we let that affect us mentally. And that's my fault, and that's our team's fault. And that's definitely an important lesson that came. That like things like that have happened since, for sure, and you've had to learn. Like I feel like we're pretty strong with it now, but even in future raids after that, it's so fucking tilting. Like there's a reason that Echo players, our players, like fucking complain sometimes during about nerf times, because it's just like you never want to feel like something's out of your control. Think about being an EU guild. You're fucking starting from behind right away. Regardless of all of the nuances behind that, that just fucking sucks. You're permanently tilted, right? So there's a lot of familiarity, I think, both ways there on that feeling.
Quality of life, such as the Titan console's extra action button not appearing in the final phase in all difficulties. Additionally, any remaining adds in phase 3 took 3 minutes instead of 2 to go berserk, giving the raiders a larger time frame to bring them down. Interestingly, Method elected to heal the fight with only 2 healers and an off healer, with a balanced druid using restoration affinity for certain intervals of extra healing. This was a very risky gamble, as normally in the mythic setting you're required to have 4 healers, so dropping not just 1 but 2 for more damage means you have to play even more perfectly than normal.
So they did this because they felt like this was the only way to kill the boss before they nerfed it. And that was maybe true. That's not what our math was telling us, but you could see from our BOD math, maybe not the best. And we never got a chance to really try it, but we were pretty confident we could do it the amount of healers we had, but they felt like they wanted to make it a really easy DPS check, which caused them, when they decided to do this, they regressed a lot, but none of that regression mattered because they had enough time to re-progress with that strat before they nerfed the last phase. You never needed to, I don't think you ever needed to 2-heal this. You certainly didn't after they nerfed it, but
it's not unlike the end boss of Mythic raids to be over or under.
Definitely one of the first. We definitely were not like. This is also when we realized Mirez was just a fucking monster.
When
like
players first
he was like so impactful for them in this progression.
As it's really hard to test the skill range of everyone involved at the very highest level of the game. So Azara getting multiple nerfs through her AD progression makes a ton of sense. But she definitely was one of the most nerfed end bosses to exist. Once again, however, Method would rein in.
Also, they just, I feel like this was true for a while, but they gapped us on healing. They just had like way better healers for like, especially that first expansion. I think it's really even now. But for a while, it was like we always knew we had to outplay the fact that they just had better healers than us. And I think this raid was certainly led to their win, for sure.
Another victory just 8 hours before Limit would kill Azara, with 12 days spent in the Eternal Palace and 359 wipes on Azara for Method and 527 for Limit. Even after the kill, more nerfs.
Whenever I hear stuff like that, I just know pull count Andes will be pull count Andes. We were on the boss a full 2 days ahead of them. We spent wipes figuring out the We spent wipes figuring out the what are they called? The decrees that they just literally copied from pull 1, never had to spend any time on. When you're on the boss 2 days ahead of someone, you're gonna rack up more pulls like that. But some fucking race casual will be like, look, I mean, just look at the pulls though.
First would hit a
Dude, my favorite one was actually Tindral. Tindral is a maniacal P1. It took us like 100 pulls to get something consistent out of P1. And we played insane on Tindral. They fucking kill Smolderon, like 26 pulls everyone alive out of P1, just doing exactly what we do. And then casuals at the end will be like, we killed it a full day ahead of them. And then their fans will just be like, whoa, look at pull count though. It's like, please.
For the remaining guilds on October 19th, 2019.
Did you watch the first phase of Tindral?
Generally, the fight's ads had a 10% HP nerf, and the Wards of Power would gain additional 5 points upon empowering them. Most
Oh, why did it pause?
of these Jar nerfs are focused on ward soaking. The DPS check is only slightly nerfed in Phase 3, which is the most difficult phase of the fight. You'll still need to learn how to deal with the ward soaks, but the fight feels a lot more forgiving now. It's much more difficult to pressure surge in Phase 3, even without ward soaks, and you'll have more health to handle the mechanics, so you'll be able to make a little bit more mistakes. For BFA's final raid tier at Nyalotha, the game of Race to World First would change completely in terms of both gearing and raid lineups. When it came to gearing, all the previous methods continued to apply, but now there is an addition of another minor Azeroth essence slot in the new corruption system. In place of Warforging, a system that just randomly proc your gear to be a higher item level, was corruptions. Corruptions would be a ranked base RNG proc system on gear that enhances your player's power immensely. Basically, a piece of gear could drop, and it had a chance to proc a random corruption effect. They have 3 ranks in total for most of them, and the higher ranks the stronger it was, at the cost of having to avoid additional mechanics. It was a very risk-to-reward system, and you had to carefully balance your corruption sum in order to not just kill your character the moment you entered combat. These corruption powers were extremely overpowered, and like actually overpowered and not YouTuber clickbait fake overpowered. And they had to go through many nerfs.
Damn, get on YouTubers.
To bring them to a level that was playable. One of the more notable corruptions was Infinite Stars, which was a burst of damage that would ramp higher the longer.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Elden Ring YouTube. I played Elden Ring late because it came out during the race. So I couldn't play when it came out. So I played it later. And I remember I would just be like, man, this weapon seems good. I wonder if other people like it. Type the weapon into YouTube, and it was like 10 clickbait videos, and it's like, this weapon is overpowered in big letters. And there was another clickbait term they used too, like underrated, like meta weapon or whatever. And I clicked on one of their YouTube channels, and it was at least 30 videos, and it was just the name of every weapon in the game, and then it was overpowered, underrated meta. It was just like he was basically implying that every single weapon in the game was broken. Yeah, and it's just like farming the algorithm, yeah.
You fought a boss, sometimes ending up as your 3rd or 1st in damage and not your actual class's kit. Because of the RNG around getting the corruptions you wanted, getting the specific gear you wanted for your character was insanely hard, and many members of Method and Limit were lacking simply due to bad luck.
Oh, that's not true. I'm like, basically everyone in Method and Limit had a crazy amount of gold, and is he gonna mention BOEs? The top guilds got all of the corruption they wanted because they just bought BOEs with the corruption on them. It was fucking turbo bullshit.
On top of the gearing process, Blizzard would add a brand new legendary cloak questline that was completely required to even attempt the Carapace of N'Zoth and N'Zoth himself. Without this cloak, you would be immediately mind controlled, so every player of the raid would need to perform the quest to obtain it. You could then upgrade the cloak through a system called Horrific Visions, a timer-based scenario that tests your skills in a corrupted reality.
Was Nyalotha the most expensive tier ever? No. I think it was Sepulcher, but that was also like a month long, and we had to pay for tier and for people to even join our run. It was definitely Sepulcher, I'm pretty sure.
Of Azeroth. It made the world first players fight even harder for the best possible gear, as Legendary Cloak was absolutely the highest item level cloak they could want to wear at the time. Now, when it finally came to raiding in the raid itself, Limit had come up with a strategy never before seen called the 21st Man. Every mythic raid is specifically tuned to have 20 players in it at a time, meaning their raid leader, Max, had to be in the runs with them.
That's me!
This 21st Man strategy involved Max sitting out from the raid and bringing in someone different, while Max simply watched the raid and made callouts from an outside perspective to allow—
Did he just fucking— Bro, is he flaming me right now? Look what he does. Look what he puts in quotes here.
And someone different, while Max simply watched the raid and made callouts.
Stop being in the fire!
From an outside perspective to allow his raid.
Hey guys, make the boss's health 0.
To have full focus and attention while performing their jobs.
Turn on your monitor!
Perfection. It proved to be an effective idea as.
Fuck you, man!
Limit absolutely.
Alright, tell me one thing. Oh yeah, we won this race by so much because of the 21st man. You tell me how the 2 bosses that we played better than every other guild in the world on by a lot are Hive Mind, or not Hive Mind, sorry, Drestagath and Raden. A boss that I tanked, and a boss that I did the exact same thing as Roger did outside the raid.
Stomped this race, not allowing Method a single world first kill of any of the bosses, including N'Zoth himself. It became such
Bro, why is Haruma Red cooking
stable
me,
for
dude?
raiding that Method, soon to be Echo, adopted the strategy as well. And Limit continues to use it to this day for their raids.
getting cooked.
In fact, the 21st man has basically become a staple of World First race going forward.
Yeah, it's turbo
With all
broken.
this, the usual tuning that followed these types of raiders.
Like the 21st man, like in Nyalotha, 21st man was like not optimized at all. Like now it's just fucking insanely good. It is 10 times better than not doing
meant
it.
corruptions were being constantly tuned, and even withheld in order to not skew the race further. This is seen on February 6, 2020, as Blizzard realized how overpowered certain corruptions were and how the top guilds utilized them to an unintended effect. But Limit had reached a point so deep into the raid that nerfing it now would surely make the raid nearly impossible, or create another week of raiding entirely.
Or do exactly what they did on Ashara by just bottlenecking it until everyone is at the same
N'Zoth
way.
was also infamously buggy. Occasionally, Blizzard would add a mythic-only final phase to an encounter that is a complete secret, and they provide no information about it, meaning the raiders must learn on the spot how to adapt to the new mechanic. In order to start this phase, the boss would either be in its second phase for 2.5 minutes, or when it hit 25% health, confirmed by Ian Hezekosin himself on Twitter. Strange.
Confirmed by us when we never went down to the first mythic phase and just healed through all the damage until 25% to see it force us to do that phase live on stream in front of 100,000 people. Yeah.
Usually, Limit noticed that the gateway which led to the secret phase could just be ignored and you could continue hitting the boss. They realized soon that doing so and getting the boss to 25% will trigger the event a second time,
Which also baited us to think that there was a second mythic phase, because when we got to 25%, even though they had already spawned to the first portal, Magni went over and did a voice line as if he was going to open another portal. So when we killed this boss, there's a reason I do like a triple take, because I don't actually know if the boss is dead, because we had reason to believe that there was actually another phase.
Bugging the encounter. There was also
But
a
it
weird
turns out
bug
the game
that
was
even
just
after
bugged.
doing the secret phase and getting the boss at 25% health, the gateway would respawn, but you would not have to complete it, confusing almost everyone involved. There was even a time Limit was getting a really solid pull in, and upon finishing the secret phase, the boss just automatically reset on them, forcing a complete do-over of an already good attempt.
That's not what happened. So we came out of the secret phase and we were potentially going to cheese and kill the boss. We basically just did it for information. They despawned all of N'Zoth on the entire NA region. If you were pulling this boss in, I don't think you could have pulled it in LFR at the time, but on normal or heroic or mythic, which no one else was on mythic, but normal and heroic, they despawned the boss for the entire region. Because they like fucking hit some crazy like break glass in case of emergency panic button thing where they were like, holy fuck, this boss is about to die, fucking despawn him.
N'Zoth was another example of requiring what some players call the God pull, where every mechanic that occurs happens in a perfect manner that's more so determined by RNG rather than a set timer. An example of this were the rotating beams of Stupefying Glare. These beams would either rotate left or right and could be random in which way they moved. It could even be seen on the world first kill Limit achieved that while playing incredibly well, they had hoped and greatly relied on these beams to move in a direction that greatly favored them. It was a
Oh, yeah, that's true. I think I even remember, I had to think about that for a second. I think I remember on our kill, I even talk about the fact that we got good beams. You did not require them. It was never a, oh, we got bad beams, it's a wipe. It was a, wow, this is way easier when you get a good beam. We had really low pulls with awful beams, but it's a huge damage increase and way less likely for people to die with good ones.
pretty long encounter too. Nearly 10 minutes from start to finish, and both guilds had very close kill attempts lined up. meaning that the nearly perfect pool for 10 minutes they had just needed to be completely redone. It was definitely a morale drainer.
What did they say?
For 10 minutes, and both guilds had very close kill attempts lined up.
That is not true. We were like 2 days ahead of them. They were nowhere near the end of the fight.
Meaning that the nearly perfect pool for 10 minutes they had just needed to be completely redone. It was definitely a morale drainer, which certainly fits with the old god in question. After a long 10 days, thankfully shorter than the Eternal Palace, N'Zoth was—
Calm down, bud. Bro, this guy's gonna fucking point out World 25th on a tier where he didn't even raid, and then fucking... fucking, you better get that right too, buddy.
Brought down my limit after 270 pulls, marking them as the first NA winners of the race to win World First in 8 years. It was
That's right. That
the
number's
long
right.
trend of limits steadily
It was Blood Legion and Grand Empress.
creeping up to Method since Legion, and finally they'd risen above and claimed their very first World First end boss kill, with more to come in the future now that they had nailed themselves into history. With all this in mind, the following raiders would see a nerf in N'Zoth on April 20th, 2020, to the amount of sanity drained through the Thought Harvester via the Harvest Thoughts, a prolific mechanic to ensure you do not get mind controlled. The damage of Evoke Anguish was lowered by 15%, and N'Zoth's total health was lowered by 5%. Even with those changes, he was still a pretty long fight, and there were even guilds who were able to lust twice per fight if they'd elected to use it earlier on.
I'll never forget the timing of this, because like we got our first World First, and then like within a month was full COVID lockdown.
And this completes our complete history for the Battle for Azeroth raiding experience. It tells the story of Limit's true rise to World First contenders, and no longer the silver medal as Method gives them a run.
I wish we would have streamed all of it in hindsight, because I think you guys would have appreciated watching us grow over the whole expansion from like not being good enough at this to being definitely good enough at this, and you like missed half of it, you know?
Their money each race. Alongside it all, we saw the final mini raid of WoW, and truly how difficult and determined players can be when they put their minds together and have a great time. BFA had some of the toughest bosses to date, and Blizzard has learned a lot since then. And just like Blizzard, so too have the players, crowning even more winners of future Mythic raid tiers. Lots of drama in Europe.
So when we killed it, I'm banging the desk, banging. Ready?
Problems aside with
get up,
BFA.
Jump, wait, headphones off, wait,
remember,
double check, jump, put it down, double check again. I don't see an achievement. We didn't get the achievement. Blizzard had to give us the achievement for some reason, but we saw the loot and then we were like,
Faye,
yay!
be sure to let us know down below your experiences and favorite memories.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Love life, dude. Hit the goddamn triple take. Yeah, now the race is just this established thing. It's cool. Now after this, we got fucking orgs to give us $1 million deals. We got fucking, you know, we got it's just become this thing where all these dudes who played WoW for fun over a long period of time now get to still do that and also get paid for it, which is cool. Let's see. Do you see it? Could possibly 21st man inside a raid slot that doesn't scale and just have spectate and call? Nah. I don't think they should encourage guilds to 21st man either. It's really, really insane at the Race World First level, but I wouldn't recommend anyone doing that outside of a competitive format. It just seems like really not fun. Yeah, Race to World First money is why Five Guys cost so much. You know, you're right, yeah. That's cool. Oh, dude, I'm hyped for the late in the week potty. That's going to be coming soon. Dude, I'm so glad we ended up doing this podcast, by the way. Super random.
All right, welcome to a special.
Like, super random, but like, when we were like, hey, just us three talking on stream seems to be doing really well. We should just do a podcast. And I know it's only been like, I think even just a couple months now, maybe almost 6 months or something, 5 months, but it is, really, you can tell in the comments too, people are so happy, man. And it's really fun to do them. I really enjoy talking with them. I'm also glad you stuck with the name. Yeah, me too. Because I like saying potty see you later and pod hi and potty greetings. We still haven't really figured out how to monetize this well yet, but we're getting there. We're trying to add some more Patreon content soon. I think we want to do like basically a Patreon extra thing every week. We were thinking about doing like a drama time thing with it. That could be kind of fun. Because we got a bunch of people. When we asked for those stories, we got a bunch of stuff from the community. So pod high and pod by go hard. Oh yeah, for sure. Every time you say pod by, like 3 people rip a you missed the chance to say potty see you later. Yeah, they're behind the culture. It's all right though. Potty surprise, pod by. Make extra content on OnlyFans. Okay, I considered making an OnlyFans one time, but it was like a really corny bit. It would basically just be an OnlyFans, but it's me taking pictures with OnlyFans. Like ceiling fans, desk fans, like stand-up fans, right? But I feel like someone has to have done that, and it's not that funny of a bit to make up for the naked. Nah, just like regular, I guess. Regular picture, clothed and stuff. And then it's not funny of a bit to like make up for the work you'd have to put into it. Like I even started a Patreon when I got my Great Dane puppies. The 2 back there, that one and that one. Wait, where's Ella? Oh, there she is, being a dog. And I named the Patreon 2 Hot Bitches. And I was just going to basically just post cute puppy pictures of my 2 dogs. But then I just gave up. Let's see. Problematic name? It's not though. They're literally bitches. Isn't that a thing? Isn't that what female dog? That's a word that's for? It's only if they're unfixed. Well, they were unfixed at the time, so true. Max, how did leading from the outside of the raid actually work? Did you rely on streams from the raiders, or is there a way to get a spectator mode, a raid from the outside? That's a question from YouTube, by the way. YouTube chat. Make sure to read your all's questions all day, every day. All good, though. Twitch L. So it evolved from this. So we did it in Eternal Palace because we were doing Zakul, and then I was one-tanking it when we realized we were going to one-tank it. And then I'm just like, I mean, we have Ben in our guild. I'm one-tanking it just fine, but what if I have Ben one-tank and then I can just focus on raid leading? And it was so primitive. I'm not kidding what we did. I went to Ben's computer, held down his push-to-talk, put on his headset so he couldn't hear any weak aura sounds or any comms or anything, and he played the game while I raid-led from over his shoulder, watching his POV in real life. And that is how we killed Zakul. And then for Nyalotha, we did Discord screen share, and Discord screen share was really, really good in Nyalotha and really, really good in Castle Nathria. But it was really good in Nyalotha, and it got a lot worse in Castle Nathria because the pandemic, they made a change. Discord video made a change in the pandemic where it's like, hey, we're now allowing up to like 25 people to watch at one time because everyone's at home during the pandemic, which was probably a good change for like humanity, but was a bad change for me specifically. And there's a really, because it just lowered the quality by a ton. It's the low quality you see now. It's really rough. So sponsor check, good shout. Actually, 1 second. Team Liquid sponsors. Good shout. We're chilling. We're hard chilling. Okay. And there was this funny situation. So I remember we were doing the race. We were on Stone Legion Generals. And I was like, hey guys, can I say something about Discord real quick? And they were like, yeah. And then I saw, as I start talking, I see a Discord DM pop up in my thing. And I'm like, Discord video's fucking dog shit, right? In front of like 90,000 viewers. I think it was like 80,000. And then I look and I see the DM is from a Discord employee saying, hey, by the way, we're all watching the stream. Love what you guys are doing. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help or any feedback you can give. And they sent that message before I actually said Discord video is fucking dog shit to tens of thousands of people. And then I was like, thank you, yeah. And then they were like, they were like kind of laughing, like clearly they had heard me say that. It was really awkward. It's not good. I wanted to blow up. It's all right though. Wanted to blow up real quick. Nothing wrong with that. Yep. All good. Yeah, dude, honestly, can we talk about Discord's pop-off, though? We can glaze them a little bit now after I just said they were dog shit. But, like, remember when people used to, like, have nowhere to talk as gamers and, like, they were making shit like Zerg ID and, like, Raid Call and all this stuff that never worked out? And then Discord just fucking figured it out. They fucking made it. Yeah, goddamn Skype, bro. Yeah, everyone had a Skype. Shit's way better now. I remember being a late adopter to Discord, and we were still a Skype guild for a really long time. Which, by the way, crazy to think about this, but if you're, like, in a Skype call with someone, you can just see their IP. Just straight up. It's right there. Yeah, so, crazy wild times. Yeah, but Discord kind of took over the space. I mean, there's even people who are like, are in the gaming space that use Slack for their job that are like, dude, I wish we would just use Discord. Max, didn't you guys use TeamSpeak during Nihilotha? We use TeamSpeak now. We will always use TeamSpeak as long as... I read something recently that, like, maybe, like, it's not getting updated anymore or something. They tweeted something like, they preyed on our downfall and they won, and it was SpongeBob crying. I don't know if I didn't read more into that. Maybe I'm making all this up. Who knows? What is the benefit of TeamSpeak? Significantly higher voice quality. That's all it is. Real simple. Don't have to go any more in depth than that. When you're raiding with 20 people, it is very noticeable. When you're in like doing a 5-man thing, Discord is totally fine. No issue whatsoever. But, like, if you've ever tried raiding with 20 people in Discord and more than a few people start talking at a time, it kind of sounds like a dog, what a dog probably hears when it's in a car with the window rolled down at, like, 35, 40 miles an hour and its head's out the window and, like, the wind is just hitting its face constantly. That's, like, kind of what you hear in Discord when more than 3 people talk at once. So, yeah, so we use TeamSpeak so that doesn't happen, so you can hear people type. Sweet. Also, you can do, like, binds in TeamSpeak. Man, I think binds have fell off. Like, dude, when you raided in a guild in 2013 to 2018, you had a bind with all your boys. You had a tank bind, you had a healer bind. Which those are also, like, really scary to have. We actually tried something after Old Year where we had all of our healers actually just be in Discord with each other at all times, like constantly being able to communicate, which sounds like it would be beneficial, and I don't know if it was because there was, like, bad actors or whatever, but it basically just turned into them shit-talking everyone that was getting hit by things, and it was this huge, like, healer versus everyone else, like, really bad dynamic that was created, and we had to abolish it. It was really bad. I remember Shiori was in there and told me about it. Nori was, like, a DPS player that healed sometimes, and when he went into the healer channel, he would, like, he messaged me after the tier, and he's like, hey, dude, this healer channel is, like, really fucking bad. Like, you have to get rid of this. It was the alt healers that went in there after it had already gotten bad that were like, yo, you need to know about this fucking place. Max, what do you think about a push-to-talk pedal? That's probably good. I've never tried it, but that sounds ideal. I'm actually a big push-to-talk hater, actually. I think push-to-talk sucks. I don't think anyone should use push-to-talk. Now, you might be hearing this and being like, you heathen, that's crazy. I hate when people just talk on open mic. But I'm not recommending that you just use voice activation all the time. I'm recommending that you use push-to-mute. Push-to-mute is just push-to-talk, but better in every way. You just press the button when you want to unmute yourself. Or toggle mute. Yeah, toggle mute, yeah. You just you push the button to unmute yourself, say what you gotta say, and then you push the button again. Having to hold down buttons while you're playing the game is psycho behavior. There's zero reason to do that. I used to be a push-to-talker for a long time, but toggle mute is extremely bis. Streamer take, I think. You think so? I wonder why that would affect streaming necessarily. I don't think that has anything to do with streaming. I did that change long before I streamed. Yeah, it's just a... I don't know, just like playing the game while holding your push to talk sounds ass if you have to talk for... I mean, maybe it's a raid leader take, right? Like if you're constantly talking, right? Like rather than someone who rarely talks. But like mid-fight, if you have to talk a decent amount, or I don't know, it just seems better, you know? It's just less key presses, less time holding key. The only reason it's bad is because you guys maybe have people you play with that are bad at it, and they just leave it unmuted, and they're like walking around their house like fucking token up. Like some shit like that, or they're like yelling at their wife or something. You know, all that good shit. Love it. Love it. Just yell. Yell in the house. Yell at people. Let's get it. You heard a raid lead shit due to open mic? Wait, did he bring his headphones in? Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. That happened during an officer meeting with us. Nick is frequently on officer meetings on his phone, and one time he just, like, I guess had his phone unmuted and he just took a piss, and he was just like loudly pissing in this officer call with all of us listening to it, and like he didn't hear us until it was over, and it was fucking hilarious. It was so funny. That's not asserting dominance, bro. Frank, I would pay good money for that footage. Jesus Christ, man. The idea that he did it on purpose is a crazy power move, though, right? Like, imagine just, like, intentionally unmuting your mic on your phone and then just pissing for, like strong stream and everything for, like, 30 seconds. And then muting and then just acting like it didn't happen. Crazy. Anyway, it doesn't seem like there's a PTR build right now, and I'm getting kind of bored, and I'm going to go play hockey later, so I'm probably going to peace out.